Mira Business FM, your daily guide to the markets, money, and more.
This is the Morning Drive. It's Mira Business FM, and it's Dubai retail property now. The retail real estate market has just crossed a major milestone. For the first time ever, retail asset sales have topped $1 billion dirhams in a single quarter. Strong investor appetite, rising rents, near full occupancy at the city's most iconic destinations. Now, transactions have surged nearly 80% quarter on quarter, off-plan activity more than doubling as well. And tenants are kind of largely choosing to stay put despite rental increases of up to 15% in some areas. Now, we wanted to break down what's driving this momentum. What does it mean for investors is one of the questions, but what does it mean also for retailers and then the wider economy? To talk that through, we're joined by Zaki Sajjad, who is a director at Cavendish Maxwell, the real estate advisory, based here in Dubai for a number of years. Zaki, nice to see you.
Thank you very much. Thanks for having me. Good morning.
It's good to have you here. So I always like these kind of big billion dirham headlines. It's very dramatic, but it's a huge deal because this is in a single quarter, of course. Fundamentally, let me ask you this, and I don't know if you can do this in less than 25 hours, but what's driving this kind of surge in retail asset sales?
Look, I think it's a combination of factors. Number one, population growth and the rise in international visitors to Dubai itself. Right. And spillover demand from other sectors. I mean, it's well documented, well publicised what's been happening in the residential sector, for example. Well, the other asset classes complement that. So that's what we're seeing. So the records start off the headlines in residential, and then you start seeing the spillover into retail and into the other segments. So that's in a nutshell what it is.
It's a pretty simple knock-on effect, I suppose.
Yeah.
I mean, the thing is, it's such a huge jump, and it kind of gives you context on what we've seen in Dubai, it's the UAE as much as a UAE story as much as anything, in the last year or three. It gives us context on that. 80% jump in transactions quarter on quarter. So investor confidence, population growth. Is there anything I'm missing?
Yeah, and look, I think obviously the market is also maturing. You know, if you look at what's been happening in the UAE and Dubai specifically over the last sort of 3 to 5 years post the pandemic, I feel like the whole world now knows where Dubai is, and Dubai is sort of on the map. You know, and yeah, we've seen some incredible statistics in the sort of built environment in the real estate markets here in Dubai and in some of the other Emirates too. And so all of these factors combined, you know, a little bit of the economics, the geopolitics, you know, as well as the sort of the market the last few years have all complemented each other to create this kind of surge in retail.
Do you know what was interesting there was you used a phrase, and it's kind of modern parlance phrase. It's like vernacular of now, I feel like. Yeah. But that always interests me because I always sort of look at markets, and I know I should be much more analytical and look at statistical analysis, and I should be using AI. But markets are very much about feel and about, you know, that old word that we used to use, sentiment.
Yeah.
But it's also that thing, that kind of feeling that you have in a place. And I think that's a really important thing in real estate. Whatever it is you're buying and whatever the end use for that is, there's that feeling when you walk into a house or an apartment that you might want to live in and you can see yourself there. And that's a feeling. Does that... am I being hippy-dippy and weird, or is there something in this?
No, look, I think there is. Look, the population numbers, the growth of population here in Dubai and the UAE is testament to that, right? It's people feel comfortable, they feel safe, they're happy to be here. And with that, there's FDI, foreign direct investment, that's coming with them. You know, and you're seeing that from a wide range of people. Obviously, it's been well documented on the ultra high net worths and the high net worths that are relocating here. You know, when these sorts of people come here, okay, they may be coming here because it's a tax-friendly environment for them. They may be coming here because it's sort of strategically located, kind of east meets west, a sort of a hub destination. Whatever. Once they're here, they're likely, because they are by the very nature often entrepreneurial, going to invest in businesses in the wider sort of region, and they're going to look at Dubai, and you're starting to see that. So yeah, they'll look for somewhere to live, but then they might need somewhere to work. So do they need an office? What is their sort of passion? Is it something that may be opening a coffee shop or an F&B outlet? So retail is definitely sort of gone into that direction. Experiential retail, F&B makes up a big proportion of the retail units. So all these factors combined, I totally agree with you. I think it's a big thumbs up for what Dubai has managed to achieve in putting itself on the global map.
It really is. Do you think those? I mean, we hear mad figures of ultra high net worth and high net worth individuals choosing Dubai, deciding to move here. Do you think those figures are realistic? The kinds of things that are being quoted. Are you seeing it?
Well, if you look at Dubai Chambers and the rise in businesses that are being set up, as well as international companies that are kind of opening up offices here, that's been well documented. Certainly, family offices. I mean, if you'd have told me 5 to 10 years ago, family office, you'd have been thinking Emirati families, the kind of well-known families that those of us that have been here a while would know. Well, now I'm meeting family offices from Greece, from Turkey, from France, from Sweden, who've set something up in ADGM or DIFC. So I am seeing it. I'm definitely seeing it. If you look at what's happening in that sort of ultra luxury segment in the residential asset class, phenomenal growth in there. And then you start to look at what some of their businesses are and what their business interests are, and understandably that then spills over into commercial real estate and retail and logistics, warehousing being a big part of that. So yeah, I think there is definitely that feeling. You can see it, and not just from Europe and the UK. If you look at Dubai itself, Dubai is quite strategically located. Within a 4-hour flight radius of Dubai, you've got a third of the world's population. And it's kind of created itself to be this tax haven, Abu Dhabi as well, and the other Emirates, but a tax haven for that population, as Monaco or Jersey or Liechtenstein, Luxembourg would be to Europe, or Delaware, Cayman Islands, BVI would be to North, Central, South America. So I think that's all these factors combined are helping these other asset classes break records.
It all relates. It's slightly off topic there, I suppose, but I was just interested in your experience. So let's get back to retail real estate. Off-plan retail transactions, I'm just reading here, more than doubled this quarter. Why is it you think that investors are willing to commit before completion?
Yeah, look, I think there's supply demand is obviously a big factor. There's not enough supply for the demand that's out there, so understandably people are turning to the off-plan. I think there's also, from the developers' side, whereas traditionally the focus was always on the residential sector, and there might be some support retail within these towers or whatever that they may hold on to, and they've realised now that actually there is demand. I think the maturing market here has led to people who specialise, their niche may be different asset classes, and they're now here and they're looking at these asset classes. So the market is then providing them the sort of the supply for those demands. So and I think that's one of the aspects. So and obviously not to mention the number of launches and the way the city is growing now. It can't just be residential. You need other asset classes to complement that. So retail is a big proportion of that, and so the developers have it. They've got it in their master plans, and the buyers are willing to invest because they're seeing the potential returns.
Well, who is investing? Is it are these regional players? Is it more international? Who's coming?
It's a real mixed bag, if I'm being honest. we don't get, obviously, due to data privacy, we don't get given sort of the exact detail of who these buyers are. There is published information, which is the market's done very well at being transparent on their data, but we're seeing a lot of people from the region making investments, which has always been the case. Saudis, Kuwaitis, even Bahrainis, Omanis, they're putting some money here. We're now seeing that expand out a bit further. There's a lot of Iraqis now sort of coming to the market. I mean, they always have, but especially in these asset classes. And then obviously you've got the Europeans, people from the UK, who are also helping that. And not to mention, there's always been a big buyer pool from Southern Asia and Eastern Asia as well.
Yeah, it kind of mirrors the demographic, doesn't it?
Exactly.
Dubai, this mad mix of, and I don't know if you've heard this. I keep asking people this because it blows my mind in lots of ways. 215 nationalities.
Yeah.
Now, I got told it's 180. Seems like last week, but now 215.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. Rents are up. Something like 15% in some areas, tenants choosing to renew rather than relocate. So what does that tell us about the retail landscape?
Look, I think a couple of things. The old adage, better the devil you know than the devil you don't, right? So the cost of relocating is not just the increase in rent. You've got to, fit out that space. You've got to, move whatever you're taking with you to that new space, so all this comes at a cost. So I think if you're, as well as a disruption to your business, I mean, this is essentially, when you come to retail, this is a business.
Yeah.
So, I think, what we're seeing in the market, the sentiment that I'm feeling is that, yes, the rents are increasing, but, the cost of living is increasing slightly too, to keep that in line. And I think people are able to balance that. And so the decision is, there's a lack of supply anyway. Better stay where I am. We know what we're dealing with. We've got a solid model. Interestingly, I had a good friend of mine who, this is his speciality, retail. He's got F&B concept, and he moved to a different location because he thought, I'm not going to pay this rent. And I asked him 18 months later, was that a good decision or a bad decision? And he said, terrible decision.
Really?
He said, the loss of revenue going to that new place has really affected him, and he's had to almost start from scratch because he had a client base. Because people go to an area not often just for in retail, not just for one unit. Sometimes they do, but it's usually to experience a number of units. And he was at somewhere where it was a real sort of experiential retail concept, so there's lots of different complementary services, and he benefited from that. And he went somewhere else which didn't quite have the same sort of offering. So it hit him in the back pocket.
It's a hard lesson to learn.
Yeah.
Areas like JLT, Business Bay, Dubai Marina, biggest rental increases, unsurprisingly. But what is it about locations like that? I mean, there are the obvious things, of course, but just your thoughts on why are they so particularly resilient?
I think they're well established, number one. And if you look at what's been happening, certainly the last sort of 5 to 6 years, you're seeing these master plans such as Business Bay, Marina, JLT. There's not much empty space anymore. They're sort of full, and there's a real cross section of. If you look at the marina, you've got your tourists, you've got your residents, and then you've got the office supply, which all help to complement the retail. JLT, obviously, more residential and offices. There's still some hotels, but that obviously then the demand, it creates the demand for those retail units that are there. Same with Business Bay. I think Business Bay now, I mean, I was sort of walking along the canal there recently, and I was just shocked about how many cranes there are, and it's feeling like it's nearly complete as a master plan. It's nearly complete. So now you've got people living there. They're becoming thriving communities and highly sought after. So that demand then spills over into the retail.
Do you remember the boom time? It's boom time again, of course, but it was always that line of 80% of the world's cranes are in Dubai or something like that, and it's a pretty good measure, really, isn't it, on where a place is?
That and the traffic, right? I always say I
was hoping you wouldn't bring that up.
But no, I mean, all joking aside, I know it can be a bit painful to experience it, but that's also a sign of success, right?
It's a good problem to have.
It's a good problem to have. If you're in London, if you're in New York, you've got the same problem. So bringing it back to those areas and the retail, I think those areas are very well established, very well known, high footfall areas, and therefore they're going to see the biggest increases.
Okay, so I mean, you pointed to this just now. The kind of iconic retail destinations running something like 98% occupancy. So supply is tight, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. Obviously there's and hence the off plan. The off plan transactions that are happening. Look, when we look at these kind of well established large scale malls, you've got big announcements in terms of upgrades to Mall of the Emirates. You've got bigger malls coming, but a lot of these kind of malls that they really complement the tourism sector as well, and those numbers are at record highs, and more people here than ever before. So it's not just the local likes of us that sort of live here that are going to shop there. It's also the fact that you've got the tourist numbers, and we've had incredible sort of number of visitors even over the Q3, the typical kind of summer months of 2025. Occupancy rates were over 80% in Dubai, which is incredible. So all of this complements the retail asset class.
Well, momentum builds, doesn't it? I mean, I'm still at that stage where I think I'll find out about a new mall, and my immediate reaction is, oh, it's another one. And then I go there and I think, this is good.
Yeah.
We did need another.
Yeah.
It's never ending. And is there not? There's a new mall coming as well, isn't there? 3 times the size of Dubai Mall. As well?
Absolutely. Yeah. So potential drive-through areas as well within that mall. So look, I mean, I think that being said, there's also a lot of demand for kind of your community malls. You look at the mass communities that are being built, and I think that's we're seeing more of that also to complement, because the reality is we're talking about a city of over 4.2 million people now. It's widespread. It can be you can be sat in traffic if you're having to go places. So you need to have certain convenience retail on your doorstep. So that is also an element that's growing.
Let's talk a little bit about warehousing. Strong rental growth, particularly Jebel Ali. How closely linked is this to Dubai's retail and I guess also e-commerce expansion?
Yeah, look, very, very, very closely linked, and especially on the sort of last mile sort of delivery. Where which is essentially whatever you've bought, getting from its final sort of depot location to your hands, essentially. So look, they are closely linked. I think it's interesting because I think there's a few things. If you look at, say, comparative to the UK, where the high street typically dominated retail, and they were saying, the rise of e-commerce was going to be the death knell for the high street. Here we don't really have high streets, right? We've got malls, be that large malls or small community malls on the whole, or we've got retail units within hotel complexes or resorts, etc. So
we also look at malls differently.
Yeah.
Here. Malls are entertainment centres, family gatherings.
Exactly.
It's a different
Exactly.
atmosphere.
So what I think has been it's a fascinating case study, is the way the rise of e-commerce and online has complemented the retail segment here, and the rise of experiential retail, like you're sort of saying, going there for a family day out where you can do a number of things, be that bowling, cinema, have a bite to eat, but then also do a bit of shopping. So I think the warehousing is, it's closely linked for sure. And Dubai is, through DP World, has done a wonderful job of being a logistics hub. So there's also that element to it. And obviously, when you've got more and more people moving here, as we touched on earlier, and they're looking at various different business interests, this is obviously a big part of that. The sort of logistics side of things and the warehousing that's required. So, understandably, as all these things are closely intertwined, a bit like a spider's web, it kind of that's also seen some very good growth.
It's easy to forget when you live here. I had a friend of mine took his family at the weekend. He's a ski guy. They were at Ski Dubai doing their thing, and I don't know. I'm not a skier, but I'd kind of forgotten that side, and that's been there. How many years is Ski Dubai there? It's 20 odd years.
Yeah, it must be. That. Yeah, exactly.
The ultimate kind of experiential retail experience, and it's almost as though, and we shouldn't do this, but we kind of do. You kind of take it for granted. But the idea that you can ski in a mall in Dubai, think that through for a second. That's pretty wild.
Or ice skate even.
That's another one.
So we again, the dynamics are shifting. There was a time where, for a lot of expatriates that were here, they would perhaps go home in the summers, and the families would go home, and the whoever was working, which was often the sort of the father in that dynamic, might stay and go for a short period. But I think now you've got dual income households, and people are spending more time here. So one of our kind of our summer things that we do is ice skating, because ironically it's a bit too hot during the day to be outside, so we take the kids ice skating, So and as a result, we end up having maybe a spot of lunch and all the rest of the stuff that comes with it. So look, I think there is that element, but I think that there is a close link, bringing it between the warehousing, logistics, and retail, and obviously given where we are as a logistics hub. Being so sort of well connected, there's this huge demand, and Jebel Ali is sort of leading the way with that. And I think as the city shifts southwards with the new Al Maktoum Airport expansion, you're going to need a lot more of this type of asset class within that location.
Okay, so rents rising, demand holding pretty firm. Do you see this momentum, coming in, keeping going this year? Are we getting towards a plateau, or?
I mean, I don't have a crystal
it's
ball.
A crystal ball question,
I don't really have that crystal ball. But what I would say is, look, at the moment, the way we're seeing it, there's these asset classes are still highly in demand. I mean, we had somebody called the office yesterday, sort of asking for a warehouse unit, and I said, look, we can't help you. We don't have anything. And he was getting very irate and very angry because he really wanted something. And I kind of understand, because he's sort of in a situation where I think he took the gamble of, I'm going to leave because I'm not going to pay this landlord the rent that he's asking, and he can't find anything within anywhere near what he was. When I eventually sort of calmed him down and had a conversation with him. So these things, it's still very much there. The sort of the demand. Real estate markets are always cyclical. There's no denying that, and there will inevitably be periods that may come along that will create challenges. But what I think that Dubai, especially the UAE, is very good at is reinventing itself and taking on those challenges. I think some other areas in the world they're less dynamic, not as able to sort of look at how to get out of those in a very quick manner. So I think certainly for this year, the outlook is to see still strong demand for these asset classes, and I would imagine we're going to see probably not as many, not as huge increase in terms of both on rentals and on the transaction side in terms of rates per square foot. But I'd certainly see them maintaining where they're at.
Yeah. Dubai's a place that can, I'm a bit wary of this phrase, but Dubai is the ultimate example of being able to pivot.
Yeah.
And that's just something that happens, isn't it, I guess? One more question for you. And again, this is kind of a speculative question, I suppose, really. For investors, for anybody listening who is thinking of about to make a move, about to do something, they're going to invest some money, who might be listening or watching this morning, where are the opportunities right now, just in your eyes? And I'm just asking for your thoughts, really, rather than a definitive answer. Is it core retail? Is it off-plan? Is it logistics assets? You pointed in that.
Look, I think you've got all three have huge pros to them.
Right.
What I would say, my advice to anybody that's looking to invest is speak to people, get some professional advice. Really think about it. Is this something that you have experience in? If not, then you need to speak to professionals who can give you that sort of advice and a bit of a steer on what's going on. At least look at the market as a whole and talk about what's coming up and where the next sort of opportunities may be. But also, I mean, the old adage of real estate is location, 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 right? That's where it's at. So I would say, the strong locations, those highly sought after locations, long term are always gonna do well for you. That's the nature of real estate. Markets are cyclical, yes, but if you take a long-term view, and any real estate investment should be done on a long-term view, then I think you're going to be okay if you, no matter which asset class you're looking at, so long as you're not over leveraging yourself.
All right then. Nothing like local knowledge, and I appreciate you sharing yours, Zaki. Zaki Sajjad is Director, Head of Business Development, Client Relations as well, at the Real Estate Advisory, Cavendish Maxwell. Always like talking to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thanks for having me.
Appreciate it. Mira Business FM, it's the morning drive. Get in touch with the show. Let us know what you think across social media. You can find us pretty much everywhere. A like and or a subscribe is always very much appreciated. Everything we do is available to listen and or watch again on the website, on YouTube, lots of other platforms as well, or wherever you get your podcasts. Just look for Mira Business FM.
Mira Business FM, your daily guide to the markets, money, and more. Business FM, your daily guide to the markets, money, and more.
This is the morning drive at Mira Business FM, and next, why happy employees are perhaps a secret weapon behind business growth. Why should you invest in employee well-being? Because it can directly boost business performance. Businesses today are discovering a powerful truth that happy, well-supported employees aren't just a nice to have, they're a key driver of growth. Companies that invest in employee well-being see measurable improvements in productivity, in engagement, and talent retention as well. So Mohammed Husari is with me. He's the founder and CEO of VWell. It's a platform dedicated to helping individuals and organizations achieve long-term physical, mental, social, and financial well-being. Mohammed, it's good to have you here. Good to meet you.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Tim. I'm very happy to be here, especially on the first Monday of the new year.
Well, you are our first guest of the new year, so Happy New Year to you.
Thank you. Happy New Year to you and your audience.
I'm going to be saying Happy New Year until, I think you get away with it till about the 12th. After that, it becomes a bit weird. But look, I wanted to start with you. We've had a brief chat off air, but I wanted to start with you and the company because I was reading some notes about you, and I kind of figure, and I wonder if I'm right about this, anybody that starts a venture like this comes from a place where there is a story that has led them there. So what's your story?
Yes, so I started early in my entrepreneurial journey. Founded my first company at the age of 21, and soon enough it became a global powerhouse in terms of aviation trip support for private jet owners. Based in Dubai here, where there is also some challenges related to business, people, I've learned firsthand the importance of taking care of your own people through engaging activities and well-being initiatives and programs. I realized the impact on business performance. So I said to myself, I have to do business out of this and spread well-being because it is really a little bit behind, unfortunately, in our region here compared to global markets like Europe, North America, and other places. So I want to take upon this challenge myself and really help spreading well-being in the workplace and also in schools, by the way, because we have another product for students and schools. But we're more focused now on well-being in the workplace because we want to expand and grow and spread well-being to the masses.
Well, that's interesting because more and more you see school counsellors these days where, kids can go and share how they feel. So I'll come back to that in a minute. But first of all, the name. I mean, VWell, where does the name come from? Because I was looking at it thinking it's VIWELL. And I'm thinking, is it Viwell? Is it Viwell? So I said to you, VWell, and I'm right.
Yes, it's actually VWell. Actually, funny enough, finding the right name is probably the hardest exercise when doing a startup.
Tough one.
Yes, it's very tough. But when I was thinking of the name, I wanted to make sure that the name really resembles the DNA and explains the DNA of the company. VWell name comes from VI being number 6 on the Roman numerics, because our approach to well-being is holistic across 6 pillars of well-being, which are physical, mental, nutritional, social, financial, and professional, which is career well-being. So unless you are balanced across those 6 pillars, you will not live a happy, healthy, long life. Or we can say the other way around. If you want a long, happy, healthy life, you have to be balanced across those 6 pillars. And this is what we do. We help individuals balance across those 6 pillars to live long, happy, healthy life.
Okay. So was there a moment when something hit you where you thought to yourself, no, companies have to do better? What was the moment for you that really brought it home to you?
When I see quite quitting, all those business challenges happening every day, whether in my previous companies and in companies around us, you see all those sort of people-related business challenges like attrition, turnover of employees, disengaged employees, and sometimes people try to blame it on employees and try to blame it on circumstances, but I find most of the cases it's about leadership, it's about the culture of the company, it's about the commitment from top leadership about taking care of the employees and workforce.
So happy employees, happy work life. How many companies do you think really consistently ask their employees questions like, have you got the tools to do your job well? How many companies are really communicating to understand what employees really need?
It's very, very small amount, a small ratio, unfortunately, and this is what we are hoping to change. Well-being here in our region is not really taken seriously as a business imperative. Unfortunately, many employers here think it's something nice to have, not must to have. And this is completely wrong because well-being is related to business productivity and all business performance. And we have research and we have all the evidence that back this up. So I think it's very important for businesses to start look at employee well-being seriously. And this is the only differentiator in nowadays war on talent.
Yeah, I mean, it is a differentiator, is it? But why is it that employee well-being is now considered critical? If you want to drive business growth, and obviously that's what we're all trying to do, you want to achieve your organizational objectives and you want to grow, spread to different countries. Why is it so critical now, do you think? Is it simply that it is that, you know, that little bit of X factor, that you know, that, I don't know, what is it? What's the word? What word am I looking for? It's just that little, that's the tiniest USP differentiator. Is that the key?
Yeah. Well-being impacts directly productivity, focus, energy levels, which are all core drivers for business output.
Right.
Also, poor well-being increases absenteeism and healthcare costs in companies, and presenteeism as well. Research found that companies with effective well-being strategy outperform their peers on profitability and growth, and that's for obvious reasons. Also, we have research from the World Health Organizations that shows that companies with healthcare initiatives and well-being sees 27% improvement in sick days absence, which is here in the UAE, the average sick days absence is like 5 days a year. So companies with effective well-being strategy see an improvement of 27% almost on that. And if you can do the math, this is what we try to explain to companies, it's a big numbers.
Yeah, for sure. Okay, so 25% is a huge number. What factors do companies, in your experience, do companies do well when it comes to health, well-being and looking after employees, and what do companies do not so well, do you think?
Yeah. In terms of not doing so well, when they do it as single initiatives in silos, as opposed to a full program integrated within the culture of the company and the day-to-day workflows.
Okay.
In terms of also, if you want to do it right as an employer, it has to come from leadership all the way down. And there has to be champions in the company championing this initiative. But the top leadership buy-in is the most important factor. And it is the biggest obstacle in spreading workplace well-being here in the region. It's the how top leadership see this when it comes. And some companies, some employees, they think it's HR responsibility to do that. Actually, HR are the drivers and the champions, but they are not necessarily the ultimate decision maker when it comes to creating this kind of programs, because in most companies, this is a new budget line item or a new expense. Some companies, they can easily budget for an event, team building event, or an outing or a dinner for employees or something like that. But this will only give you short-term wins. It will not give you a sustainable employee well-being. But coincidentally, or funny enough, they can get away with budgeting that and expensing that, but they cannot go to their leadership and say we have to do a full annual well-being strategy and program.
Okay, so it's top down. So it really is, as much as anything, it's an attitude from the top, isn't it?
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, okay. What kinds of factors should employers be considering? You know, I mean, I'm thinking through a few things, you know, like health and safety, but emphasis on, you know, the health and well-being. Mental and emotional well-being is another side, I guess. Should employers be thinking about, you know, not overworking people, but, you know, taking into account work-life balance more, things like that?
Yes, I think I heard somewhere that it's the right time is not work-life balance. It's work-life integration.
Yeah, okay.
Because, but anyway,
I'm old school, Mohammed.
yes, yeah. But anyway, I think back to your question, it's very important that the program that any employer do should be holistic, covering all kind of well-being pillars, and not only mental or physical. It should cover all kind of pillars. As you saw in our 6 pillar, there's the financial well-being. This is very important.
Right.
The social well-being is also very important.
Mira Business FM, where business comes to talk.
This is Mira Business FM, and it's the importance of branding next. And my guest is a partner marketing director at Dell Technologies for the CEMETA region, which is Central Eastern Europe, the Middle East, Turkey, and Africa. Ben McDonald, that is a geography and a half.
It's a lot of countries.
I was going to say a lot of traveling.
Very diverse. Yes, there is a lot of traveling, but it's really very interesting. It's an interesting role, dealing with lots of different cultures, and it keeps me on my toes.
I can well imagine. So, well, let's start at the beginning. I want to kind of talk to you this morning about branding almost generically in a lot of ways, because, and I said this to you off air a few moments ago, I was always a person, I didn't really understand branding, marketing, personal branding, and I kind of was a bit, I don't think that's a real thing. And I've learned since that I was a complete idiot in that way, because it's a very important part of our lives. Broadly, when we say branding, what do we mean? How do you define the term?
Well, when you look at a brand, people might look at certain things, like even a particular color. We have quite a lot of interns come to Dell Technologies, and I talk to them about marketing and branding. And I have one slide in my presentation which has 2 colors on it, and it has red and it has blue. And then I ask the audience, tell me the 2 brands. And some people say, oh, it's Manchester United, or maybe it's Vodacom. But most people quite quickly say Coca-Cola. I'm like, okay, well, if the red is Coca-Cola, then what's the blue? Then the blue is Pepsi. And then that sort of starts me in my conversation about how powerful branding can be, that if you can literally just show a color, and most people would represent, I'm looking right in front of me now, that red color, most people would represent or think about a particular brand based on just a color, then that's how powerful a brand can actually be. So a brand is a combination of, it can be colors, it can be logos, all the logos that we know and love, taglines. Let's think about Nike. What's Nike? Just do it. Okay, right. And it's one of the most recognizable brands in the world. Certain colors. The company I work for, we sort of standardize on sort of a blue type color. Okay, and if you look at things like neuromarketing and you look at how the brain reacts to colors and numbers, there's a lot of science behind it. But so branding is a combination of all sorts of different things. But I think more and more nowadays, branding is also about what a company does versus what they say they are. So if they say they're this, they're that, they're the most ethical, they're this, but if what they do in practice is different, and that's what I know we're going to talk about authenticity in a little bit, as well. So branding can mean, a lot of different things, and there's a lot of different elements to what is a brand. And when you design a brand, my wife is a designer actually, and she designs logos, and she really sort of thinks about what people look at when they're looking at a brand. But it's certainly more than just the visual that you see on paper nowadays. A lot more to it. And different generations, and I'm sure you've had speakers before talking about all the different generations, X and boomers and Zs and alphas, and we think differently about work, about brands, and it's quite tricky in marketing to market to all of these different. So when you're working for a corporate or even a small company, when you're thinking about branding and how you appeal to your audience, it's actually a lot to think about.
Well, there is, and that's exactly what's going through my head. There's a minefield. Well, but let's look at branding in business. I want to talk to you about personal branding as well.
Yes.
That's a really interesting topic, but we'll come to that. First point I wanted to put to you is business is about trust, I think, almost before anything. In a product, in an offering, in paying on time, in treating customers, clients, employees with respect. Everything counts. Is that where you start when it comes to creating or thinking about a brand? Trust?
Well, I think, first of all, trust, as just a key foundation of being a human being now, trust is, important. And I think what you've seen, and there's been many surveys on this over the years, is that our perceptions of trust have just been declining. Our trust of people, our trust of brands. And when you look at the bigger subject of being authentic and authenticity, trust is right there. Absolutely. I think what happens nowadays, and we'll talk a little bit about personal branding, but certainly as organizations, you can be a hero one day and a zero literally the next the next day.
Yeah.
And consumers can vote with their feet very, very quickly nowadays. And they can bring down brands and celebrities and people very, very quickly. So trust is something that you got to build over time. If you're creating a brand tomorrow, you're not immediately going to get trust.
No.
Perhaps if it's a sub-brand of a trusted brand already, yeah, maybe there's an element there. But you certainly have to, walk the walk first for a period of time before you start gaining trust. And trust can be taken away so quickly as well. You can be trusted as a person, trusted as a brand, and if you do one step, out of line, it can go horribly wrong. There's actually, if you read Shoe Dog, which is the founder of Nike, there's some interesting stories there about Nike was, obviously doing great at the time, and then there was a lot of investigations about how they were manufacturing their products as well.
Yeah,
and there was a lot of distrust around the brand, so they had to rebuild their brand over the years. And so trust can be removed very, very quickly, but it's super important.
I mean, I'm thinking of that. This is the factories where the shoes were made, for example, or Samsung had that thing with the phone that was not exploding, but could ignite at one point. Brands, it seems to me, if you face it head on, and the trust is waning, but if you face things head on and you do that with heart, and I'm using all these terms, but
and
very
openness.
unscientific, and being open about it, you can recover from that. Samsung came out of that the phone thing
I
well.
often think, and you see this on the news sometimes when there's delays at airports, and the airlines are not telling the people that are waiting for flights any information whatsoever.
Yeah.
And I always think, if they were just a little bit more open, just to say, look, this is what's going on, people generally understand.
Yeah.
But people don't like it when they're not being told, or obviously if they're being, deceived in some way, shape or form. So openness, trust, authenticity, we're going to use that word a few times as well, super important for sure around brands, and also people brands as well. And I know we'll talk about that, but people are brands as well.
Okay, so credibility comes from trust in the, you do what you promise. You put your money where your mouth is, as it were. Being authentic, authenticity is the thing that we all talk about now. We're being our authentic selves. This is really who I am. And I often think when somebody says that, no, it's authentic. And I think, no, it's not really. I'm a cynical soul, probably. But actually, it's really hard, I think, to be yourself, because we're all putting on a front in some way, and that extends from people to brands to you name it. There's always the sheen of what you want to present, but behind that, it's a tough thing to do with real meaning, isn't it?
It is. If you think about that authenticity, and sometimes it feels like it's a bit cheesy when you're talking about these sorts of subjects.
I'm making marks whenever we say authenticity, and I've just crossed through
it's
the
like
four
bingo.
there.
I think we're going to do bingo, authenticity bingo. But look, it's something. I think about myself. I think about who I am at work and who I am at home.
Yeah.
And it is two slightly different people. And
that's all of us.
And I think that's absolutely fine. It's absolutely fine. I think as human beings, we can see through people quite easily. So I think when you see someone at work and then perhaps you see them acting, maybe I should use the word a bit fake.
Right.
I think it's very easy for us to spot, and then you don't feel like you have a genuine relationship with some of these people. So I think it is a fine line between being your true self and maybe amping it up a little bit in certain situations. Personally, I'm at home. I'm relatively shy. I'm not like the life and the soul of the party, but in my role in marketing, I know I have to stand up on stage and present, and I have to do things like this, and so I have to do things that are maybe a little bit out of my comfort zone, or activities that if my mum was seeing me do this, she would think, wow, I wouldn't have imagined Ben would be, doing a radio interview. So it's a fine line, that's for sure.
That's an interesting point, actually. Your mother would look at you proudly and think, no, I've raised my boy well, and he's he's out there doing it. But you're expected to take a lead in the role that you have, aren't you?
Absolutely. Look, I lead a relatively large team across lots of different countries, and that adds an element of pressure, in the role, is that people are looking to you for guidance, they're looking to you for coaching, and you're there to, guide the team, and also a lot of the times I'm the face of Dell Technologies as well. So I'm representing the company, and you have to be careful what you say and what you do, but it's a job I find exciting, and I get a lot of value out of it as well.
Okay, so that brings me to the personal brand. I'm holding off that for a minute because I want to come back to that later. But unique brands stand out, and one of the things I think across the board you can probably point to is either their story is slightly different, and the values in that story mean something to people. People are able to relate to that.
They connect to it.
There is a connection that you make. Or they're very effective at communicating themselves authentically. There we go. Another point on the paper there.
Yeah, I think people make connections with brands over the years for different reasons. It could be the Coke and Pepsi one is quite an interesting one. I used to live in South Africa for 16 years. And at certain stages during the history of South Africa, there were brands that pulled out of the country.
Right.
And if I think about, and this is an interesting discussion I've had with interns at work, the Coke Pepsi. I grew up with Coke because that was the brand that was available to me, and it was the brand that my dad liked. And so I have some sort of emotional connection. And I think as marketing, we're always wanting people to make some sort of emotional connections to our brands of some kind or another. And if you look at neuromarketing, it's quite interesting. If you look at some of the biggest brands in the world, how the brain reacts to some of those brands is on par with religion in some cases. I'm not going to mention the brand, but for people to stand in a queue before a shop opens when a product is just about to be released says something about that particular brand, and also how people have made a connection. And as marketeers, we're always trying to make some sort of emotional connection. I think as human beings, it's our nature to try and make connections with people, and we want to do that as brands. And some people are successful at doing it. Some brands are successful at doing that. And some brands have been doing that for years and years and years, and have a lot of history of making connections with people and understanding how consumers are thinking, how they're going to be thinking in the future. And they're just great at making those connections.
Is it science or is it art?
I think it's a bit of both. When in marketing, certainly now it's a mixture of both science and art.
Right.
We use a lot of science now, a lot of data in what we're doing in marketing around targeting of customers, in looking at and trying to predict the ways people are buying, and some of the new technologies that we're seeing today around AI is another interesting topic. We're being more successful now, even trying to predict what people are going to buy in the future, even before they may even know it, looking at their body language, and I'm meaning digital body language here, looking at trends, looking at when they tend to purchase products. And I think a classic example of something like that in predicting behavior is the supermarkets do a great job. Read an article once about they know that when a certain temperature hits, they know they have to stock the shelves with certain products.
Sure.
So there's definitely a science to it for sure, but there is still, which I think is quite nice, there's still a good art to it, as well. So when we're hiring for new marketing managers, when I'm hiring for new marketing managers, always looking for a nice balance between someone who's creative, someone who has the art side of things, but someone who very much understands the science and the data, because it is very much a data-driven world nowadays, and a lot of the decisions that we're making in our daily lives are based on ones and zeros and data.
Well, they all are now. I mean, this is the thing. We live in the technological age, don't we? Absolutely. If I can get my words out. So what about the impact of AI on branding? I know it's a topic that it's a hot topic, let's put it that way. But tell me,
it's a hot topic in my industry, that's for sure, in the IT industry. It's something that we started hearing about a few years ago. And then we started hearing about the creation of content via AI.
Yeah.
And there was a lot of people that were worried, perhaps the marketing industry, maybe in your industry, anyone who's creating content around, okay, so what happens to the human beings now? Because I can use some of these tools to create, we were talking about this off air, podcasts, videos, social media posts as well.
You were talking about your AI news.
Yeah, listening to AI news on the way here as well. So, sorry, all the DJs that are out there. I wasn't listening to a human being. So, yes, we've seen this sort of infiltrate, I suppose, the world over the last few years. Yeah. And I think as a human race, we start to get a bit panicky about some of these things. But if you look at history, we've always had a relationship with technology since we've been humans, but the technology has changed. Go back to the industrial revolutions and these big steam machines that were suddenly going to put everyone out of work. You've got people saying those type of things now, but the reality is that it's going to allow us, it's going to relieve workload from us as human beings. It's going to allow us to do more meaningful tasks. And if the technology is helping you 80, 90% of the way, and you're using your human instincts, and I would call it humanizing AI, to just tweak a little bit. So if it's helping you build a script, and then you just put your human aspect for the last 10, 20%, then that's great. And that's where, again, authenticity comes through.
Exactly. Well, I mean, that's just smart researching, isn't it? Essentially, it's harnessing it. I always kind of thought, people have been saying for years, the robots are going to take over, AI is going to take over, and I always kind of thought
Terminator syndrome.
It really was, yeah. It was Skynet, and I've always thought, no, just unplug them. Well, what are they going to do then? They've got no power. They're no good. I know that's a very simple way of looking at it, but it's about harnessing is the point. It's about using it to our own ends.
Exactly. One of the products that's out there, and I know there's a lot of products out there, but there's a product out there called from Microsoft called Copilot, and I love the name because it's the co-pilot to you as the pilot. So you as the human being are still the pilot, and then you've got the technology to help you on the side.
It is, but I would counter that by saying sometimes co-pilot tends to do a little bit more piloting than I necessarily need, and I'm like, could you switch that off, please? But I get you. But it is a useful thing used in the right way.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Yeah.
And that's where the key is, I think, and you nailed it there. Used in the right way.
Yeah.
You can overuse it. You can completely rely on it. You can let it do your job for you. You can let it write emails for you. But then that's where it becomes very difficult. And you're seeing it a lot, especially around content, photos, videos, posts on social media. Who actually wrote this? Was this a human that wrote this? Was it AI that wrote this? And the danger is that we become a bit lazy. And that if we want to do a post on LinkedIn, as an example, or X or wherever, that we let AI create it for you and you just copy-paste. Copy-paste post, done.
Yeah.
And really what you should do is, give it some guidance, because it's as good as the prompting that you're giving it. Give you some output, tweak it as a human being, maybe push it through AI again a couple more times, again, tweak it as a human being, and then post it. And then I think you have a nice balance between something that's humanized, but the technology to help you with things like grammar and spelling.
Yeah.
And maybe the wording of things.
Yeah, absolutely. No, let me give you an example of this. So I'm on holiday last summer, and I've done a lot of podcasting in the last few years. A friend of mine said to me, "You got your podcast license. What about your company branding?" And I'm like, "Well, it's only me. I don't really need, it's just I just do it sometimes." And he said, "No, well, you should have a logo and everything." I'm like, "Well, okay. Well, who's going to design that? It's going to cost me a fortune." So he just picked up his phone, types it into ChatGPT. And AI spat me out my logo, which is great. But it was my name and a microphone.
Yeah.
It was really dull. It really wasn't very thought out.
Not much soul in it.
There was zero soul in it at all. And I just kind of thought, well, if that's the best we can do here. But I recognise we're at an early stage here. So you're absolutely right. There's this collaboration, isn't there? And I think that's the way we have to look at it.
Absolutely.
That, AI is going to do this, but we're still the masters.
Yeah, we are. There's an interesting story a few years back in the 90s where Garry Kasparov, the Russian chess master, was playing chess against Deep Blue? And at the time, the humans had always won the chess match. And the match was something like 2-2, and it was the deciding. And the media at the time was like, well, if the machine wins, it's, the end of humanity, basically. And actually, the story was that the machine did win. And Garry Kasparov at the time was quite upset by it, to say, look, no, they trained the machine and it was sort of unfair. But in retrospect, years later, it's like exactly what you said. Actually, it's a partnership. And the technology is actually there to make hopefully humanity better, and not get in our way, but working together, we can make it, we can make it better together. And that's how we see it in our industry. It's not a replacement. It's really just to help us be more effective, more efficient than we currently are today. And as marketeers, exactly the same thing. If you were briefing an agency on a blog post, and then you pay, obviously, the agency some money, you wait a few days, you might get some output, and then you have to tweak it a few times. If you can do that today in AI, and if you can tweak it with your human brain afterwards, well, first of all, you can do that yourself without agency involvement. But then the question goes is, what about the agency that was doing that job before? Yeah. So I think companies need to also rethink their own business models as well, on how do you embrace this? Because this is a technology that potentially could put certain people out of business. But we've been great at pivoting as human beings over the years, so that's what I would say.
Well, there's a positive aspect to it, I suppose, isn't there? Yeah. Ultimately, we've kind of pivoted to AI from branding as well. Let's get back to branding. Yeah. So if you're effective at communicating your brand, people relate to your brand.
Yes.
The values mean something, what you stand for. And I think that's, we've got that far, that's really important. Branding is about visibility, it's about being noticed, but if you do it well, and I guess the simple approach is often the best approach here, it's the difference between being, a generic kind of service provider or something more unique. And that's where you want to be, isn't it?
Yeah. You want to be, you want to stick out, really.
Yeah.
Seth Godin, who's sort of like one of the marketing gurus in the US, has an interesting book called The Purple Cow. And it's quite a simple concept. You're driving down the road and you see a brown cow and a black cow and a brown cow and a black cow. And then suddenly you see a purple cow and you stop at the side of the road like, why is that cow purple? That cow is different. It's sticking out. It's unique in some way. And I've spoken to my own team about this, is, in a very simple term, if you're doing an event and you want people to come to an event, there's lots of events in Dubai that customers can come to. So what's your purple cow? How are you going to stick out? How are you going to cut through the clutter as well? Because also we're being bombarded with messages every day. There was a study that was done a while back, and it might surprise you how many messages that we receive as human beings. And the study said that we can be bombarded with up to 5,000 messages per day. And we're like, wow, how is that even possible? But then I started thinking about it, and I thought, well, actually, if I'm going to the supermarket that day, think about all the brands, all the tins of tomatoes that are saying, buy me, buy me, buy me. So maybe it's not 5,000 in your world, but maybe it's a few hundred or so. So we've been bombarded. So cutting through the clutter as a marketeer is one of our key challenges in the industry today, and being noticed, because the company I work for, there are other companies that do similar products. So how can we stand out? There are other podcasts out there, there are other radio stations out there, there are other TV channels out there. So how are people going to stand out? And it's really around differentiate. And there was a great business book maybe 30 years ago, Differentiate or Die, around how do you differentiate yourself, and maybe this starts creeping into personal branding. How do you differentiate yourself to the person that might look similar to you, they might dress similar to you, they might speak similar to you. So how do you differentiate yourself, against that? And that's also what the brands are trying to do as well, because there's multiple cups of coffee that I can buy, but why do I always go to one particular brand for that particular cup of coffee? And that takes some interesting analysis, I think, as well.
I don't know how you zero in on that connection thing that we have to certain brands. I don't know where that comes from, because you used a word earlier on, a phrase, emotional connection that we have to brands, and I don't know how you encourage that, how you inculcate that the big successful brands, the two that you mentioned, the Coke and the Pepsi brands, have managed to do that pretty successfully.
Yeah, and it's something, like I said, we strive for all the time as marketeers, is this emotional connection. And as human beings, no one human being is the same as another. And people make different connections in different ways, and the brain operates, I guess, in different ways. But yeah, look, there are success stories out there on brands that have made those connections.
It reminds me of something, actually. You're bringing up loads of things that are forcing
It's
me
interesting
back to
topics,
my youth. Well, it is, but one of those cola brands that you've mentioned, I have an emotional connection with, and it's just occurred to me. I went out with my mother took me in London when I must have been about, maybe I was 13, 14, something like that. Took me to the Cutty Sark, which is in Greenwich,
I know,
towards southeast London. And we had a day out together. It was one of those days out where you're with your mum, and it was a great day. And she bought me one of those cola brands, doesn't matter which one it is. And it was a really warm day, and it was an ice cold beverage. And I remember really enjoying it, and it really quenched my thirst, and I had a great day with my mum. So it was a really positive experience. But it's since then, I've always bought that brand.
Yeah.
So it goes back that far.
Yeah, and absolutely. Like where I work, we get lots of interns, and I started in the company I work for as essentially as an intern. And I've always, throughout my career, I've always made time for the interns that have come. Because I've believed that, they are the leaders of the futures. And just like your story now, if they have a good experience and they have like an emotional connection with a great couple of people that work for Dell Technologies, then later on in life, when they might be a business leader and they might be having to make some decisions around their IT infrastructure, they might just think, you know what? I had that great experience when I was like 16, 17 at that company. And you know what? It's like it's unlocked, a memory trigger.
It's paying it forward, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Exactly.
So if you're well branded, you get to use that favoured sort of business word of the moment, aside from authentic, but you get to use that word resilient. I think that's the thing now. By extension, if you're well branded, you're more attractive in the landscape today, because it's a competitive landscape.
It is, absolutely. It is a very competitive landscape out there, even for organizations, but as people as well. And that's where your own brand is important. And we sometimes talk about CEOs, but something called a MEO. MEO.
Okay.
Just heard that one recently, actually, and I thought it was quite interesting. And it's really people taking control of their own brand and their visibility as a brand. You know, you may work for a brand, but you are a brand as well. And you are an advocate for that brand. I am an advocate for the brand that I work for, but I am also an advocate for, I use the term I just used now, me-EO.
Okay, so how do you communicate? Well, if I was to say to you, let's go back 10 years, and I'm that guy where I say, oh, personal branding is just a load of old nonsense. You know, the idiot that I probably was, perhaps still am in some ways. Let's look at that. How would you communicate your brand to me? What are you, I don't know, projecting? What are you presenting? Who is Ben McDonald?
Yeah, well, I think first of all, anyone that goes through a journey of, well, what is my brand, they have to start somewhere.
Yeah.
And I often think about it as a looking in the mirror and a true reflection of yourself, like a real honest reflection, sobering. Like, who am I as a brand? Am I the person that, and I'm thinking from a work point of view, am I the person that always responds to emails late? Am I the person that always comes into the office early, always comes into the office late? Am I the person that at the company functions perhaps get out of hand a little bit sometimes, you know, as well? So I think that you first start with a very true reflection of, you know, who you are. So you assess, and then you start to figure out, okay, well, what do I want to be? What do I want to be known for? Maybe there's some things that you need to improve, like maybe you need to respond to your emails because that's part of your brand. But then you start thinking around, okay, well, you've got maybe your internal brand. You've got a brand, maybe even a personal brand, non-work brand. You've got your brand within the office, but you've got an external brand. Like today, I'm here representing myself, but also representing the company that I work for. So what I first started thinking about was, okay, well, I'm in two industries. I'm in marketing and I'm in IT. Okay, so, you know, what would be my voice, you know, around that? What sort of platforms are available nowadays? Like, you know, 10, 15 years ago, if you wanted to create a blog or something, it was all very complicated. But now you can jump onto something like LinkedIn, which is, I guess, really the preferred business social media tool. Yeah. You can write articles, you can post, and I think you got to figure out, and I had to figure out, well, what am I going to talk about? So I tend to talk about, obviously, things to do with technology, but I also like to talk about pop culture, branding. A few posts I've done around, I like movies. I love Back to the Future. I love the Star Wars movies. Done some posts around that. I always try and keep it fun, as well. I think a good rule to live by, especially around social media, is don't talk about yourself all the time. It's like going to a party. The most boring person is a person who's talking about themselves all the time. So I always try to keep a good balance between posting company information, but also posting, you know, interesting things from myself. So I started with a reflection of, you know, what are areas that I can maybe improve on, and think about topics that I know about that I can add some value to. And then I think one of the easy things to do, or two easy things to do on platforms like LinkedIn, is just click like. But something that takes a little bit more effort is actually to add commentary. Yeah. You know, if someone adds a post, you say, okay, well, that's interesting, but in the UAE, XYZ, whatever. Yeah. Or my experience is 1, 2, 3. And that takes a little bit more effort, but it also starts to build your own brand. So it's something that I've been doing consistently, and I decided to choose LinkedIn as my platform. And something that I've been quite fortunate to do is, one of my previous roles, I used to be a trainer. So I used to stand up in front of people and I used to train people on the products. Now I've carried that skill through the rest of my career. And fortunately, in the job I have today, I have great opportunities to do things like this. I have great opportunities to stand up on a stage and talk to customers and partners about marketing and the Dell Technologies brand. And that's something that would have been out of my comfort zone maybe 30 years ago. But sometimes you've got to just push yourself as well. So I think you've really got to decide what you want to do. You've got to be intentional about it. And it's not just a once-off a once-off thing. It's something you have to maintain.
So if you're thinking about your personal brand, for want of a better phrase, it's really about focus and zeroing in on what's important, isn't it? And there's kind of I don't know, it's almost a light bulb moment in some ways to me, that you think, no, this is actually who I am. This is who I need to present myself as, because this is my authentic self. Here we go, another tick on the piece of paper there. And it's about being consistently that person. People know what they're going to get, or maybe in the case of the US president, what they're not going to get. I mean, who knows? Because he's, I think, a very good example of a person with a very particular brand.
Yeah, one of my old bosses used to tell me quite an interesting story about. I don't even know if it was a real story, but he would drive past a car garage, and the advertising of the garage said, "We specialize in everything." Like, okay, well, how do you specialize in everything and all brands? So I think it's really deciding, well, okay, I can't talk about everything. I can't talk about HR. I can't talk about legal, because that's not my thing. Yeah. But I can at least say, look, I'm in the marketing community. That's a subject that I have some knowledge on. Am I a personal branding expert? No, but I have an interest in it. And I think it's a fascinating topic to talk about as well. So I kind of try to stay in my lane, put it that way. And I think that's what people need to decide of. Well, what are the lanes that you want to stay in? And then you start building your voice, and building a community, and people will want to hear from you as well, and hear what you want to say.
Yeah. But the thing is, we've now got social media. We're running out of time, unfortunately, but I just wanted to make this point. We've now got social media, which is a key part of so many people's brands, and kind of a linchpin for a lot of people. If you put 100 people in a room, finding the person with the really authentic personal brand, the real standout character, is kind of hard, because for 50% of the room, it will just be the loudmouth, and the other 50% will be really interested. So it's a very divisive thing. And I think social media has kind of amplified that in lots of ways. So whether you're being helpful or insightful or solution-driven, whatever your thing is, I think you have to kind of tread carefully, don't you?
Yeah, I think generally you have to tread carefully, especially around social media. I think there's so many examples. We were talking earlier about brands, or you can pick many celebrities that are literally a hero today and a zero, tomorrow. And my dad used to be a carpenter, and there was a rule that he used to live by, which was measure twice, cut once. And I think a perfect rule in the digital age that we work in social media is also think twice, click once.
Right.
And sometimes, especially, you can get yourself into trouble very quickly around social media.
You can.
So you do have to tread carefully. The digital body language that you are creating can't be erased very easily. So something will come back and bite you, very likely. Yeah. So generally you have to, and more in the workplace now, HR are looking at not just your CV, but they're looking at, hey, let's check out your profile.
It's the first port of call.
See what you've been doing.
Yeah.
Even my kids now, they're looking me up on Google searches, and like, oh, there's a video of Dad there, and like, yeah, okay. And also some random baseball player in the US who happens to be called Ben McDonald as well. Yeah.
I've got that with a golfer. Anyway, so look, last question for you, Ben. If somebody is listening to this now thinking, I've got a small company, I need to be more effective when it comes to branding my company, maybe themselves as well.
Yes.
Is there a simple kind of checklist of the things that you should be doing?
Yeah. Well, I think I'll put it as simple as I can, ABC. So assess where you are today. Right. And this could be for your brand as a company, but also your personal brand. Really, where are you today? Speak to friends, speak to family, speak to work colleagues, and have that real true reflection around, who am I as a brand, me, CIO, but also what am I trying to achieve even in my company. So you really need to assess. The B is really around build. Whether it's your personal brand or whether it's your company brand, you need to be very definite about how are you going to build your brand, your company brand. What does it stand for? All the things we talked about earlier, authenticity, last time, trust, all of those sorts of things as well. Yeah. And then once you've done the assessment and the building, you get to C, which is really got to care for it as well. Your brand, whether it be the company brand, is fragile. And it can be broken very, very quickly. So this is not just a once-off exercise. You have to come back every so often. And this is why you see brands so often tweaking their logos a little bit, tweaking their taglines, rebranding. And you see some of the best celebrities in the world. And think about, personal branding. The example I tend to use is David Beckham, actually.
Okay.
David Beckham is well known to people that are way younger than me, that don't even know that he played for Manchester United. And the fact that he's been able to create this brand Beckham and reinvent himself year after year or every few years, or another example I like to use for the older generation, maybe like us, is Madonna. Madonna has reinvented herself since 1984.
She's the queen of that.
Every few years.
Yeah, for sure.
And she is still relevant today. Maybe not as relevant as in the late 80s, but she continues to build a new fan base, and that's what brands need to do. You can't just also continue selling or appealing to a certain group of customers. You've got to start bringing in new customers all the time.
It's a constant process
exactly.
of evaluation, re-evaluation,
exactly.
and kind of action,
And that's why I like, everyone can relate to the celebrities, and everyone can think about, I love Tom Cruise as well. Guy's been around for years and he's still relevant and he's still, top drawer box office because they've reinvented themselves. They have different looks, different ways of doing things over the years. And that's how people can be successful. So look, we're not David Beckham, I'm not David Beckham, but I can be brand Ben. And maybe the final thought is also in the workplace. Often you are replacing someone that was before you. You don't want to be called the next Ben. Whoever takes on my job in the future, oh, you're the new Ben. No, I don't want to be the new Ben.
Yeah, that's a good point.
I want to be the first whoever. And often, I'll use a football analogy here. People say, this person's the new David Beckham, the new George Best, or whatever. The best footballers would say, well, actually, I'm not the new, I'm the first Ben. So that's what you really need to do.
It's a good place to end there, I think. So it is. Being your authentic self and an authentic conversation. I'm just getting 2 more authentics in. I've done 3. Ben McDonald is the marketing director at Dell Technologies. It's been interesting. John, I mean that. Thanks for coming in.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate it.
Thanks for the time.
It's the Morning Drive. It's Mira Business FM. A like, a subscribe is always appreciated. Wherever you find us from, across social media and the online universe, get in touch. Tell us what you think. Everything we do, you can watch or listen to again, or both, and find us where you get your podcast from. Just search Mira Business FM.
Mira Business FM, Dubai's home of business radio. Business FM. The sound of success.
It's the morning drive with me, Tamilian. It's food and retailing now, and why Korean groceries are emerging as a profitable retail play in the UAE. Now, they're steadily shifting from a niche kind of ethnic offering, if you like, to a commercially viable retail category across the UAE. And that's driven by, I guess, rising consumer awareness, the influence of Korean culture, it would be fair to say, expansion through quick commerce platforms, and increased availability of halal certified products. K-food is now attracting some pretty serious attention from retailers and distributors. In fact, and these are startling statistics, according to the Korea Customs Service, South Korea's instant noodle exports rose 22% in 2025. I'm reading here to be accurate, reaching a record $1.5 billion, just over dollars, and marking the 11th consecutive year of growth. So there's a little bit of additional context, I think. Now, Chang Sup-shin is the CEO of 1004 Gourmet, which is a company at the forefront of importing and distributing Korean grocery products in the UAE. And he is with me. Welcome to you, Chang. Nice to
Thank you so much for having me on.
You're very welcome. I'd like to get some detail as to the growth and the economics of this category known as K-food. It's K-everything, it seems to be at the moment, wherever you look. First thing is, though, why is it that Korean groceries are increasingly being viewed, as I put it there, as a profitable retail play, do you think?
I think profitable is obviously relative to the business, but I think there's definitely been a rise in the awareness of Korean food thanks to the likes of the Samyang Buldak spicy noodles that you mentioned. The instant noodle craze has exploded since COVID. Ever since those noodles came out, I personally thought it was going to be a trend, but no, it's
really not.
It's getting bigger and bigger, which is amazing to see. To see more Korean noodles represented on the shelves all around the world. But also, obviously, there is the Korean pop music that's become phenomenally popular around the world as well. Korean dramas, Squid Games, it's a Netflix show, but still, it is a Korean show. And
it's very much identified as a Korean show as
exactly,
well, isn't it? That's
exactly.
the thing. The whole, the heart of it, I think.
Exactly. I mean, all Korean cast, obviously, Korean written, Korean directed. Just backed by Netflix. And of course, the biggest show of last year was K-pop Demon Hunters. Again,
Good point.
I think if you have kids, you know the lyrics to Golden by now.
Yeah.
So
don't I just?
Yeah, it's a multifaceted approach to kind of raising the awareness or the popularity of Korea, and it's been a mix of social content, government kind of initiatives to promote Korean food or Korean culture, Korean travel, things like that. And we have appropriated the word K. Now everything with K is Korean. So, but also nowadays, just to I don't want to leave this out, but last year for the first time in history, Hanu, which is basically Korean beef. Han is Korea, U is beef, and Hanu has received the halal certification or the approval in the UAE. So you'll definitely see more of that in the city this year.
Well, I think that's important to point out. I'm just waiting for you to appropriate the Kit Kat and it will become the K Kat. I'm waiting for that. Looking forward to it. Just give us an idea. Can you put into perspective in some way? How you do this is completely down to you. Just how big is the Korean grocery market in the UAE at the moment? And how fast is it growing? If you can kind of quantify that in any way.
I think it's thing about doing business in Dubai is you're unable to kind of get real numbers of how big the market is, especially in niches like what we're in. There are not many Korean supermarkets in the city. To be honest, recently one supermarket closed down, and it just shows how even though there is awareness and there may be a market for anything, it's just difficult to run a business, when it comes to cash flow, operations, HR, management, and everything. But relative to us, I can confidently say that we've grown kind of 20% CAGR in the last 5 years. So since COVID, we've been quite lucky to expand our team from 150 to now 300 people. So if that gives you a bit of a outlook or an insight into the growth of Korean food business, I think that's one standard. But yeah, I think there has been also a bit more of an online approach to running a Korean grocery business. So I'm seeing more kind of snack box delivery concepts and things like that. But yeah, again, it's tough to say an X percentage, but personally, in our business, we've grown 20% CAGR in the last 5 years.
I mean, it's as good an example as any, obviously. What is it, do you think, that's driving the growth? You named, I mean, Korea is very well marketed, obviously, the K phenomenon, if you like. But is it mainly expats, local consumers? I mean, we've got this hugely wide demographic of different consuming nationalities here in the UAE. Who's buying into the K thing, for want of a better word?
Yeah, I think, to be honest, I've personally seen the growth of Korean culture in the last 10, 15 years. It's nowhere near as big as it is right now. But having said that, our Korean clientele was at one point 70%, and now it's less than 20%.
Right.
We just opened up a branch in Al Ghurair Center where a lot of the demographics are Filipinos. So in that, 90% are Filipinos.
Right.
And so I think you're definitely seeing a lot more of a diverse group of people being interested in Korean food, but also it's not just people that are interested in Korean food, it's people that are interested in cooking per se. So if you like to cook at home, there's a high chance that you would want to cook Korean food or you want to make your own kimchi. And so we're definitely seeing a lot more people coming into the shops from other countries. And again, that is thanks to a lot of the, soft dramas and music and again, the activations that are happening around the city that are Korean. So yeah, another good point is also non-Korean concepts are starting to onboard Korean dishes and Korean concept events and things like that, which is pretty cool.
Okay.
So yeah.
And people kind of align themselves, I suppose. I mean, our producer Michael here is a huge fan of, seems like everything Korean. He's from the Philippines, but I wonder if I think he might be Korean. I'm not absolutely sure, but from a retail perspective, what is it about Korean grocers that I guess attractive as a business? What would your thoughts be on that?
So we started 1004 Gourmet in 2008 because a lot of the Koreans that lived in UAE at the time were actually living in Deira in Al Ghurair Center and the likes. But then we started to gravitate towards the Greens, the Marina Six Towers, and at that time in 2008, there wasn't a Korean restaurant nearby. The closest one was in Karama. So my father and the founder, he decided to open up in the Greens, and we started off as a Korean supermarket. We didn't know at that time that it would evolve to what it is right now, but that's how we started. And the attractiveness, I think, of being in a niche segment is that you have a bit more of a higher margin. I think you tend to be a destination, I think, if you're a Korean supermarket, so people come and find you, as opposed to a business like, your regular FMCG supermarkets, like in hypermarkets and things like that. It's all about location and where you're at and the spend power of the people around that area. But for us, I think, because it is a niche, people tend to come and find us. So we'll have people traveling from Al Ain or Sharjah to come to our shop in the Onyx Tower. I've had a customer, we have many customers traveling, via Dubai, transferring to another country, and they'll buy products which they can't find in their country. So if they live in India or Pakistan or Africa, they'll buy boxes of Korean food and they'll ship, to take it, hand carry it as their luggage. So, so yeah, I think that's one of the benefits of being in a niche industry, like especially a Korean supermarket. You're a destination, but I think one of the challenges is that there's a lot of noise out there. So you definitely have to do creative marketing campaigns to get the noise out, because it's hard for people to find you if you don't.
Sure. What products are performing best right now?
I always say our biggest categories are usually products that you can grab and go, products that are easy to eat. So snacks, confectionaries, ice creams, and beverages, and of course instant noodles.
Instant noodles are the thing, aren't they?
Yeah, you know what? I don't know. So Koreans and Japanese as well, we're quite meticulous. One of the reasons I heard this online. One of the reasons why Korean drama became so popular is because they actually write it real time, which is insane. So imagine you're showing your first episode and you're seeing the response and the feedback from the public about that first episode, and you're writing the second episode relative to what the public feedback is.
Yeah, okay.
And I think we're very good at that. And having said that, we're very good at kind of pushing the boundaries to make things better and better and better. And same thing with the Japanese. Japanese are even better than Koreans in that sense, in my opinion. We have an artisanal approach whenever we do things, and just the quality of the noodles, the flavor of the broth, the easiness of making the noodles and things like that is just top notch. And I think that's been one of the reasons why it's become so popular.
I think those figures are just, I mean, they're staggering. 22% in 2025. I feel a bit old kind of talking about the instant noodle as a segment, but 22% in a space as crowded as the instant noodle segment is. I mean, it really brings things, I think, into focus. So I have to ask you about kimchi from a personal perspective as well, because it's something that I'm kind of growing, I don't know, far too much of a love for. Is that a thing here in the US? This is a completely personal question, nothing to do with the business aspect of this.
No, it does
recording.
actually, because kimchi is our country's traditional food. It's the symbol of Korea. Kimchi is inherently Korean.
Yeah.
And we've seen a huge growth in kimchi all over the world. Now, the regular kimchi is made with cabbage. Now everybody's making it with different, fruits or vegetables even. And it's one of the healthiest foods in the world. It's might be one of the reasons why Koreans live long. And it's great for your gut, and I think guts are very important as we age. So I highly recommend it.
They are, that's for sure. Where's most of the growth coming from? Is it coming from supermarkets, specialty stores, delivery platforms? Where are you seeing growth?
So our business is omnichannel. We're not only in retail. We currently have 5 shops, but we're also selling on Amazon itself, but also on InstaShop and Deliveroo and the likes. And we also have a wholesale division that sells to around 500 hotels and restaurants. And so, to be honest, it's growing in all facets,
Really?
in all layers. We're getting a higher traffic. We're doing a lot of online campaigns as well. We're doing also events with hotels and restaurants to kind of bring in traffic in that way. But in general, we've seen more of a demand for Korean ingredients. Whether it's kimchi or gochujang, products that were not really sought after 10 years ago, we're getting questions about. So that's really, really interesting.
It's not like it's like a, not a, I was going to say sauce. It's not a sauce, is it? It's like a paste.
Chili paste, yes.
Chili paste.
Gochujang is a Korean. So there's 3 main jang. Chang is it means paste. It's a fermented paste.
Yeah.
And there are 3 different types. One is gochujang, which is a chili paste. One is doenjang, which is a soybean paste. And then there's a samjang, which you see in the Korean barbecue spots. You see, there's they give you a dab of this paste, and that's a mix of gochujang and samjang. And we're getting questions about it every day, which is amazing. And I think that also is thanks to a lot of the successful Korean restaurants around the world and the representation of Korean chefs in the top restaurants around the world. For example, in America, the best restaurant in North America is a Korean restaurant called Atomix. Recently, it's not really popular as popular in Dubai or the Middle East, but Culinary Class Wars in Korea is crazy. It's a cooking show in Korea. Highly recommended. It's super intense. You get really impressed by the creativity of the chefs in the show, and the grit, and because of these things, I think we're seeing more restaurants and even supermarkets, local supermarkets that are not Korean, interested in selling Korean products.
You mentioned, is it Hanu?
Hanu, yes.
Hanu, okay. So how important has this halal certification been in unlocking?
Extremely, extremely important. Hanu is, I would say, on par with Wagyu. Wagyu obviously is known for its marbling, fattiness, and tenderness. So Wa is Japan and Gyu is meat.
Yep.
Han is Korea and U is meat. So it's not only similar in name but also in quality. And I always say they're both amazing, but I say that the fat in Wagyu is delicious, but the meat in Hanu is delicious. The chew, the flavor of the meat is amazing. And it's really important because when you're supplying to restaurants, it's the proteins that matter. Obviously, we have 3,500 products. We sell a lot of different kinds of products to restaurants, whether it's carbs like noodles or sauces or drinks. But protein is where a bulk of the money is spent by the consumers, and it's where the biggest amount of money is earned by the restaurants. And so we weren't able to kind of increase our sales because there's no Korean protein to sell besides seafood. And so the fact that this has been accomplished, I think you'll definitely see not just me but other suppliers bringing in Hanu. But it's great for the Korean food industry because we're able to get a piece of the meat pie. Yeah.
I love your phrasing. I do. How far away are we from seeing Hanu in there or thereabouts with Wagyu? Because Wagyu is just top quality meat as far as I can tell. How far are we from seeing Hanu at that?
Oh, we're gonna get there. It's gonna take a while.
Yeah.
Wagyu has had decades of decades of time to promote their beef and to work with a lot of the chefs and do a lot of different marketing campaigns to push it. But I think now you will slowly see a lot more Hanu representation on menus, and I'm personally working with chefs and restaurants to promote it. And so, yeah, I think you'll have to ask me in a year's time, and we can see how we did, and we can reflect on how we did.
Well, you'll have an invitation.
But
to come
having
back,
said
for
that,
sure.
if you don't mind me promoting myself, because I'm on this platform, but we're doing an event with Shewan, which is an amazing restaurant on the Palm, and Hanu will be showcased there, so you'll be able to see it there. And also on the 26th, in partnership with Gulf Food, we're going to do a collaboration with June's in downtown with Chef Calvin, and you'll see Hanu on the menu there. So slowly, we're doing marketing campaigns to get the word out, both retail and through restaurants and online. And so through all of these ideas, again, you never know how the crowd will react, right?
No,
so,
for sure.
We'll see how we do.
We'll watch this space, I guess. You start. When did you start? It was 2007?
2008, but also I was at that time, I had graduated. I worked in New York for a year in real estate, actually. And then I went to Japan for 6 months to kind of learn the culture and language before joining the business. And I joined in the end of 2009, early 2010. So for me, it's been 15 years.
Okay, and in that time, you now have 5 stores? I think you said.
Yep.
What have been the challenges, particularly in the challenges when it comes to scaling in the the space that you're in?
I think one of the biggest challenges of scaling is not knowing how to scale. Like, scale is such an easy word to just talk about, but
it is. Yeah.
I think when you're in a business where it's interactive and personal, I still believe in retail. No matter how much we talk about AI and tech, especially post-COVID, I feel like more and more, especially the youth, they tend to gravitate towards interaction with other people, real human interaction, not just online interaction. So
food promotes that as well, doesn't it?
Exactly.
It's all about that.
And and having said that, I think scaling is easier said than done. I think I grew up in Dubai. I spent 33 years there, and I have a lot of good friends that I take advice from. And again, even if you do take those advices, you have to take the action yourself and make sure you execute it in the right way. But I think scalability-wise, I think Dubai, the business ecosystem is quite friendly. It is getting a bit more expensive than before, but it is friendly in a sense where you can open up new licenses and you can hire more people and things like that. But for me personally, I think we've spent a lot of time in our back end and in making sure our systems are it's still not perfect and nowhere near where I want it to be. But we've had somewhat of a solid foundation to grow with, and that definitely helped us scale a bit faster and bigger. And COVID is a great example. We were operating obviously the restaurant division and the retail division, but during COVID, our restaurant sales went from 100% to 99 to 0.1%. Our restaurant division just crashed because nobody was eating out.
Sure.
But then we were able to mobilize that team to support the retail division and to do more deliveries. So our online deliveries went up 4x during COVID. It's come down since then, but that allowed us to kind of give us a taste of how we should operate our business and what kind of direction we should go in.
Yeah, and your thinking seems nimble in its approach to me.
Yeah, I tend to be a bit flexible,
Yeah.
open-minded, and I try not to get too stressed about tough situations, I think.
Best way to be. What can you do?
Exactly.
If it's going to happen, it's going to happen. How competitive is the market at the moment?
So this one supermarket that closed down, to be honest, I didn't want it to close down. I believe in friendly competition, and I think competition breeds, competition allows us to push ourselves to our limits and to come up with creative ideas. And I think if you're idle, you're dead. And so it's a shame to see that they closed, but we're also seeing more and more local retailers stock Korean food. And again, I'm a big fan of that as well, because I think we have to grow the pie together, and there will always be enough customers for everyone. And so in terms of competition, you say, I see to a certain extent local supermarkets as competition, but also I see them as allies in terms of working together to grow the business, to raise awareness, because ultimately that's how we grow that pie. When you're selling a generic kind of product like water or ketchup, the market is limited. There's only a certain amount of people in this country that are going to buy that on a daily, weekly, or monthly basis. But when it comes to niches like us, we have to continue to raise awareness, continue to activate and promote to grow that pie, because it's still, I would say, 90% of the people that live here haven't really tried proper Korean food. So, yeah.
Yeah, you're a family business. Your father started the business.
Yes.
Is that right? Okay. So what do you think, aside from I guess the family aspect must be an important aspect, but what sets 1004 Gourmet apart? Do you think? What would you say to that?
What sets us apart, I think, is the fact that we are a family business. We're not a huge conglomerate. We are very obviously invested in our brand, both financially, personally, and emotionally. And I think when you run a business like that, there's a bit more attentiveness. There's a bit more character, I would say. Another thing is that we don't limit ourselves to Korean food. We market ourselves as a Korean supermarket because Korea, is hot right now. But we carry products from Japan, Thailand, Taiwan, China, Malaysia. We even stock some products from the UK. We import a brand called Saicho, which is a sparkling tea. And it's an Asian kind of branded product. It's actually half Hong Kong, half British product. And they make it in England because the bottling facilities are great there. But yeah, like we are always active. We're not as aggressive as we can be because we are a family business, but I think we had a bit more character than others.
Let's look ahead a little bit. Where do you see the opportunities over the next year, 3, 5? What are you looking at?
Personally, we obviously want to open up more shops. My wife's in the Korean beauty business. She has 3 shops right now. She supplies some of the top beauty retailers in the city. And we definitely want to open up more shops for her because in Algora Center, where we opened last year in July, she has, it's kind of embarrassing, but also I'm very proud. She has less than 20% of the space and she does like 50% of the sales.
That's not a bad position to be in.
Yeah. So
Well, Korean beauty influencers.
it's embarrassing because I'm
beauty
losing this
products,
battle in the family. She's the shining light in our family now. But I'm very proud because she's achieved so much, and hopefully I can retire faster.
Sometimes you just have to acquiesce. That's just how it works. Look, I had one very quick question. I'm being told to finish because we're running over time.
No worries.
What is it, and I mean this with the greatest of respect, but what is it about Korean culture that's so attractive to people? Because wherever you look, it's K-pop. It's hanbok, isn't it? The traditional kind of dress is very identified. Street fashion from K-pop, I suppose, or K-cinema, or K-dramas, or tech, or cuisine. I mean,
I think it's so multifaceted in terms of Korea as a whole. I think we do again have an artisanal approach to the way we do things, and somebody said there's a book about this. It's called nunchi. It's kind of how you observe and perceive things, and so. For example, if you're with your elders, you need to wait until they start eating before you start eating. Right. If their glass doesn't have water, you should know that as somebody younger and pour them water. You have to be very observant, and that is kind of in our DNA. We're taught to be like that at a young age, to observe, to make sure that your elders are respected, but also taken care of, as long as your younger brothers and sisters or whatnot. And that has provided us with a special skill of having a really good attention to detail. And when you have good attention to detail, you're able to, in my opinion, these are all my opinions, there are no facts in this, but in my opinion, that allows us to kind of push the limits of how we can do things better. What kind of lighting should I use? What shape should a table be? What kind of mic is the best? And so when it comes to food, obviously, we're pushing the boundaries to become the #1 restaurant in North America. Cooking shows or TV shows like Squid Games or movies or dramas. One of the good things about our dramas is it's easy for people from other countries to digest, is because it's quite family friendly. For lack of a better term, I think a lot of the content in the West is kind of, I don't know if I can use it, it's a bit trashy, like the reality TVs of the world and things like that. You know what I'm saying? Like
it can be.
Like it's a lot of things that I wouldn't show my kids because you don't learn anything from it. Sure. Whereas in Korea, the TV shows are very family oriented and things like that. Music, obviously, they're able to understand what young people like, and they're able to create music around it. So, yeah, it's multifaceted, but I think one of the core values is that we have nunchi, and I think that's a lesson for today.
That's the lesson I've learned. That's a great word as well. So it is. Chang Suk-shin is the CEO of 1004 Gourmet, importing, distributing Korean grocery products and more here in the UAE. It's been great to talk to you. Thank you.
Thank you. Really appreciate it.
It's the Morning Drive. This is Mira Business FM. Like, subscribe, always appreciated. Wherever you join us from, get in touch. Tell us what you think about our content. And everything we do is available to watch and or listen to again. Find us where you get your podcasts by searching Mira Business FM.
Mira Business FM, Dubai's home of business radio.
This is Mira Business FM. It's the Morning Drive with me, Tim Elliott, and we're going to be talking recruitment and HR and jobs and stuff like that in a moment. Just a reminder, you can download the podcast wherever you get your podcast. Just search Mira Business FM and you can find whatever you want to listen to or view again there. We're on social media, of course. We're on the website, mirabusiness.fm, and also across most of the social media platforms. Contact us, info@mira.fm, and you can also WhatsApp the studio directly, whatsapp.mira.fm, or if you need the number, listen carefully, 522-789-567, and that should bring it up. Now, David McKenzie is back with us. David is the founder, the CEO, the head honcho, the big linchpin, cheese, all of that at McKenzie Jones, which is a recruitment firm.
You're going to call me El Jefe one day.
I'm thinking about that. Yeah, the chief or something. Nice to see you.
And yourself, yeah.
And you're back from Saudi?
The Magic Kingdom,
yeah. I know.
Got back this morning.
Everything okay?
Yeah, it's actually slowed down.
Okay.
Yeah, the Kingdom slowed down a bit recently. I think PIF are restructuring their budgeting. There's a few of the projects may go on hold, the big giga projects,
Right.
and that sort of affected the whole of Saudi. But I love going there. I love the place. I like the Saudis. It's a really interesting place to work in at the moment.
You got a good thing going at the moment, actually, because you kind of here and there, and I don't
everywhere.
mean here and there, here, there, and
Flying
everywhere.
out tonight again as well.
Well, you are, yeah.
I
So
know.
I mean, it's busy, isn't it?
It is. Look, it's busy. Interesting. I just talking to my guys today about writing an overview on the market and their year, and I think the overall sentiment would be it's been the first half of this year was fantastic. Recruitment was on fire. The second half has been quieter, and I think Q4 has been quite quiet.
Okay.
I think people are gearing up for next year, and I'm not sure what's going to happen next year. It may be a flattish year.
Well, that's one of the things we're going to talk about today, because one of the stories, we'll get to this in a little while, but it is nearly half of firms plan to hire more staff in 2026. We'll look at some of the top sectors. But there's also, so that's about 2/3, but the other third think, no, we're not. We're going backwards.
I think people are more cautious about hiring and the types of people they're hiring. So as a job seeker, this is a good time to reflect on what you want to do, even if you're not looking. And I talked to you about this before. One of my biggest concerns about people when they look for jobs is they do it instinctively. They go, right, I'm not happy, I'm going to look for a job now.
Right.
What you should do, it's a bit like training for a marathon. You've got to train constantly. So you've got to get your CV sorted, your LinkedIn profiles, you've got to connect with people, and you've got to be aware of what's going on in the marketplace all the time. It's almost like a full-time thing.
Well, that's interesting, actually, because that's another of the stories I want to talk about. One of the things that I noticed this week was recruiters talking about why December is the best month. And I don't know if it's the best month, but the best month to get hired was the headline. And that's kind of interesting, because some of the advice in there is, I mean, it's all relevant, don't get me wrong, but some of it is, it's a good time to do this, and there are reasons why they're putting forward that December's a great month. But, time to refresh your CV, time to get your LinkedIn profile up to date. But I'm thinking, shouldn't your CV always be up to date? Shouldn't your LinkedIn profile always be refreshed?
You
Really?
make a great consultant.
Not that mine is, because mine still had the open to work thing that I put on 5 years ago, and then somebody said, "Oh, you shouldn't be doing that. You're going to get loads of scammers." I was like, "Oh, take that off."
Did you? Did you get loads of scammers?
I seem to attract scammers. I get people. I'll show you a picture of somebody that was trying to scam me the other day.
A picture?
Yeah,
They sent you a picture?
I'll show you.
I think that's another type of scam.
It was a very weird scam. I'm blocking you. I don't like this. Leave me alone. I ran away like a frightened little boy. But that's interesting. But you should. It should be up to date all the time.
I think this is the biggest failing of candidates, and I see across the whole of recruitment, is that people start looking when they're either unhappy, they feel they're not going anywhere.
Yeah.
What you should do is you should constantly be looking. And the reason I say that is you're then aware of what's going on in the marketplace, the companies that are hiring, the companies you want to join, and also it keeps you fresh. You should be sharing articles on LinkedIn and really making yourself as available as possible. It's easy to say no.
Conversely, though, employers looking at that, your boss is looking at that thinking, he's going to jump, she's going to jump, where are they going to go? Why do I need them? I mean, there's always that. So, but you're smiling, so it's like...
It's not a bad thing, is it?
What?
Well, I think, look, the relationship you have with your employer is a really interesting one. I think if I look at my team, I encourage my guys to be honest with me, because if they're unhappy here and they want to look, I encourage that, because if it's something they're unhappy about and we can solve it, then we'll solve it. If we can't solve it, they don't like the company, don't like me or whatever, unheard of, by the way, it's worth looking around. Yeah. But the reality is, I think if employer says, well, why are you looking? If you're passively searching, we call it passive searchers, don't put open to work on your profile.
Right.
Because what you can do, whatever happens, is recruiters look for people who've got the right skill set. Whether you're open to work or not, we'll always call you. So the more your CV or your name comes up in a search on LinkedIn, because you share content, you're connecting with different people, you're very active on LinkedIn, the algorithm pushes your profile up. We'll see it more.
There's another thing here, isn't there? That it's your relationship with your company, with your employer. It's important. Of course it's important, but it's not a personal relationship.
No.
And I think people get, I've been guilty of this in my life. I've always thought, I'm really passionate about this. Probably not, but I felt that way, and I felt it was kind of the only thing. and maybe paid too much attention to and got a little bit too much involved. I was never that distant. It's different if it's your thing, I guess. But I think a lot of people confuse the personal side with the business side.
Yeah, but if I look at a couple of my people in the organisation, they're really passionate about MJ.
Right.
They really like working for the company, and that's reflected in how they perform in the business. So I think you really have to have a sense of pride in the company you work for, or a sense of you enjoy working there. Now, that may only happen 80% of the time.
Right.
The other 20%, you hate it. You hate going in. It's a terrible day. Your PC doesn't work, and the coffee tastes like rubbish. Fact.
Is your coffee not good in the
Our
office?
coffee's amazing.
I thought it
It's
was
really good. It had to be.
Just
So,
continue.
but on a serious note, you've got to feel like you're engaged with your company, or else there's no point in working there. But there are people that work just to live.
Yep.
And there are people that live to work.
Yeah.
I'm the live to work. I love working. I love my job. I like Mackenzie Jones, but I was equally good when I worked for another recruitment, and when I ran Monster. I loved working there, and I put my heart and soul into it. Now, ultimately, you've got to remember a company at some point may let you go. You may not be in vogue. You may not be relevant, and you have to then be dispassionate and go, okay, maybe my time is done.
It's hard for people, I think, isn't it?
It's hard for every. It's like when you break up with a woman, and that's happened to me an awful lot. It's
Like when you break up, or they break up with you.
They always break up with me. It's never the other way around.
But it is. I mean, but you're right.
It's a very.
I mean, we laugh, but it is an emotional situation.
Yeah, and when you get made redundant, and when you leave a company, there's a grieving process that you go through.
Yeah.
And especially if you've been there a long time, because you feel like they've just thrown you out, and you don't. What have I done to deserve that? I've given you 10 years of my life, and you've got rid of me. So what you have to do is analyse why they've got rid of you, and have that communication with your old company, and figure out why. And so you go through the process of understanding and accepting, and it really is. So one of the things we look at whenever a candidate phones me up and says, I've been made redundant, it's not a bad thing, by the way. It's just the company's shifted, the market shifted, you're not right for that particular role. You just have to understand, right, how can I use that when I go to a new company? How do I explain what's happened?
It's always the case, though, because I've been through this. I remember when I was made redundant, I talked to you.
Yes.
This is a long time ago, but it was, I probably still feel it, if I'm honest. I thought maybe you didn't keep your best. You could have done better. But I mean, that's a different thing. But you're right, and it is a tug, and there definitely is a grieving process, and you do get to a point where you go kind of through all those stages, and you end up at acceptance. And because if you don't accept something, it's going to always nag you.
But recruiters understand that, and I think employers understand that, because some of them have been through that process as well. Yeah. It's not a doubt. It's not a bad thing being made redundant. It's not a bad thing, leaving your job. You just have to accept. If you get fired, it's a very different story.
I guess so. Yeah.
Because here the culture is not so much a firing. It's more about letting people go and letting them move out of the organisation. It's probably a bit kinder than some of the European countries where you literally get fired.
Yeah.
You have 3 warnings and you're fired. So, but I think you've got to understand that may happen to you at any point in your career. So what you have to do to mitigate that is constantly look. And if your boss says to you, are you looking? Say, no, I'm not looking, but I'm always active on LinkedIn, because you never know what might happen. In your boss's head's going, he's a really good employee, she's a really good employee. They're not looking, but if somebody contacts them, they might move. How do I look after them? It's a reverse psychology to a degree.
I guess there's an aspect as well, though. If you're active on LinkedIn, you're active at following up on whichever area you work in. So you're keeping up to date with trends and perhaps training and whatever else. So there's always that side as well.
Articles, you're sharing your views on the marketplace, you're becoming a thought leader. Those are the things you need to do to become valuable to a recruiter or to a potential employer.
Are thought leaders still a thing?
I think they are.
Yeah.
I think we call them influencers now, don't we?
Something like that, or content creators. I'm not sure quite what it is. No, I know. I think content creators are okay. Influencers maybe less so. But I think also, to be fair to somebody that does influencing, now I think it's a much more established field. I think we've weeded out kind of the, I'll get out of bed at 12 and do an ad for a coffee company.
No, I don't
it's
like
a much
coffee.
more professional process.
Yeah, look, we know Alex, Supercar Blondie, and she's a prime example of somebody that was passionate about her cars, and then made that passion her job. And we know she works really hard at that.
She's killed it. She really has. She's
so good, isn't she?
brilliantly
Yeah.
well. She's very good, but then she always was. She was always super hardworking.
But she's such a lovely.
Deserves it.
I bumped her on the beach the other day, and obviously there's a blonde lady looking at you, and obviously my wife, and I went, "Oh, fantastic!" I looked around, and Alex went, "David." I went, "Hey, Alex." A little disappointed it might have been somebody looking at me, but
Yeah, but it was just that moment. That's enough. When you get to our age, that's plenty.
exactly.
There were loads of things I wanted to talk to you about. We haven't even started yet, and it's
Normally.
we're nearly halfway through. So nearly half of firms plan to hire more staff in 2026. Top sectors, is that true or not? Recruiters revealing why December is the best month.
Yep.
We'll try to get to that. Unfair appraisals is, I thought, quite interesting. Network in the UAE, but I thought we'd start with the thing that you sent because this is good, and this is kind of where we started. Job search tips that will help you land your dream job. Now, this is an article that you sent through, and I thought maybe if you're job hunting now, maybe we start, in order and start with the top job search strategy for finding a new job, and that is networking.
Yeah. UAE is brilliant. Saudi's brilliant for this because you should always network constantly, always connect up with people, ask people's advice. If somebody asks you for advice, give it to them.
Yeah.
If a journalist phone you, speak to them. All those sorts of things. And networking here is brilliant because when people are looking for their job, don't go to recruitment companies first. Don't go to LinkedIn. Talk to your network of people.
Okay.
I'm actively looking. So if you've built your reputation in your network, like you're a procurement person, you've shared stuff about procurement and you understand procurement, you've networked with all the senior people, contact each one of them and say, I'm thinking of looking. Do you fancy a coffee?
So staying connected is kind of the first piece of
Super.
advice, isn't it?
Yeah, you've got to be connected.
Okay.
Yeah.
And that's easier than it ever was previously.
Touch of a
social
button.
media.
It's
Yeah,
so easy.
yeah.
You can do. Obviously, don't. LinkedIn and Instagram are two separate things, by the way. This might be a revelation to some people, but it is.
Yeah.
Don't post pictures of yourself on the beach with your kids on LinkedIn.
No, that makes sense. Okay, so I've had discussions with people about this lots and lots of times, but the thing is to be platform specific, I think was the phrase this person used, but also just to be how you are at work on LinkedIn. The attitude should be front and center in your head, and Instagram is for the other stuff.
The you as an individual, you as a person, you as a family person or whatever.
Okay. And you look at social media, don't you, as a recruiter?
Yeah,
That's
so
the
interesting.
thing.
When we hire people, the first thing we do is we check out, does their CV match their LinkedIn or vice versa?
Right.
Then if we're getting to a process, we go, right, let's look at their social media. If they're open on Instagram, only if they're open, and Facebook, we don't look at Facebook. Right. What's their social impression? Because if we're recruiting in Saudi and you're constantly brunching, that could be an issue.
Yeah, okay, fair enough. So you start to build up a picture, don't you?
Absolutely.
Not to say, and I guess I'm kind of, it's a moot point really, but you're not judging people on this. You're trying to build up a picture.
We're trying to build up
Put things together.
If we're recruiting for a particularly conservative company, and there's a picture on Instagram with you doing social things that you shouldn't be doing, they're going to find that.
Yeah, for sure.
So you've got to be aware. But if you look at my Instagram Generation Try, it's all about sport and stuff like that. So that's an open one.
Yeah.
You can look at that. There's loads of pictures of me just racing in Lycra. Not the best view, I must admit. But
a word's failing me at the moment.
I'll send you some. But I've also got a private Instagram, which is for my family only, which nobody else can see. And this is my family stuff. So make sure you don't blur it too much, because I think the modern generation now, they see it all interlinked, and it shouldn't be.
Right, okay. So it's compartmentalizing.
Absolutely.
Really. Okay. The second thing on this list, this article, is professional communities. So different industries have online communities. They may have dedicated job portals. So there's your network, but there's also this kind of, not secondary network, but there's another network.
Yeah, so example, if you're in HR, there's CIPD here, which is probably one of the best well-known professional qualifications. Right. And they hold events, they do talks, they have social gatherings. If you're an HR person and you're not in that, you should be, because that's where the informal network starts working very well. You'll go to a coffee evening or something, and you'll start talking to an HR director who works for a very big company, and I'm thinking of looking around, they might go, we've got a role that's coming up. That sort of informal network works very, very well.
Do you know what's interesting about networking is the fact is, and networking is quite difficult to do for a lot of people.
Yes.
Because not everybody's kind of overtly social or confident, I think is probably the right word. But it's also that thing that sometimes it's difficult to kind of say, look, I'm looking for something. It's as though you're asking for help and you don't want to seem.
Yeah, no, honestly, that's a very real thing. And I think you talked about the introverts and the people that aren't that particularly engaged and don't want to go out of their way to sit in a room full of people, because it takes some courage to do that. I must be honest, and I do a lot of speaking, and sometimes I walk into a room, there's like 150 people, and they're going to listen to me talk, and I go, I hope I'm good.
Is that your first thought?
It is.
I really hope I can do this.
Hope I can pull this one off.
But it's interesting. I mean, you say that. You're a very confident guy. You've interviewed lots of different people. You do lots of public speaking. You do lots of stuff on the radio. You've done stuff on the TV. So you would think you're used to it. And if you still feel that, there's a side to that I think that's important. There should always be like a nervous...
Anxiety.
Not anxiety, a buzz. Before you go on stage.
I talked to the conference in Saudi recently, and it was to a huge HR conference.
Yeah.
And the majority were Saudi nationals. I get on very well with Saudi nationals. I like them as people. I think they're very respectful. But I stood on stage and I looked at all these white, Kanduras, and I was like, these are very influential people. Okay. If I mess this up, it doesn't just reflect on me, it reflects on Mackenzie Jones.
Sure.
So I make sure I prep before. Everyone thinks I ad-lib stuff, like we do now.
But I never thought that.
But I do, when I do these conferences, I really prep. I write my notes, I prepare beforehand. Yeah. And I never I never hold anything up when I'm presenting, because I talk from memory and I do sort of ad-lib a bit. But I do get nervous, before whether it be a small networking session or something, because I find that makes me a bit more, I'm a bit more on edge, and I'm a bit more, I sort of get a bit of fire in me, and I just feel a bit more alive. It's like when I first start a race, an Ironman or something, when you're standing by the start line and you're in your wetsuit, another image you don't want.
I can't get these out of my head now. It's lycra and wetsuits today. I roll on the weekend.
But there is a sense of you are super nervous. But as soon as the gun goes off, you're fine. So as soon as I start talking, absolutely fine.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
So going back to if you're not good at doing those conferences, do virtual ones. There's lots of webcams where you can sit and you can watch people doing them. Start doing it that way. Try and go out to meet people for coffee. By the way, I'm very aware that this current generation of people, a lot of them are introverts. So you need to adapt how you network. And maybe you just network through social media like LinkedIn. You don't go to conferences. You try and you log on to various webinars, etc., those sorts of things. Just build yourself up gradually.
So the connections are really key, aren't they? So that's kind of the first 2 points, really. Yeah. So networking, professional communities, building up your network and your connections with people. The next thing is, and you said this earlier, actually, don't start with the recruitment agency. Start with talking to your network and extend that out. But then it's time for the recruitment agency.
I say that because I'm a recruiter.
Yeah.
Don't start with us first, because use your network, because I get lots of calls from people saying, I'm thinking of moving. And I go, well, why? Tell me why first. And a lot of them go, well, I'm just a bit bored. Well, tell me what you're bored about in your job. Have you talked to your boss? Sometimes I advise people not to leave their jobs. So I think when you're looking for your next job, use your network, because they're aware of you. They know of you, and they're your peers.
Yeah.
Now, it's very difficult to ask them for jobs, so you don't have to do it. So look, I'm very interested in your views on the job market. How's it going in your industry at the moment? You don't actually say I'm looking, because if they're smart, they'll go, are you looking? You go, yeah. So just build a story and just keep the connections going, share articles and stuff. You'll start coming on people's radar. Once you've done your professional network, talk to the recruiters, talk to your specific recruiters. So I do HR. If you're in HR, talk to me. If you're in finance, don't talk to me, because I haven't got a clue what you do. I have a finance guy that does that.
I love how honest you are, Mackenzie. Here's another one, and I guess my guess is you're pretty good at this. Following strategic decision makers. So this is subscribing to like personal social media pages of people that you respect.
I'm not. I think
their
you've given me
managers.
too much credit there. I don't follow people who are what I would call influencers in my marketplace. So there are certain
Okay.
HR people that are always doing conferences. I don't tend to follow those people. I like to follow the people that are a bit more genuine.
Right.
So I like to follow the people that post about how tough their job. If they've got any questions, how do I deal with this particular situation? And I don't follow all the people that go on the conference circuits. I tend to follow the people that I perceive who are really good in their companies and have done really interesting things.
Okay. That interests me because I look at posts and I look at people in this particular industry, and it's usually people doing events and conferences
Yeah.
and that kind of thing. And the usual line is, "I was so thrilled to do this," and I always think, "No, you weren't.
No,
Please,
you were
just stop."
paid.
Yeah, you made some nice coin, and that's good. And
Yeah.
I know that's a single approach. There's nothing wrong with that.
No.
That's okay. But that's just not an authentic post to me to use that.
And that's a really good point, because you'll find lots of people on LinkedIn talk about how great they are and what they've done and what they've. But then you delve into it and you think, actually, look at their profile, look at their background. The people you want to identify are people who can help you. Those people who do the conference circuits have probably got hundreds of thousands of followers, and they'll never speak to you. Talk to the people who are in your particular industry. If you're in HR in packaging, look at who the key people are in that industry and identify with them.
That's really interesting. Okay. Maintaining a strong online presence. I'm guilty of being really bad at this.
Yeah, you were terrible.
I am really awful at this. Yeah. Have you noticed that? Have you noticed
No,
how bad I
I
am?
blocked you now because it's so bad.
Thanks very much. He never says anything. There's so many posts on this place. I'm terrible at this, I know, but it is really important, isn't it? Keep your LinkedIn profile up to date. It's not about refreshing it; it's about keeping.
But
it
you
up to
think
date.
about how successful this radio show's been from the start, in terms of how many. No, but it has genuinely, and I'm not going to come on here if I didn't think it would be an interesting conversation. And we've always had interesting conversation for 15 years. But
Yeah, this is true.
But if you share what you're doing, you're going to have more people listening to people like me and James and the Marine guy, who have got interesting things to talk about. So then we're more motivated. You're going to get better. You're going to get better guests coming on. You're going to upgrade your guests from me. But you know what I mean?
You're right.
The more
You
you
are
do,
right. Yeah.
the more people are aware of Mira and FM and what you're doing, and then they're going to listen in. And once it goes on FM, which I'm sure you're going to do it, it'll be constantly on the radio. And I think your success needs to be pushed through your social media. And you guys are really good at it now, because I'm always sharing stuff. All your guests share stuff. So suddenly, if you look at your Mira FM, it's mushrooming. It's going to just become a much bigger business.
I mean, we started from a very low base, obviously, because this is a new thing. So you're right, and things do grow. It's just keeping on top of it all the time, because actually social media is kind of a job. It's kind of an additional task every day, isn't it? That needs to just be, consumed.
Yes.
Within your workday.
And don't, when you're as a professional on LinkedIn, don't think you have to post every day. Don't think you have to like everything every day. Spend maybe an hour each day on your LinkedIn. That's it. Don't do any more than that.
Okay.
Because it'll become, you've got a day job to do, and you've got a life. You can't get sucked into it. Because I do see people on LinkedIn constantly, and it stops adding value after a while.
It's always the same folks as well.
Exactly,
isn't it? Yes, I know. So the next point, this is worry number 6. Attend job fairs both in person and virtually.
Yeah, no, I'm not a great fan of that.
Not sure about
No, I think
Are they still job? I didn't know
there are.
were.
I tell you what, there's some really good Emirati job fairs. They're really good.
Okay.
But I think generally for the general, no. I just don't think I don't think you need to attend job fairs anymore. I think they're a bit of a thing of the past, personally.
Well, that would be my thing, but that's from this article. The last one, and I think this is important. So, tailoring your CV for one industry is one of the strategies. Streamlining efforts. I mean, clearly a sensible thing to do, because that's targeted. It's sensible. You're not wasting anybody's time. That's obviously a bugbear of yours. But choose your employer is the final heading. Go after who you want to work for.
Yes.
Which I think is good, because there are many different aspects to that.
Yeah.
The way you've targeted, it shows focus, it shows willingness, it
Understanding.
shows desire, understanding.
Or you can do what I do and just flip-flop into whatever career you find. Which
probably- I said to you just now, I appreciate your honesty. Don't be too honest.
No, I think, look, I've only had 3 jobs. I worked for Michael Page for 8 years. I ran Monster.com for 6 years, and I've worked at Mackenzie Jones for 20 years. So I've chosen my careers because I wanted to work for those companies, especially with Michael Page at the time. And I've had a really good career. So I can look back on my career and go, I've really enjoyed it. I've had some downs and ups, but it's been good. So I think now I got offered those jobs, people headhunting me. I don't think that happens as much anymore. So you need to, if you're really serious about your career, you've got to have your top 20 people you want to work for. Now, don't make it Google, Apple, Microsoft, because everyone wants, but in your industry, if you want to work for some companies, like we work with Altair, they're a great business. They're becoming a company people want to work for. So I'm saying, right, build your reputation with a senior management team in Altair. So you need to have 10 of those companies. Build your reputation with them internally. Don't stalk them, build it. So when they've got a job, they go, who's been in contact recently? David. Great, let's give him a call.
Okay. No,
Cut out the recruiters.
That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it's also, if you approach a limited number of companies, the people that you want to work for, not that you think, oh, there's a job going.
Yeah.
What that means is you can research them better, you don't waste time, and that it's also easier for you, I think, as well.
And also you start building up an interest. So when you're in the interview, you go, well, why do you want to work for XYZ? Well, you launched this product in 2022. I've seen that you've hired this really good person. I've seen that you've got a really innovative score on social media. You start talking about it with a sense of passion and real understanding. If I'm an employer sitting on the other side of that, I go, wow, this person genuinely wants to work for me. Those people spend longer in those companies, by the way. Their work tenure is longer.
Let me just ask you a quick question. You've basically you were in the army for a while.
Terrible soldier.
I know. Yeah, but I mean, very good at building bridges. You were good with the pontoons, weren't you? Or something. I don't know.
Well, some saying, let's not go into that.
Let's not bother. But then you went into recruitment, and that's where you've been.
Yes.
Right. So you must have known. I really, this is what I would like to do. I fancy doing this. This I think I could do well because you've done it for so long, and obviously you do it well. But how did you know?
It's a good. I didn't know, actually, if I'm honest with you. Okay. So when I first got into recruitment, I wanted to do a sales role because I thought that's what people did. I left the army and did a sales role. Right. But in reality, when I got into Michael Page, I suddenly realized that what I'm really good at is talking to people, engaging with them, talking to clients. And I suddenly found myself in a space I really enjoyed. And they cultivated me. I was there 8 years. I was a director at 27. I was a very young director. They really gave me a good chance. Then I went to work for Monster.com, and I became a .com, and I loved that. But while I was doing my .com days, I suddenly realized I missed recruitment. Really missed it. So that's when I went back to run my own business.
Okay.
So don't be afraid to pivot in your career. But by the time you're 30, you should know what you want to do. You genuinely should. These people that keep changing careers every couple of years, the problem is you're going to end up, like my age, with no definition of what you want to become at the end.
No, that's fair. Okay. I still don't know what I want to do when I grow up, by the way, if I'm really honest.
Well, you've got a long way to go, so you're all right.
Let's hope. Is that why you were a terrible soldier?
Can I explain my army career? So I went to Sandhurst, and I was going to go in the artillery, and I messed it up a bit and didn't ultimately go into the army. So I'm a...
But your father was a soldier as well,
wasn't he? My father was a combat soldier. He was in the Omani army for years. My son is a Royal Marine. Yeah. They're really good soldiers, and I'm like the meat sandwich, the meat that didn't really work out.
No, yeah, you're like the mayonnaise really in the sandwich, aren't you?
Yeah, I don't even think I was. You can't really say I was in the army. I was in there about 35 seconds. But in all honesty, and this is a serious note, I had a chance to go back. They were making redundancy in the army. I was going to Sandhurst. They put us all on hold for a year, and I got a job in Michael Page. What I should have done, they called me after a year and said, Mr. Mackenzie, I love that, sir. Would you please come back? And I was like, hey, I'm having such a good time in recruitment. And I was.
Right.
I didn't go back. I should have gone back and done 3 years short service. I would have loved it. That's one of my few regrets in my life. I should have gone back. But who knows what could have happened. I may not have discovered recruitment again. Who knows? Yeah. So, yeah. But I'm living vicariously through my Royal Marine son at the moment.
Yeah. Well, sometimes they say things skip a generation, don't they?
looks, brains.
I know. All right. Well, that's basically kind of covered the article, really. Anything to add to that? Top job search strategies. So let's just run through very quickly. Networking, professional communities, recruitment, then strategic decision makers, following the right people, being aware of the right people, maintaining your online presence, job fairs. Neither of us were very sure about, but the making the effort to really choose, to really target your employer. Anything you would add?
Yeah, the final one is connect with a recruiter. Recruiters, it's a bit like, do you remember that thing? A dog's not for Christmas, it's for life. Recruiters are the same. If you build a relationship with a recruiter, they'll be with you for 20 years. I've got candidates I placed when I was 25 years old. I still talk to them now. That relationship is a really enduring one if you find the right person who can give you advice and guidance. In many ways, they should be the first person you go, look, a bit unhappy about this. What are your thoughts? And I'll go, stay. You've got a great job. Don't move. Or about time you moved.
My careers teacher at school, careers master, he was called,
Showing
was an ex-head boy. I know, yeah. He was an ex-head boy of the school, right?
Oh,
he was a geography teacher. And I think once or twice in your final year at school, you kind of sit and people would say, what are you going to do with your life and all this stuff. And at my school, it was always, you go to the city, because it's just outside of London, yeah. And I can remember being sat there thinking, have you met me? I don't think that's what I'm going to do. Or are you going to insurance? Again, have you met me? No, so that was never going to be a path. But I do remember thinking with the recruit's kind of advisor guy, I remember thinking, so you were head boy of the school, you went to university, got your degree, got your teaching qualification, and you came back to school.
To be a careers advisor.
To be a careers advisor. And I wasn't very... I wasn't over enamoured with that.
But But have you seen them now? Your wife's a teacher, isn't she?
My wife's teaching.
Yeah. I think the careers people are really good these days. So
it's a completely different game now. Yeah. So I get why you're saying the relationship with your with a recruiter can be a lifelong relationship.
It can be, and I think pick the right one who doesn't just try and place you in a job, because you should every year check in with your recruiter whether you're looking or not.
Okay.
Have a coffee with them every 6 months or a year, whatever. Just keep connecting with them. I mean, I've got candidates I've placed 3 times. I'm still in contact with them. We have coffee, catch up. How's it going? Not happy about this. It's more of a sounding board for you as a candidate.
I feel a bit inadequate in this because I don't have a recruiter.
Your industry's a bit unusual because you're all creative types, aren't you? So I don't know.
I don't think I'm a creative type at all.
Don't you? You're the most creative person I know.
I don't even know. People say, so what do you do for a living? Talking.
You could say, I say recruitment consultant. Let's face it, that stops the conversation usually in a heartbeat.
Yeah, well, talking's always a good one. It's like, what do you mean talking? Talking about what? Why do you talk?
Yeah.
Well, so I guess it's a conversation starter in a weird way. Hence, we're back to talking. Oh, it's all full circle. You make a good point. What would you like to talk about next? I'm just going to look through. There's so much stuff to do today.
The bit about people hiring for next year, I think this is a bit of a misdirection.
Yeah.
But I think the reality is 48% of the companies are going to be recruiting. Of course they are. I could say that without actually doing the stats, because they will be. Okay. What we want growth in new industries. We want new opportunities here. We want, like Saudi's built the Giga projects. Dubai's growing AI. It's becoming the AI hub of the Middle East. There's so many things that the Middle East is doing. Let's face it, if you're looking for a job, the place you want to be is not in Europe or not in Australia, it's here. Because this place has got the capacity to keep growing exponentially each year. It's amazing. As you look at the fiscal policies of the UAE and Saudi, and they're strong. You sometimes wonder how it keeps going, but it does.
I often wonder how it keeps
20
going.
years it's been doing it. I mean, I built my business in the UAE. We're a UAE and a Saudi company. I'm super proud of what we built, and honestly, it's down to what's been going on here. It's just amazing. And I think next year will be, but we need to be aware it's going to be quieter. It's going to be a slightly more flatter year, I think. And I think the back end of the year we'll see more of a surge, so half 2.
Okay. What about in terms of sectors? Just very quickly, because this is part of the article. Aviation, defence, aerospace. displays some of the strongest expansion
Yes.
signals. Public sector organisations anticipate some fairly significant increases as well. What would you you add to that?
Public sector, we're doing loads of work in Abu Dhabi with the ministries and the authorities down there. We're also seeing some of the family groups are starting to really pick up at the moment. We've seen a lot of the multinationals be quite quiet this year in terms of growth-wise. Their growth has been mainly Saudi. So if you look at Saudi, we're doing lots of local family groups. We're doing lots of ministries. We're seeing AI and cyber. I mean, that's off the charts. The telecoms companies in Saudi are doing a really good job. They're picking up lots of people. But there's so many new sectors that are starting up at the moment. And, you look in Saudi, you've got things like Qiddiya, which is the water parks, the theme parks. That's booming at the moment, really well. They're doing a really good job. In UAE, we've got all the infrastructure growing. So if you look at all the big infrastructure companies like Parsons, they're doing very, very well. The developers are doing well. Again, I think that's gonna rationalise at some point because there's so much being built.
You think at some point, but on the basis of evidence thus far,
Again, I don't
know.
I don't understand this. I just
I know.
we could talk about this forever, and I understand how business succeeds in the UAE because the UAE government and His Highness has done a great job attracting really good companies here. On back of the bat, they've attracted really good people, and they've created a very good business economy here where people want to work here, they want to stay here, and they want to live here. It's happening in Saudi now. Saudi's behind because to live there, it's more difficult, especially if you lived in the UAE.
Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, so final question for you. We've got 5 minutes left. This was an article in Khaleej Times. It was Tuesday this week, written by Nandini Sarkar, who is a friend of mine I used to work with. And Nandini's a real, it's kind of old school, a real quality journalist, I think. And if you read the article, the different points of reference, the research she's done, the people she's talked to, it's really interesting. But the headline is this: recruiters revealing why December is the best month to get hired. So my question to you is December the best month to get hired?
No.
Well, the thrust of this article is that it is. There are a number of reasons to assume that it is. I'll go into them in a sec. But why is it not?
Typically, we shut our month off on the 15th of December.
Okay.
Nobody gets hired after that. There's a number of reasons. One is people are on vacation. And by the way, I'm not talking about expats here. Nationals as well.
No,
everyone takes a festive break.
Across the board, yeah.
And because we've become an international city, the sort of December time has become an international holiday. We have Christmas, etc. Other people have other things. So I think you're finding, what we do find in the first half of December, more people interview because they're more freed up. They've got a bit more time off. They've done their budgeting. They're a bit freer to interview. But virtually nobody gets hired. December is our 3rd lowest month.
What's lower than December?
February. February. Yeah, February's really bad for us. And also,
too many people in the gym trying to use their memberships that they will get rid of in March.
Exactly.
Yeah, I know. But that's interesting. So the thinking is, the main thrust of this whole article is it's a month when being alert, visible and active on portals can quietly push an individual's profile to the top. Recruiters have a little bit more time, as you said. So while the world is assumed to be asleep, proactiveness during this period can actually get you a first foot in the door.
That's absolutely spot on. I think if I look at my workload now, it's probably the lightest I've had for 12 months. And I look at my recruiters.
You're going from Saudi this morning, you go to Saudi, you're back tonight.
Yeah, but you know me, I work constantly. I'm surprised I actually have a family life. So, well, I don't really, but anyway. But my point is that if I look at my recruiters, we're preparing for next year. Part of that preparation is updating all our candidates, updating all our clients, asking what their plans are. So it's much more of a communication time, December. And it's a nice one because they go, what are you doing for your break? Are you going away? Are you working? What are your kids doing? It's a nice, the kids are off for like 6 months, aren't they, or something?
Yeah, it's far longer than it needs to be. Although the traffic
I love that.
difference is made is fantastic.
But that's what I mean. It's a lot more. People use it as a time to catch up. And I think December for us, we catch up with clients, we catch up with candidates. So in that respect, I think Nandy's absolutely spot on.
Yeah. Here's something else. Most HR leaders use December to finalise their hiring plans and secure talent to meet their next year's necessary hires to meet their company's business targets.
Yeah, I've done that already.
That's
Yeah, December's too late. I mean, if you've got to remember, most people are here at senior level on 3 months' notice.
Yep.
More junior people are 1 month's notice. So if you're hiring now, they're not going to start till February.
Okay. That's well refuted. Let me just put another couple of things here to you. Contrary to popular belief, December remains a high-value month for recruitment in the UAE. We often experience quicker interview cycles, faster offer rollouts, and strong demand across real estate, engineering, banking, finance, construction, FMCG, hospitality, logistics and technology. Phew. This is a recruitment manager at another agency. From our experience, this person says, December often shows faster decision-making compared to other months because clients want to complete their hiring before year-end reporting.
Nope.
Nope, don't agree with that. Okay.
People honestly, as we get past November, the hiring process slows down, if anything,
Okay.
because people have got other things to sort out, budgeting.
Is there some truth in that? In that it's the companies that maybe haven't got it together, would you want to go and work for them if they're leaving it that late?
Some people.
Is that a way to read it?
I've got a brilliant client. I love them to bits. They're the most disorganized business in the world. They love their people. They look after them.
Right.
Honestly, they delay, procrastinate, but then they hire immediately. but I love them because nobody leaves them because they're just such a nice company to work for. But they're just so disorganized in hiring.
Yeah.
And
so
my best mate is the head of talent.
Okay, so that's not really a reflection.
No.
What is true, though, and I think you'll agree with this, recruiters and hiring managers' availability is higher, fewer
Yes.
new projects being launched, final weeks of the year, it's the wind-down time. You may have a better chance of
You
talking.
do. I mean, I do a lot of my lunches, breakfast, dinners with my clients and candidates in December because I'm not travelling as much. I say that I'm flying out tonight, but I'm going to be back I think I'm back on the 20th for that whole Christmas. I stay here I've always stayed at Christmas as well.
Okay, so you're off to the executive lounge at Dubai International?
No, I'm going Fly Dubai, actually.
Oh, are you really?
I love Fly Dubai.
Very nice.
Fly NAS and Fly Dubai are my chosen airlines.
Okay, well, I hear good things about them.
Both good, yeah, very good.
David McKenzie is the big head honcho, El Jefe at
Love that.
Mackenzie Jones. Good to talk to you. Thanks for coming in.
Take care.
This is Mira Business FM.
Mira Business FM. The sound of success.
It's the morning drive here at Mira Business FM with me, Tim Elliott. Good morning to you. Don't forget, you may be with us on the website mirabusiness.fm, but there are other ways to watch and listen and get involved across social media, YouTube and Rumble and Dailymotion, etc. All the podcasts are available wherever you get your podcasts, I think the phrase is, and you can do that just by searching Mira, M-I-R-A, Business FM. Get in touch with us, info@mira.fm, and WhatsApp as well, whatsapp.mira.fm. I think that covers it. It does. So it's time to talk personal finance now. James Thomas is here. He is an independent financial consultant, and it is a pleasure to see you, Jason Statham.
Good to see you too. Thank you.
The real Jason Statham
real
was
Jason.
in the Emirates.
He was.
This week or last week? Was it this
This
week?
weekend,
It was
yeah.
this weekend,
Abu Dhabi
yeah.
Grand Prix.
Yeah, that's right. There you go. But you've often been confused.
I don't know about often, but you like to make the confusion.
I do. But it's funny because this used to be like a radio thing and nobody knew what you looked like. But now people are
know.
going, he is a bit like Jason Statham.
Only now you've said it.
Yeah, I know. There you go. It's certainly not an insult.
But it's not a bad person to be compared to.
Very successful. Really, the Sylvester Stallone of now.
Yeah.
In lots of ways, as an action star, I suppose. So there you are.
Anyway.
When you're doing your Iron Men at the weekend, Jason's throwing people off buildings or whatever they do in movies. Look, this week, let's get to the topic. It's ethical investing. And this is kind of interesting because yesterday morning we had an Islamic finance expert in here. So we'll come to that as well because, much of the way Islamic financing works or Islamic financial products work, it's very much based along ethical lines. It's about its contribution to, the social fabric kind of thing. So we'll come to that. But there are ways that you can be ethical in conventional finance as well, if you want to be like that in your investment life, if that fits with your ideals. Let's just start, James, with what the term ethical investing means, how you would, the definition is a good place to begin.
Yes. I think it's because it's... Just to rewind a bit, I think it came out of last week's conversation about different types of investing, and it triggered a thought process to move on to this week.
It did, yeah.
Ethical investing, it's a very broad term. I was looking for some definitions, and as you've already described, it's really just thinking further about your investment. If we go back to where we started, building your future, a lot of people now have ideas that they would like their money to be used for better things. If it's again a very broad brush.
It makes sense.
But,
I mean, if you're concerned,
and if you're concerned, and you have, again, from a religious point of view, certainly that's one aspect. But just more generally, people want their money to be used for more productive things, and ethical investing is a way to be able to do that. There is no. Where when we've spoken about in previous weeks, the critical illness, the life insurance, where there's very prescribed, well, sadly, life insurance is very straightforward. You need a death certificate to prove whether you're alive or not. With critical illness, the companies we work with, there's 35 conditions that are very clearly defined as to what will trigger a claim. But with ethical investing, rightly or wrongly, it's far more broad brush. There's not a prescription to say this is an ethical company and this is not.
Yeah.
Now, companies will use the various guidelines to make themselves look more socially responsible, to have more green initiatives within them, but a lot of those are purely driven by those organisations, as opposed to a particular company or standard that they have to meet.
The thing about it is, I think there's a lot of cynicism that surrounds the idea of ethical investing, because I think for a lot of investors,
it does have
make me some money. How am I going to make money?
Yeah, exactly.
Being overly nice.
People can get very. Just it's purely, as you say, about how much they can make, and how that money is made becomes secondary.
Yeah.
Whereas if you're then, it's very woo-woo, very, out there.
Very woo-woo.
You know what I mean? You're just given this terminology of perhaps you're very not as focused, but that is actually not fair on that area. You can still make money, but be very ethically minded.
Well, that's a good definition of ethical investing, isn't it? That it isn't necessarily money first. You want to make money. There's nothing wrong with making money, but it's about making money in what you perceive to be the right way.
And I think that's a very key part of ethical investing, as opposed to being laid down by maybe an ISO number or a kite mark or some other standard that's laid down by an international body. A lot more of ethical investing is driven by the individual. So your own beliefs are what's driving your investment decisions.
Yeah.
So again, when someone becomes ethical investing, again, as you probably already can gather, it covers a much broader range of descriptions, shall we say.
Yeah.
So, and then this is where when someone does come to me again and says, I want to plan my investments in a certain way, it just, to me, actually is very positive, because they've given it some thought. It's not that they've just said, make me some money. It's actually, no, I want to make my money in a certain way by either excluding certain companies or actually investing into certain areas because I have a strong belief in that.
And there's another side to that, and you're right, and I hadn't thought about that ahead of the discussion today. It's an additional part of the planning, isn't it? So it's an additional kind of point of clarity, I guess. It is.
And again, it helps me in a way, because I can say, well, actually, if you invest into these companies, these funds, they may well have exposure to these companies. Now, are these acceptable to you or not? If they're not, that's fine. I think when we've spoken in the past, I think there's 50,000 plus funds that can be invested into. Yeah. So there's always a solution. It just means we need to find and work a bit harder to find that right solution for your situation.
Okay.
So again, going right back to the beginning, no one's the same.
Yeah. No, that really is true, and you can't overemphasize that, I think. So ethical investing is kind of, it's a broad term, isn't it?
Very broad.
It covers specific approaches, lots of different approaches. Let's break down some of the terms, first of all, because I'm looking through these. Most of them I understand. Something I hadn't thought about is negative screening before. Okay, now it's a traditional method involving excluding certain companies or sectors from an investment portfolio. And this is really about, I guess, moral objections that maybe, these are not things that you would hold close to
So a
your
negative
heart.
screening, so they're as opposed to, I guess, a positive screening, most positive screenings would be more just on the returns and the financial gains that those companies or funds have been able to achieve.
Makes
the
sense.
negative screening would be actually looking at them from what do they do? Are they acceptable to you from, again, that ethical point of view? And we keep using this term, but what are we talking about? It's things like oil and gas. It would be so damaging to the environment. It would be...
it could be weapons.
Weapons was a very strong one. It could be tobacco. It could be, again, if we're using the Islamic point of view, alcohol, other banned substances. Maybe some people would have views about pharmaceutical companies if they don't agree with particular areas that their expertise are in. So that's where the negative screening come in. But it could also be that the company, even as far as packaging, is the company, whatever product it may be. So the product itself might be pretty benign, but has it got a bad reputation for not utilising recyclable packaging, as an example? Certainly people have looked into things. That's when the detail that can be drilled down into to decide whether, now that's, say, taking it to a very detailed, it's usually the more broad brush, the oil and gas, the chemicals, the as you say, weapons, alcohol, tobacco. They're the more typical companies that would be negatively screened.
Gambling would come into there, that kind of thing. Adult entertainment, that kind of stuff definitely comes under negative screening.
Yes.
It's interesting that, because the more you drill down, the more nuance there is. But it's the decision over, let's take packaging as the example there. It could be there is no need for you to use so much cardboard. I could not, with all the best intentions, invest in a company that, utilizes that packaging in that way. That may be a really important point to a particular person.
Yeah, it may well be. And I would suggest it's less frequent we come across that. But
sure.
But again, I want someone to tell me that when we're having our discussions, because there are still ways and means to plan for that.
Okay, so I mean that's the first of the terms. So negative screening is the first one. ESG investing. ESG is the acronym that we all hear all the time, and for ages I just kind of nodded. I tried to nod sagely and go, "Oh, ESG is very important." And I'm thinking, I don't know what it means. It is environmental, social, and governance. Of course, I get that now, but this is an approach that evaluates a company's performance based on those. Those factors. That's the key there, isn't it?
So that's when that packaging, for example, that would be the governance and the environmental would come in there. So they are actually thinking about it. Perhaps I'm making more of a bigger point than that one really is. But nonetheless, it just highlights how detailed one can get into this. And the environmental social governance is again, a very broad brush. A lot of companies will, dare I say, pay lip service to this, but it has become more...
I don't think you're alone in saying that. I think that's been said a few times with lots of companies.
Yes.
Not all, but some.
Not all, but some.
Yeah.
It's again, a buzzword, a phrase, something that it's become popular, and therefore it's mentioned, but not necessarily given the due attention it deserves.
It's true, but it's something that if you're a company and you're serious about the environmental, the social, and the governance factors, you need to be publishing what it is that you're doing. So you can make decisions on that.
You can, and again, that's another key point. You see the companies that are more serious because they do publish these things, whether they are good or bad, but they can actually publish them and then every year take an audit and to see how they've improved. If I may pick on a company, Polestar, electric car manufacturer, owned by Geely, I'm never sure how that should be pronounced, the big Chinese conglomerate.
Geely sounds better to me.
Geely.
Yeah.
But nonetheless, their cars, from literally the raw material coming out of the ground to the product being dismantled at the end of its life cycle, they have worked out the energy consumption and the damage that causes. So they are, certainly from the research that I have done, one of the most detailed assessments of their full life cycle of their product. And every year they're now publishing it. The latest models that they've produced are far more efficient, and they've then found efficiencies throughout the process as well. And the amount of energy is needed to make the car has been significantly reduced. So again, you can see when companies really do embrace the ESG, you can see they actually can make significant changes and impacts and improvements to their environmental position. And
that's fair. But Polestar is Geely's link up with Volvo, is that right? Is it Swedish technology? Or am I mixing that up?
No, you're not. I mean, initially Polestar
some kind
was
of combination.
Absolutely. Polestar started as the performance brand of Volvo. It was then split off to become its own electric-only brand.
Okay.
So there is a lot of components that are shared because they are very similar, but now they are pure electric standalone brand. But yes, you could rightly argue with a lot of similarities to the Volvo range.
Right, okay.
They've got, again, that Swedish, very...
there's a Swedish design ethos.
Design ethos, they're the words I'm looking for. Yeah. Very clean, very simple, very functional. Yes.
I do like a Volvo. I just realised there, we got onto cars, and cars is your thing, and all of a sudden you just...
lit up,
eyes just
but
lit
only
up
because
there.
it's something that I've seen, and their report runs to many pages. So if you really want to, see a company that is embracing that's why I use that as an example, because they have taken that trouble to generate it and produce and let people know what they've been doing.
Just as an aside here, if you've been in a coffee shop at the weekend and there's a guy in there that looks like Jason Statham reading Polestar's annual performance report, it could be James Thomas. That's a possibility. All right, so that's ESG investing.
ESG.
The next thing on this list is environmental factors, and this is not just environmental factors as a blanket headline. This is a company's impact on climate change, a company's energy efficiency, a company's waste management policies and practices. So you can really drill down if you want to.
Yes.
You want to take an ethical investing kind of standpoint. That's something that could be important to people as well.
Very much so.
Yeah.
Very, very much so. Because again, as you've identified, and once the companies start producing that, you can really see what are they doing, how much are they really paying attention? How, are they making a difference to their energy consumption? Things like LED lights, in offices, just as another small example. But you do that across the world in numerous offices with thousands of people sitting in those offices. It makes an enormous difference.
Yeah.
Smart heating, all these things. Lots of companies will actually record their data and show the impact or the reduction in their impact on their energy consumption.
And smart air conditioning.
Yep.
In a country like the UAE, where we are now. Okay. All of this points to intention and ethical investing, and that's why we're kind of running through, the approaches that you can take. The next one on the list, two more really to talk about, maybe three more actually. I suppose social factors is something as well. The approach that a company has to the way it treats its workers, the efforts it makes in terms of diversity, the efforts it makes in the community in which it is part or it serves.
Yes. Again, people may say that as what does that matter to the pure hard-headed view on investment? Am I making money out of this? But if the company is doing good things in its community and for its staff, it's got a happy work environment, it will probably make more money because those employees will want to work harder for that organisation.
Yeah, there's a very good chance of that, at least.
It's not guaranteed, but typically lots of studies have proven that if happy employees will be more productive.
Well, there are no certainties in any kind of investing that you do.
No.
You have to take a view, and one of those views is something like social factors. You're right. I think it's very important. We hear all the time, don't we, that a happy staff is a productive staff, and if a productive staff is producing, then companies grow. So there's actually some
and goodwill in the in its local community is again another huge
that's also important.
Huge impact, yeah.
Okay. And it's something that perhaps in pure investing isn't really considered. So again,
Yes.
you're really drilling down into details here, and that's really what the ethical investor, I guess, is doing. Impact investing is a phrase that came up here. I don't know if you can explain that. I mean, I've got what I think is a definition here, but specifically allocating capital to companies, organizations or funds with the goal of generating a measurable, beneficial social or environmental impact alongside a financial return. So an example like investing in a company that produces wind turbines or improves access to clean water. That's the
So that's again
definition.
exactly the impact.
Yeah.
They are making a direct impact on that subject or that
There are
area.
a lot of words there I didn't
There are.
understand in a row. So,
Yeah.
but I
But
take
to
your point.
break it down, it's so you're probably looking at a fund or a company that's far more specialized in what it's doing,
Yeah.
but and having then a bigger impact in that area.
Okay. The final one here on this, and these are specific approaches to ethical investing, is stewardship or engagement.
Yep.
So this is investors using, an approach. So you hold shares in a company, you want to influence, use voting rights at AGMs, or to encourage or offer a way to make sure that there's positive change. Here's the example. Pushing a fossil fuel company, for example, to invest more in renewables would fit under that kind of
Very much.
stewardship engagement banner.
Yes, absolutely, because you're using your power, your combined power, because as a shareholder, effectively you own that business, to have influence over what that company does, and that stewardship of the business to make sure it's continuing to deliver the type of, or be the type of company you want it to be, and help in the areas that you feel passionate about.
So those are some of the approaches, right? So we've got that out of the way. Where and how might a person, this is where your expertise comes in, how might a person invest ethically? Where do we start with that?
Well, I would know, like I would with a normal investor, with funds or ETFs, exchange traded funds, because again, to try and analyze the entire market, find companies, in particular companies that are doing these good things, you could be there for years because there's so much to sift through. And even when you then find a few, are they good, bad, or indifferent? Go to a fund that's already done that. So there's numerous mentioned word stewardship. There's a very popular fund called the Stewardship Fund. So it's looking for opportunities that meet those criteria. So the fund manager has a very clear definition or objective of what they are trying to meet for the fund. And again, they will use some of the phrases there, the negative screening, but also positive screening to build that portfolio to make sure that you then don't have to do that. So again, why do we use a fund? It's to do the screening for us and then to pool our money with lots of other investors who are also looking for similar strategies and come together to be able to then invest as a collective in those areas that we're interested in. So that would be one area. Then, but if, for example, solar, clean water, other green energy initiatives, there are, because there's been such a increase in the interest in these areas, there are also now indexes that you can track that are purely focused. So again, it's to cut out the research on your own behalf. You can go and look up an index that focuses only on that area, and then you can see that it will have companies that have already been vetted and screened within that index, and then you can buy the index via the ETF, so you get that exposure to those areas.
Okay, I mean that's interesting because it's so similar to standard. What's the word? Standard investing.
What exactly? What do we call
Pure
it?
investing.
Normal investing,
Normal
whatever you
investing.
want to call it, but just without that particular requirement for being more ethical. But yes, what do? All of the above, rather than just going to the FTSE 100, so the leading 100 companies in the UK, or the S&P 500, the 500 in the US, or whatever it might be. There are similar indices that follow these areas.
Yeah. Okay. And you make your decision based on the research you do. The
Yes.
thing with the ethical side of things is the research. Research is available wherever you go. Google is your friend, of course. It always is. But
Yep.
you know, it is. It's more. It takes more effort to be better. But I mean, I suppose in lots of ways that's kind of the way you're living your life anyway. So you're willing to do more.
I would suggest absolutely if you already have that
if that's your mentality, if that's the way you look
the way
at
you're
the world.
looking at the world and wanting to look at the world, then you have already taken that step forward. So therefore, when you're then committing your hard-earned money, you also want that to be committed in a similar way. And therefore, you're willing to take that extra few steps, that extra bit of research to make sure that you're happy with where it's placed.
Do you think there's a feeling amongst financial consultants, financial advisors, that, you know, people that ask to be more ethical investing, do you think it's a bit like, oh, you're not going to make any money, oh, yeah, this is a pain, I have to do more research? Is there a little bit of that, do you think?
I'm sure
Because
there is.
it's
in
a
certain
little
areas.
harder
It is,
to generate
but it's only a
returns in
little
some
harder.
ways. So not much.
I don't think it is.
Okay.
And I would, as I say, if a prospect comes to me and says, I want to do this, again, I'd be more than happy to assist, because
Well, there's another side, isn't there?
you, again, in a far more committed investor, because they're really clear in what they want to do, and you can explain to them. If I made, so there was a couple of funds that I mentioned, or exchange traded funds that are following. For one,
But you get to do something slightly outside of the norm as well.
do.
Would be an observation.
And again, if someone's coming to me and says, I want to do this, it's like, great, I can go off and do a bit of research, a bit of analysis, a bit of, have you considered this, that, or the other? Are you aware there's a solar ETF? It's been up nearly 50% this year. So it's had an absolutely stonking return.
That's staggering, yeah.
Yeah. But if you then look at...
I've not heard the word stonking for a long time, by the way. Congratulations
It's
on
great.
using that.
Yeah.
That gets 10 on the broadcast bingo card.
Not many people have had that on the bingo card.
Not.
But actually, I'm looking through the top 10 holdings, and there's not one there that I recognise. They're all very much renewable energy. They're infrastructure, sustainable infrastructure capital. They're Array Technologies as another one there. So these are companies that are, as the name suggests, they're building and solar is a very specialist, because, as the name suggests, it's panels on roofs, on fields, on big chunks of desert, or indeed oceans. There's talk of that, floating solar panels. So again, all of these things are all part of the ecosystem.
Yeah.
All
Well,
looking to generate.
we were talking this morning with somebody who said Sundar Pichai from Google is looking at putting data centers in space. You know, data center power, basically data center stations, space stations.
Yes.
Spater. I don't know. What would you call them? Fantastic idea. There are all sorts of outlandish ideas.
There
was
are
the
all
point.
sorts, and a lot of them will come to nothing. But where actually you've triggered another point that I wanted to make is the irony of a lot of the growth this year and the last couple of years in alternative energy especially has been driven by AI and the big tech companies, because of their enormous thirst for power to run the cloud. Because again, we all think of a cloud somewhere sitting up in space, but of course, well, maybe it will sit in space. But at the moment, they're largely in big rooms that they want to put in cold places, because they need to be cooled because of the heat generated by the servers.
Yeah.
So, yeah, all these, and they obviously are conscious of because on their business plans or their annual reports, they will have a section for ESG. They want to be seen to be generating or utilizing power that's come from clean sources. So it's directly feeding into the solar industry, another alternative energy. because that is a huge area of consumption.
It always makes me laugh is the wrong word, but it's kind of vaguely amusing that things come down to such simple questions in the end. These huge data centers. I mean, you said big rooms. These are this
vast.
is the vast size of football fields.
Yes.
Many football fields. But the energy produced is such that the heat is an issue. You need to cool them, and it just seems like such a simple thing, but it is such a huge issue because our thirst for information and the internet and the next thing in technology is there. It all comes down to simple engineering stuff at the end very often, doesn't it? That aside, let's look at some, I guess, I was going to say investment strategies, really, but the things that you avoid, I'll let you lead with investment strategies if ethical investing is the way you want to go.
That's an interesting question. Why I say that, as I've just highlighted, in the last year, the solar isn't picking on that has performed amazingly well. But the previous years, it's had years where it's fallen by a similar amount. Certainly when the first Trump administration, it went through the doldrums because there was a view that we were going back to more traditional sources of energy, and therefore these new alternative power production wasn't
That's when coal was purported to be making a huge comeback.
Precisely.
At that point.
At that point. Yeah. So there has been a period where it's probably suffered from its lack of investment or perceived lack of use. Suddenly that's
through lack of interest.
Through lack of interest.
Yeah.
So they can be far more volatile, would be one of my observations. So again, that needs to be discussed and highlighted.
Well, that's something you need to factor in.
And you need to factor in.
Whatever you do, whatever investment you make.
So again, with a lot of clients who show or declare an interest, it may well be that I think we discussed the strategy, what I call core and satellite. So a core holding of the more traditional investments, and then the satellite, rather than maybe being tech or other more volatile, they're replaced by the ethical investing.
Okay.
To give you an area, because again, while we may think we are wanting to be completely ethical with our investing, when we see something fall 20, 30%, you then have the more normal reactions. Oh, I didn't want to lose money.
Yeah.
So therefore, if I have that core that perhaps not quite as ethical, but more solid in its construction, and we then have those funds on, as I call a satellite, sitting around the outside of that, a smaller investment amount. So therefore, you still get that good feeling, dare I say, that you're committing some of your investment, your hard-earned money, to your good causes. And again, that makes it sound naff. It's not meant to, but the areas that you feel passionate about, but not to the degree that if it were to fall significantly in value, you wipe out your retirement plan.
You've talked in some detail about global clean energy. That's the fund that you've particularly been talking about. So 2025 up 47%. That's a stellar year.
Yes.
And the focus there is what? Solar, wind, hydro, electric power as well.
Exactly.
Okay.
Yes.
So that's there's also the global solar fund up 46%.
Very similar performances.
So energy
similar
around
regions.
the world. And as you mentioned there, in the doldrums in past years through administrative, I guess, in the US decisions.
But obviously having a knock-on around the globe.
Well,
because a lot of the venture capital and the startup money that funds and gets these initiatives off the ground originates from the US.
Okay.
It's starting to change, but that's been typically where it comes from.
Right. Well, there's another one here that you mentioned in the notes, and it's a fully Sharia compliant fund. That's the Amana Global Equity Fund.
Yes.
Yeah.
Very interesting fund.
Strong returns.
Amazing returns.
20%
a year for the last 4 years.
Okay. So that's a heavily US-weighted fund. It is HSBC fund, is that right?
It is an HSBC fund,
Right,
yes.
okay.
They're Amana range. But why I just thought, again, so great name, in the sense that most people would have heard of HSBC, so a very well-run fund. It's, where are we? 7 billion under management. So again, not a small fund.
Yep,
You're
yep.
pooling with a lot of other investors. But the returns, it's been 22% per year since the fund was formed. So you're able to then have your religious ideals met, but still get a very good rate of return. As I mentioned, when you look at the sector allocation, the geographical allocation, highly weighted to the US, 81%.
Okay.
So, this is where your previous question really becomes more pertinent. Yes, you've got your religious or personal beliefs as one area, but then this is where, as your advisor, I would start saying, okay, that's great, but are you aware to meet those requirements, you're actually exposing a lot of your money to one area? And how does that, is that okay? Because
it runs contrary to kind of perceived wisdom, doesn't it?
It does, that's exactly it.
Yeah.
So you're, rather than diversifying, you're actually concentrating. Is that a concern?
Yeah, okay.
Or does your beliefs outweigh that?
Yeah.
But that's fine. But
Well, that's a strength of conviction.
It's a strength of conviction. But the conversation needs to be had to make sure that you're happy with that. And then maybe we look for, again, I'm just picking on this one particular fund, we go off and do some research and find a fund that is more weighted to other countries. Because again, I mentioned this geographical, from a sector point of view, it's over 50% in technology. So again, you can see where most of that return has come from.
I was going to say, that's where the growth's from.
Yes.
Obviously, but yeah, fair
So
enough.
again, no problem with that, as long as you're aware that it's almost a pseudo technology fund.
Yeah.
Focused in the US. It's just that the funds have met the criteria to be viewed as Islamically acceptable.
Okay. So, well, it's interesting that we're there actually. So again, just before we jump on, but this is a question of research and strength of conviction of decisions, and the level of comfort that you feel.
Yes.
Based on the research that you've done.
Yes.
And if something is announced as being Sharia compliant, then hopefully that meets your own particular kind of core principles. But I think the world of Islamic finance is interesting here, because if you're looking for in theory, a more transparent, certainly a more ethical viewpoint, then lots of Islamic financial products will meet the desires of people who aren't necessarily Muslim, but are looking for
I would have no
a more
qualms.
Transparent, ethical viewpoint.
If I wanted, I would happily invest in that fund. I mean, the returns alone are justifiable.
It makes a great headline, that's for sure.
But as long as you're aware that it's largely US focused and it's largely technology focused, if that is also acceptable to you. And again, going back to my principle, core and satellite, that would be very much a satellite fund, because it's of where the investments are structured.
Right, okay.
Because it is higher risk. It has to be viewed as higher risk, because it is so concentrated in one country and in one sector.
Yeah, okay. But, it's that's the risk-reward paradigm, isn't it, James, that we talked about ad infinitum, I think. But it's interesting that's, a Sharia-compliant fund, because Islamic finance offers this kind of approach if you're looking for values-based rather than value-based investing. And it's an important distinction to make, really. But it's a benefit to everybody.
It is.
Doesn't matter where you're from, what you look like, who you are, what you believe.
But again, it takes away that, when we were talking right at the beginning about it being slightly alternative, slightly out there, well, no, this is bang right in front and centre. This is investing into some really serious companies that have met the Sharia compliant criteria and produce some fantastic returns And yet, so they would be, and it would be acceptable to most investors from a return point of view. That other hard-nosed, purely investment-driven focus, but equally they would meet the Sharia-compliant view as well.
Well, it's a natural sort of path of asset allocation, isn't
Yes.
it? It was something you would immediately consider. Do you think, in some ways, there's an attitude of you used the phrase "woo-woo" earlier on, a kind
Yes.
of hippy-dippy approach?
Yes, that's what I mean. It's
is
not
there-
hippy-dippy at all. It's
It's very much mainstream.
mainstream.
That particular fund
Yes.
that you're talking about, and I think that it makes an important point, doesn't it? That it's not necessarily that you're just a hippie that wants to do the right thing,
Yes.
but there is a genuine alternative there. I think
Yes.
is the point.
That's exactly the point.
Okay. Do you think there's an attitude sometimes in the investment community, in the professional kind of financial community, that ethical investing is a little bit too out there for me? You got to think about returns. It's all about bang for your buck.
It certainly was there. Is it still
Changed,
there?
do you think?
It's certainly changing because, again, examples like this that prove very much that you can have both approaches in the same fund and achieve a very attractive return. It certainly was in the past. Oh, what are you worrying about that for? You want this. This is where you don't want that. That's only going to lose you money. Not the case.
Right. Okay. So there definitely has been a change.
Yes.
There's a change of viewpoint.
Yes.
I guess it's a generational thing,
I
but it's
think
also necessary, isn't it?
Very much so. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. What have we missed today? We've got 5-10 minutes left. We can still talk. What have I not asked you? I should have
What I
asked you.
wanted to, I've just searching through my notes there was a couple of points that I wanted to raise, really just further about doing your research. I mentioned about indexes or indices that track the green companies. And there was just a couple of points I wanted to raise. I mean, this one particular is the MSCI Europe Select Green 50 Index.
Gotcha.
So
Yep.
the name's just very top 50 companies in Europe with a green bias is the, if I read the description, includes large and mid-cap companies across 10 developed markets in Europe to represent the performance of those stocks and build an index that people can then follow. Environmentally sustainable economy through use of efficient and limited global natural resources. So, sounds great, that's what it is. If I then look at the top 10 holdings, or constituents rather, of the index,
Okay.
number one is Total Energies.
Okay. All right then. Who I know to be doing a great deal to address ESG concerns.
They are. But I just wanted to, again, highlight that point. Total Energy, I guess second or third after British Petroleum and Shell, there's an oil company.
In terms of market cap, for
Yes.
sure. Yeah.
But because of they're very much taken a view a few years ago to pivot away from that more towards the green energies, and hence the name Total Energies as opposed to when they were just simply Total.
Do you know what? It's a really good point actually that you make, and I understand why you're saying that, because you do the research. If you were to look at the list and
Yep.
you see an energy concern at the top, first glance there are bells
Yes.
going, there are alarm bells going. But you need to do the research to
behind
understand
that.
what Total are doing to mitigating any effects.
And then looking down the list, SAP, so the technology company. So again, you're not initially thinking, well, why is a IT company there? But because of what they are doing with their technology to help the green industry and how that tech is being implemented in the first place.
Yeah.
Again, Siemens, so building wind turbines and other industrial or utilising their industry to help with the green improvements.
Do you know what's interesting about this? Lots of financial advice, investment advice, it's the kind of thing that, people often sit together and discuss. And we've all got the friend who is the expert and is just, you don't want to do that. I've looked into that. That's just a load of old nonsense. And generally, those people are the people that haven't done their research properly. We know that. But it's easy to influence people who are trying to do the right thing. They talk to somebody that they perceive to have a better knowledge of maybe the investment world and make a decision based on, well, it's erroneous information in some cases.
Very much so.
So,
but again, I just wanted to highlight it's the research and then just looking, because then you start drilling into these companies and you see, they've had to go through a strict vetting process to be part of these 50 companies. And when that dismissal in the past, it's a load of old nonsense. No, actually, there's a lot of, it may not be perfect, but these companies are striving to move things in the right direction.
Yeah, okay. And you can do the research and see the published documentation, see the results, and then you make your decision based on that. The point of this conversation is not to recommend anybody or any particular thing, by the way, and that's not what we're trying to do.
Absolutely not, and that's why I'm talking about, I like these, utilising, or discussing rather, these indices, because these are independent bodies who have actually put these together because they view them as companies that are delivering green initiatives.
Sure, and they offer a cross-section in terms of research and ideas.
And again, if your views are still not being, or your beliefs are not being met by these particular companies or indices, then there are still, again, as I mentioned, 50,000 funds. So there will be something that will be there that does meet your criteria.
It's also not something that you should be afraid to ask for. This is if this is how you think and this is what you want to see, this is how you want your investing life to be. The point is that there are funds across the board that underperform, overperform, outperform.
Yes, and then we'll do it at different times,
ways.
which is why I'd actually have less concern about investing into them. As long as the person is on board and understands, because if they're part of a portfolio, again, why do we build a portfolio? Because when one's up, one will be down, etc. So you get that balance across them. So as long as they aren't correlated, and again, you'd have to say that this sector does correlate very closely, even if you're in solar or wind or hydropower, there is a lot of cross correlation, but it's still worthwhile exploring to make sure that opportunities are taken advantage of.
I just thought of a great dad joke. There's far too many financial advisors a bit too interested in wind. But there you are, that's just a different thing, I suppose. It's not funny at all. But, do you know, this conversation, we've kind of looked at this from through a lens of if this is how you want to live your investment life. Okay, but there's also a point to be made that it might be that there's just one thing that really appeals to you. You love the idea of, I don't know, take solar energy, take wind energy, since that's where I managed to go a moment ago. But it might just be something that you're really interested in, something that you really want to see grow, something that you really believe in. It's not necessarily that you want to live, you want to be the most perfect ethical human being that's ever existed. The point is, there are things you can do to be better in your investing life if you decide to, in particular sectors, that could also make you money.
Yes, it's not purely.
You don't have to be purely ethical.
It's not purely ethical. It's not a pure folly. These things will allow you.
That's the word.
To invest your money as a proper investor, and proper in inverted commas, in the areas that you're interested in, with the expectation it's not just because you think it's the right thing to do. It would also have the potential to make you a lot of money. And again, as always, the longer you invest for, the more chance you have of making money, because these things, as I've seen over the performance figures, the longer you're there, the better the returns.
And I guess in our lifetimes, solar, wind, hydroelectric energy, energy sources are, I don't want to say safe bet investments because that's the wrong thing to say, but they are.
You would think that they are areas of expansion, of growth.
Yes. Yeah, so that seems like a reasonable play. It's just an interesting conversation because, again, it's really got nothing to do with...
I would say it's not the first conversation I would typically have with a prospect or a client. No. But as that relationship develops, and I've asked them, so anything else you'd like to
People do
let me
ask
know
you.
about, and they do absolutely,
Yeah.
and it's become more frequent that I'm asked those questions. 20 years ago, 25 years ago, when I entered the industry, it wasn't. It was technology then. Funny enough, the dot-com bubble was just before it exploded. But these things have become far more of interest to more people. Hence why there's now so much information out there to take advantage of, because it has become an investment class in its own right, with the right structures, and the companies are run as the same as any other company, with the right due diligence and the right structures and the boards of investors, and so they are following their proper mandates.
I just thought of something else there as well. We've got a few seconds left, but I guess when it comes to doing research, and that's such an important part of this, I think that's one of the takeaways from this discussion today. But, utilizing AI, harnessing AI in the proper way, one of the things that I think is a real bonus about AI is it's dispassionate. It's, generally speaking, I like to think at least, it's unbiased. You put a question into Google or whatever your particular AI engine might be, it's going to give you a broad spectrum of views. It gives you a reasonably honest answer. So doing research now, it's a starting point, I understand that, but if you have no kind of vested interest. I hope you don't have any vested interest.
I would
Maybe
hope
I'm
so
being
too.
naive.
Maybe we are, but I'd like to think that you asked that question.
It's pulling on lots of sources.
Yes,
is the point. And if you use the internet to research in a more traditional way, you're looking at particular articles where there may be vested interest or advertisers or particular ways that a writer thinks. Hopefully, AI is a bit more dispassionate, or at least displays a number of different ways of looking at it. So that's kind of a useful benefit there. Just something that struck me. Look, we're out of time, unfortunately, but ethical investing today with James Thomas, independent financial consultant. And as always, good to talk to you. Thank you.
Likewise, thank you.
Appreciate you coming in. This is Mira Business FM.
Mira Business FM. The sound of success.
This is Mira Business FM. We are online on social media. You can contact us, info@mira.fm or whatsapp.mira.fm. Should bring up the box and allow you to get in contact with us in the studio. Now, money on the morning drive now. According to recent data, the UAE recorded, get this, 141.3 billion dirhams in outward personal remittances. This is 2023, so I'm guessing this year we're going to get a bigger figure. It is the second largest remittance sending country in the world after the United States, an average of more than 11 billion dirhams sent out every month by expatriates supporting loved ones back home. Now, every December, we see a surge in money being sent from the UAE to homes across Asia, Africa, the Middle East, and further afield as well, for good reason. Christmas, New Year, the festive period, holidays bringing families together, even when borders separate them. Now, this remittance flow lifts household budgets abroad, impacts spending patterns, currency markets, and even retail activity here at home in the UAE. The question we're asking, or a number of questions this morning, how does this surge affect the economy? What does it mean for UAE expats? And how can families make smarter financial decisions during the festive season? Jay Tolentino is a financial coach. He's an expert. He gets how the numbers work, how it all fits together. He sees the trends and the strategies, and he's here. Jay, good to meet you.
Hey, good morning, man. Appreciate to be here.
It's good to have you here. Now, the figures I just quoted there, Jay, they are huge. 11 billion dirhams sent every single month by expats, 141.3 billion outward personal remittances 2023. I could go on. There are other figures, but they would just too many zeros to talk about. But it's I don't know. Where do I start? It's staggering.
It is, man.
It's huge. And every holiday season, this just gets stronger.
True. Yeah, it's always the trend whenever it's holidays. And I've even read a study like whenever it's Ramadan, like 59% of Muslims send money back home. And for Filipinos, like me, Christmas starts during September.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's around about summertime, isn't it, for people from the Philippines?
Yes, it is. And in our country, it is the remittances from Filipinos working overseas.
Right.
contributes 8.6% of our GDP. And the global average is around 5%.
Yeah.
Although there are some countries that are beyond that because of some needs by other citizens, but on average, it is 5%. And it is a common trend during the holidays because it is a cultural thing.
Yeah.
And when I studied money and did coaching for quite some time now, I realized that money isn't really about numbers. It's really about human behavior, the way we spend. And it is tied to our culture, how society expects of us to spend. And a lot of people are really pressured to spend more during the holidays than other season of the year.
Well, I mean, traditionally, it's a time for gifts, obviously,
Yes.
and in theory, the festive period, the Christmas period, for example, is about thinking about other people. From a retail perspective, it's obviously a really busy time because of that, and I suppose it's kind of a time that people save a little bit more money for, and therefore they're going to spend that little bit more. That's kind of how it works. It's kind of how it breaks down, isn't it?
Well, ideally, but based on my experience of coaching, some people overspend during the holidays.
Oh, there's a surprise.
They tend to have a budget per se, but whenever that season comes, they always go on over budget because deals are happening, and especially the Black Friday that just happened last week, and then Cyber Monday happened. Just
it was
few days ago.
Cyber Monday was a couple of days ago. Then there was Black Friday and White Friday. There's Yellow Friday. I'm not sure what colour it's all supposed to be honest with you. But you're right, and the deals they're pretty enticing.
It's actually I spend most of my money during the season, Black Friday, because I know that the deals are gonna be good during that time.
So you bought all your festive gifts already?
Yeah, and especially because I also have I run content on social media, so I upgrade my gears during the season because the deals are really nice.
Oh, okay.
And I buy quality items at a lower price. So
Right.
Amazon was my friend during those.
Other online platforms are available.
Yes, true.
Let's talk a little bit about remittances, in particular at this time of year. So people maybe have saved, or maybe they overspend, but they're certainly going to be sending some money home. I mean, gone are the days of queuing for a demand draft. I don't know if you're old enough to remember.
I'm not familiar about demand draft.
You would literally go in and you would make a check payable to somebody in whatever currency it was, and you would pay your money, and the nice cashier man would hand it back to you. Sometimes they would post it for you. That was pretty rare, and you'd then go to the post office and post a demand draft. I think that's an old thing that I remember from 20 years ago. Those days don't happen. But I'll tell you a story about that. I've just remembered this actually. I used to work for a publishing company, and we paid somebody who was selling advertising for us in London.
Okay.
And I went and got the demand draft, and then we sent the demand draft by courier.
Okay, wow.
To make sure that the check got there. However, the check didn't get there. So our salesperson was emailing and saying, look, the demand draft hasn't arrived. So I checked. The plane, I kid you not, and it was a tragic event, the plane had crashed. And it was part of that. So I then had to go back to our person and say, look, I'm not putting you off here. We have sent the money. I have to go and get another demand draft, but the plane crashed and your demand draft has gone. And of course, it felt, I don't believe you, you've not paid me, you don't want me to work for you, I won't be working for you ever again, all of this stuff. But that was genuinely the case. But that's how remittances in some ways used to happen. It's not like that now.
Okay, I've never... I couldn't imagine living in that time, man.
No, I know. Well, this was probably 20 years ago. But I was going to ask you around that new trends, or how do people remit money now? What's popular? And I guess it's popular for people of different nationalities, different ages, etc.
Yeah, in most cases nowadays, most people send money through remittance apps.
Sure.
So different nationalities have their own preferences.
Yep.
Can I mention those things here, or?
I mean, tell me. I mean, how do you send money? What's your thing?
Yeah, I send money using an app called TapTapSend. Because it's more popular in our community. And not only that, because it's really easy, it's convenient, and it's secure. Like if I send money, like say 1,000 dirhams, my family members would be able to receive it in the next 15 or maybe 10 minutes. Right. It's like literally handing the money over to them because of how quick it is. I'm just using it on my phone because when I came to Dubai 10 years ago, I used to send money back home using an exchange house. So I had to go out and then fall in line. And then maybe that's a similar thing with a demand draft, but much, much faster.
Well, at least it was digital, so it was quicker. Yeah. So
Yeah,
that,
it was
that
quick.
would be through.
Yeah,
You would
through
hand
the-
up cash and it would be sent digitally.
Yes,
Right,
and the thing there is that when you when you use exchange houses, the banks in the Philippines still charge maybe 10 or 20 dirhams more to receive the money.
Right.
But nowadays, with the invention of mobile phones or mobile wallets, we can directly send the money from my phone to my recipient's phone in the Philippines.
Okay.
So
okay.
that's how easy it is. They don't need to go out as well and maybe go to the bank or another receiving exchange house in the Philippines. That might take them maybe 1 or 2 more hours to travel, and those days are gone now because of technology.
I mean, this is the difference, isn't it? Now, I send money I just do it through my banking app, local banking app, and there is a system there, and it's usually there within, 5-10 minutes. If I'm sending money to my son who's at university or whatever I'm going to do. But it's very, very quick now. It's very easy to do. I think, actually, my app is still free to send money.
Yeah, there are some, they have some, let's say, bracket of amounts. And
Right.
I think for some banks, they do give free transfers. The only thing is, some cases, if it's free, they usually charge on the spread.
Well, I get that it's not going to be free, and I get that there's the foreign exchange,
Yes.
the transfer,
Yes.
the spread there, as you say. So that's where, perhaps I'm not getting exactly the best exchange rate.
Yeah, if the amount you're sending is at least 5,000 and above, it might be wiser to go to the bank and make the transfer because they can give you better deals on the spread. Because the apps that I'm sending, that I was telling you, is usually good for remittances below 5,000 because the spread there isn't that much.
Okay, and so you're not losing very much money on the foreign exchange
On foreign exchange, yes. True.
transaction. Okay. I was going to ask you what's available these days aside from that, because obviously you've got international bank account to account transfer, you've got the exchange houses. What kinds of products exchange houses? I'm pretty ignorant on that. I haven't used an exchange house for
Me too.
seems like ages, to be honest with you. Is Western Union still a thing?
It's still a thing for some, but I haven't used Western Union for several years now. Even Al Ansari, I used to go to Al Ansari every end of the month.
Yeah.
But nowadays, since the invention of remittance apps, since I think I first used a remittance app or using digital remittances through Emirates and BD when they had this, I think it was Easy Remit, or I forgot the name of their product, but it was really convenient. Like what you were saying, you're using through your bank. That was my approach back then. But nowadays, because of the upgraded remittance apps, it's really faster, secure, and it's much easier for my family to receive money.
Yeah, and obviously a lot easier for you as well.
True, yeah.
Yeah, you could,
You know the challenge with that
go on.
is that since it's so easy to send money,
Yeah.
family back home makes it easy to spend money as well. Everything is digital, right? Payments are digital, so it's much easier to spend.
Well, it's interesting. We were having this conversation the other day on this program. One of the things about debit cards, which are a fantastic invention, you can just tap and go. It's really quick. You generally don't have to use a PIN. The one downside really is that it's not as though you feel that you're spending cash.
Yes.
It's very easy to lose track. It's very difficult to keep on top of things. And I guess that's the same. Whoever's
It's the same
using
thing.
card.
Studies show that if you spend physical cash versus digital payments or card, you'd definitely spend more using your debit card or credit card. Why? Because you don't feel the pain of losing physical money. Because if you see because I did this before. I have this envelope system that I was using when I was new to the UAE, and I really have to budget my 3,000 dirham salary back then down to the last digit.
Sure.
So I can still pay my debts and send money back home. So what I did is whenever I get my salary, I withdraw all of my money and then have maybe 5 or 7 envelopes. And from there, okay, this is for rent, this is for debt, this is for my little savings, and this is for remittances. Now, this is for my groceries and food. Now, when I see that envelope is getting thin, okay, my brain starts to panic, saying that, hey, you don't have enough money anymore. And I don't want to use my other envelopes for my spending. So what I do is I go to West Zone or any supermarket and I buy the cheapest hot dog there and try to eat it for the next 5 days. That was my thing, but that approach helped me save money, even with a little income.
But that's smart budgeting.
Yeah, that is how I learned how to be more practical with money.
Where did you learn that, Jay?
I learned it.
Was it taught? Was it just?
Well, it was out of, well, they say, what do you call this? Necessity is the mother of all invention, right? So I really thought of maybe doing it that way. And then later on, I tried to be more curious about money and then started checking on YouTube. Hey, there is this thing that they call the envelope system, and it worked for me. But nowadays, since there's this invention of automations, so investments and savings are now automated before I even get to spend it.
Yeah,
so that is much easier nowadays. And I don't, the challenge with me back then is I was sharing my room with like 20 to 25 people. So there's a risk of me losing my money, right?
Yeah, for sure.
That is a common thing for some of the expats that I've met with.
But you're right, though, when you say it's a great way to learn, not particularly the system. It's that you have to do it. That's the key. That's the pressure on you.
Yes.
It's that kind of the idea of, pay yourself first. You
True.
get everything done and you get everything out of the way. And
Yes.
what you have left is what you can spend. And
Yes.
you should spend that if that's what you want to do.
And you become creative the moment that you realize that you don't have enough money anymore. And the thing that I also realize is the importance of understanding opportunity cost. Like, if I buy this bottle of water now,
Right.
I might not be able to buy, let's say, a gadget that I've been saving for example,
Yeah.
or anything that is important to you.
Sure.
And that is a common challenge nowadays. Now that it's the holiday season, people tend to overspend and usually spend on things they think they need now in exchange of the things that they truly need in the future. And this is why understanding opportunity cost is such an important mindset when it comes to building wealth and saving more money.
It is, but it's also I don't think there's anything wrong with credit cards, by the way.
Nothing,
And
yeah.
I'm not having go at credit cards, but it is easy to fall prey to credit cards because it's I could get it now and I'll pay it
Yeah.
back, but it is an expensive way to pay for something.
True.
If you don't,
If you don't pay it back on time. And not only that, for those who don't have any credit cards, they usually go for the buy now, pay later schemes, BNPLs.
Yeah. Okay.
I don't subscribe to those I don't have a credit card as well, and I only pay cash. I'd rather save now and then pay later. That is my approach.
Right. Okay.
Than buy now, pay. Because in most cases, there's also this study during the pandemic that during the boom of BNPLs, there's a huge surge of people who spent on things that they never really needed. And all the things that they just were, what's this term? It just was there, lying in their room, unused, and they tend to regret the splurges that they made.
No, I know exactly what you mean. No, I can imagine what you mean. I just wanted to say we're talking with Jay Tolentino about ostensibly about remittances, but also about ways to save, ways to get the best deal this morning here at Mira Business FM. If you want to ask Jay a question, very simple, info@mira.fm, or you can WhatsApp us. That's whatsapp.mira.fm. A couple of questions I think have come in for you, Jay. Just let me check here. Okay, this is Anon, but I've got a feeling this is somebody from the Philippines. For maximum pesos was the giveaway. What's the best way to send money from the UAE to the Philippines during the holiday surge? Should I stick to my bank's quick remit, use an exchange house, or try apps for better rates and lower fees?
Well,
What do you think?
Yeah, it depends on whatever is most useful to you. For me, it's the app that I told you earlier. It's Tap Tap Send.
Tap, tap,
It's
send,
much
okay.
easier.
Yep.
But if the quick remit works better for you, then yeah, by all means use it. Because I was also a customer of that bank for the quick remit service.
Okay. What about exchange houses do you get better rates? Could you get lower fees?
There are some, yeah. What's this? It's Alfardan. Because there is, I still send money using exchange house for one of my investments in the Philippines because they couldn't. So what my wife and I are using is Alfardan because the rates are in our when we checked it, it's much competitive.
Okay, but that's only for one particular
That's
investment.
one particular but definitely you can still whenever I send money, if I need to use an exchange house, we'd go for Alfardan.
Okay. All right. Then. Just shop around, really, isn't it?
Yeah.
Just have a look around. Don't
You can easily
necessarily-
check it online. Like you can even chat GPT that thing, right?
you can chat GPT your remittance if you want to. That's the ultimate inconvenience. Jean is asking, with so many people sending money, there are always warnings about scams, and this comes up a lot. So Jean's asking, how do you spot scams?
Scams in terms of remittances?
I guess, yeah, because people are sending money. There are always there are just so many warnings.
Yeah.
It's you get that email and it's you have to do this right now, and I always think no, I'm just going to delete that.
True.
But I tend to sort of check and think maybe there's something.
There was a time in my career as a coach wherein most people approach me because of investment scams, and I stopped doing those things. I stopped uncovering scams. Why? It's a toxic environment that I was in at that time.
Right.
But if this is about remittances or any type of maybe investment or savings scam, the easiest way to spot a scam, if number one, if it's too good to be true, right?
Yep.
Totally unbelievable. Like it's so easy. Like there some scams happening right now targeting overseas Filipinos here is what they call loan scams.
Mm-hmm.
Like they allow you to borrow money without any requirements of your salary certificates or without, you just need to send your passport and other IDs and then they can allow you to borrow money.
Right.
The thing here is, let's say if I borrow 10,000 dirhams, okay, the fee here is 2,000 dirhams. So send us 2,000 dirhams and we'll give you the 10,000.
Yeah, that's not going to happen.
That's not, but here's the thing, a lot of people fall for that. And what those people do is they borrow money from friends, they probably take a loan, a micro loan from the bank or what, but in most cases they just borrow money from friends.
Yeah.
And they send the money and then the person on the other side say, hey, the money that you sent didn't reach us. And then send us another 2,000 until they realize, hey, I've fallen for a scam already.
Yeah. Okay.
It happened to one of my clients. Her nanny actually fell for the scam. And unfortunately, we were not able to recover the money anymore. Because,
That's a shame.
it does happen. So the thing here is if it's anything, if it's really totally unbelievable, it's not something that's happening on a regular basis, then you really have to have this. It is a red flag in my case.
Okay.
In my view.
So I mean that, and it's very hard to give better advice than that. I think, isn't it? It's just if it seems too good to be true, it probably is too good to be true.
Yeah, it is probably.
All right, so don't jump in. Here's another question for you: is there a better financial strategy for holiday giving? We're in the festive period now. It's December, although that begins in August in the Philippines, as we pointed out. Should I send a single large lump sum right now, or is it smarter to send smaller weekly amounts leading up to the holiday to average out the exchange rate and avoid a bad one-day rate?
Yeah, well, it's really hard to know when the rates will really go up or down. Yeah. What I always ask clients to do is do it in a way that is aligned to your goals and to what you really want to achieve. Let's say, okay, we need the money at this time. And if you have the money now, then at least park it in a high-yield savings account for now so that it doesn't, it's still, the purchasing power is still sustained. And in terms of spending it, then really separate it versus your other goals. If it's meant for spending during the holiday, then just use it for the holidays and don't overspend on it. Because this is what my wife and I do. We have a budget or a set limit of spending for every December.
Right.
So we start our budgeting per se from January so that it doesn't, we don't overspend by December.
Okay.
So it's like we divide it by 12 and that's how much we save every month, and then we get to spend everything on December.
You're kind of back to your envelope theory.
Yeah,
almost,
it
aren't you?
goes back there. But nowadays, the good thing is, let's say I'm using Emirates NBD Live. They have this what they call goal accounts, and then you can automate those goals into whatever amount you want and however you want to save for a certain goal. Let's say if you want to save X amount every day, every week, or every month, it's possible. It will be automatically deducted from your specific salary account. And then by the time that you need the money, you have the money. And there's no guilt of spending because you've allotted for it earlier this year. So it is one of the helpful ways on how you can spend without guilt.
Good point. Okay, so you've sent some money back. On the receiving end, let's look the other side, the family back at home, and look at some of the, I don't know, are there common spending patterns for families abroad during the holidays? Is there a particular, way that people use the money that they get sent?
Usually it's really about festivities. They would buy a lot of stuff on the gift part and on the food part. And that usually is where most of the expenses are. Others would, maybe they would buy some decorations if they need to replace their decorations, but in most cases, it's really on the food and on the gifting part. And sometimes the pressure is high for someone to send the money because us here, we're working on higher incomes in terms of currencies, right? So the pressure to send money is really high, and you might get asked to send more money than how much we sent last year.
Yeah, I mean, you get kind of you get lulled into this sense, I suppose, if you're being sent money that more money could be sent. And,
yes,
and there's that feeling of there's plenty more where that came from.
And the challenge with the receiving country is in most cases inflation there is high.
Okay.
So expenses tends to become higher than last year, right? So you are really obliged to send money back home so that they'd be able to at least enjoy, quote unquote.
And the purchasing power is reduced, obviously, over time.
Obviously, over time.
Yeah, okay.
So that is the thing. So it's so important for us to plan really well and set the right expectations whenever holiday season comes, because the usual trend is, since this is the season for giving, for family to gather around, some people may not have that enough cash to sustain that kind of lifestyle or culture, so they tend to borrow money. And then when January comes, they start to repay those debts, those holiday debts, as we call it.
Yeah.
And the cycle goes on.
Yeah.
Some would say, hey, this is for the memories, right? We only get to spend maybe once a year. So it's okay to borrow money.
Well,
but again, it's also, what about the memories, Jay? That's what my clients always tell me. What about the memories that we're building with this gathering? Yeah, I get that. I'm not saying you don't spend money on your family or enjoy your festivities. What I'm saying is for you to spend responsibly and not be in debt. Okay? Because once the time comes that you are about to pay your debts again, that's going to be part of your memories again. And I'm not sure if it's going to destroy the happy memories you've built during the holiday season.
Do you know what? That's a really good way of putting it. It
Right?
is. I mean, it goes both ways, doesn't it?
It does.
Financial mistakes from the person remitting the money has to be responsible, but it goes the other way as well. People receiving the money have to be responsible.
And this is why I tell clients to teach your family members back home how to not just spend money, but also at least keep it in the right way or multiply it if possible. There's a saying that you teach a man to fish. You give a man a fish, you feed him for a day. You teach a man how to fish, you feed him for a lifetime, right?
Yeah.
So once we teach those family members of how they can fish on their own, then at least you wouldn't be burdened every month to send. Because again, you also have your own goals for yourself, for your family, not just for your other relatives back home or friends back home, right? And if you do not put this limit of helping and being overly generous, you tend to, the days that, the opportunities you had working in the UAE would be lost because you've spent it all, or you gave everything away, and you're not able to build a healthy retirement fund for your education fund for your son or child.
All right then. So what kinds of mistakes do people make when they receive remittances? Because with so much money going away, not all of it's being used responsibly.
True.
That's reasonable to say.
That is the number one mistake.
Really?
Irresponsible spending.
Okay.
Because here's the thing. If a person doesn't really work for the money, would you really value that? Or would you just wait for another month that my son would send me money again? It is different. If you worked hard for the money, you definitely do your best to make the most out of it. But if someone just receives it, maybe it's similar to winning the lotto, right?
It's an interesting thing. Earned money is kind of sweeter.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's the right way to put it, but when you've earned something and you feel like you really deserve it, rather than being gifted money, it's a different feeling.
It is. If it's, I forgot the term around it, but there's this thing that if you received money from your annual salary as a bonus,
right,
you'd spend it first versus the money that you save for the entire year. Why? Because you will think that the money that you've earned from your bonus is easy money. And it's easy to spend as well. Versus money that you've worked hard for the entire year. You'd see the value in it. Because you know that you worked in the trade-off with that is the time that you spent working to earn the money versus just receiving it, falling it from the sky, right? So it is totally a different vibe. So that is why it's a hard conversation with family members whenever I tell clients that you really have to have this uncomfortable conversation now, uncomfortable and awkward conversation now, than to suffer in regret in the future. Because you know that if this cycle keeps happening, you'd end up broke and unhappy. And no one's gonna save you. Look, bro, money has one language that it understands. You know what? Save me now and I'll save you tomorrow.
Yeah, okay. No, I like it. You're coming out with the epithets today. I'm enjoying it. If you have a question for Jay Tolentino is here. He is a financial coach. He's a financial expert. You can contact us, info@mira.fm, or via the WhatsApp, which is, I sound like a really old guy, via WhatsApp, just WhatsApp, no definite article, whatsapp.mira.fm. If it's on your laptop, your computer, that should bring up the dialog box. Chris texts through, this is an email, I think. Sorry for this super specific question, but I'm sending a large amount this month, but the exchange rate is volatile. Is it generally better to send money? This is interesting, actually. Midweek, Tuesday, Wednesday, or mid-month around the 15th to avoid the worst rate dips caused by high demand during payday and weekend transfers.
That is interesting.
Strategy.
Well, because my rule in money is to never really predict the markets in terms of investing or saving. So I really don't know which one is the right answer there. It really depends on the timing, maybe. If you think that, although I've read some articles around that there's a time in the week or the month that it's best to send money. Maybe it depends on the trends, but I don't usually check the trends in terms of those things. But yeah, if you think that, if you predict that the currency will fall or rise in that certain month, then yeah, by all means do it.
By all means do it, but don't be bound to it.
But don't be bound to it, yeah. And just take it with a grain of salt, maybe. I mean, don't just... This isn't financial advice.
No, but I mean, if somebody has a preference for doing something a certain way, then, I mean, that's fine. But, you know, the trick, surely the trick is just to, look around, do your research.
Yeah.
Because there's no substitute for research.
There's no substitute for research.
And it doesn't take much time to Google and just Google a few different, exchange houses, rates, whatever it might be. I suppose.
Yeah, it's similar. Yeah, it is the thing. You really have to do the research so that you would know if... but I'm not sure if it's a significant amount or just a minuscule. I'm not sure. Is it worth your time?
Chris says it's a large amount this month. Exchange rates are volatile. They're always as volatile. It depends on. I don't know which currency this is. But is it better to send midweek or mid-month? Yeah,
because I've also read an article that October of this year, the exchange rate for I think the peso is good. It's much higher because the Philippine peso is close to 60 US dollars per peso already. So it's really bad for our currency. And you know, UAE dirham and USD is pegged to
yeah.
1 to 1, right? So it's a similar scenario for that.
Okay.
And I think even the rupees are falling behind. This year. So, but it's something that they really have to always check. If it's something that's important to them, if they want to make the most out of the money that they're sending,
Sure.
yeah, check the trends.
But I
do
mean,
research.
if you need to send money and people need money, then whatever it is, you have to do it.
True,
don't you?
true.
That's the other side of it. Here's a message from Sheena. Once the money arrives, my family sometimes holds on to the foreign currency like US dollars or dirhams, hoping the local rate will worsen. Is this a smart hedge, or should a recipient always immediately convert the foreign currency to local funds to prevent further exchange rate losses and manage their budget?
That depends on how you use it. It sounds like the liquidity requirement is high. Liquidity means they need cash immediately, right? So if it's meant for day-to-day spending, like groceries, paying rent, then you really have to convert it immediately. But if the goal is for you to, let's say, sell the currency at a much higher price in the future, because you're trying to time the market there, in expect of maybe a little gain in the future if the currency falls.
It always strikes me that if you do this regularly and you're sending money on a monthly basis or a quarterly basis, whatever it is, and you're trying to hedge all the time, you're going to have times where 1 month or 1 quarter, yes, thumbs up, and then another month and another quarter, thumbs down. It's not going to work in your favor. Timing the market is
I'm not a fan of timing the market in any type of, be it investment or currencies or what. Because here's the thing, I'd rather spend my time honing my skill set, because I'll make more money doing that.
Okay.
Than me doing all the research every day, trying to say, hey, is the market gonna fall this season, next month? What if I spent 15 or 60 minutes of my day trying to be better than yesterday? I'll definitely make more money.
You're really talking the coaching language now.
I do say this to my clients, like, because I have clients, like, they would spend the entire week maybe looking for the next bank that would offer the highest savings yield.
Right.
And I tell them, instead of you wasting your time doing that, spend it back to yourself, because you are your best investment. You're probably gonna make 1 or 2% higher, but if you invest back to yourself, you can probably double what you're earning. Or maybe it's too good to be true as well, but definitely the investment in knowledge pays the best interest.
All right.
That has worked a lot.
The investment in knowledge pays the best interest.
Yeah, that's.
I like that one as well.
It's Benjamin Franklin, I think.
Sounds good. I need to send $5,000 for my family. I'm worried about the rate dropping on the day I transfer. So here's the question. Is it financially safer to split the amount into 3 transfers over 2 weeks to average out the volatility? Or should I go with 1 lump sum and just accept the rate on that single day?
It depends again on when do they need the money. If they need the money now, regardless of how much the rate is, you have to send it.
Yeah.
So let's say if it's an emergency, let's say it's a family medical emergency, you say to your father, hey, you take your operation next week, because I think that the market would crash next week. So I might be able to send more. But yeah, there's no right or wrong answer there. It really depends on.
No, there isn't. Plus, you may have fees for sending something twice. So,
or let's say for some of the Filipinos, what they're doing is, let's say they're gonna send a huge amount of money.
Right.
Right now, I'll be using the same app, and then instead of me doing it in one go, I'll chunk it into maybe 2 or 3, because the spread for smaller amounts using the app that I was using is much lower versus if I send it in bulk. So you really have to check with the provider that you're using as well. So how much do they charge on the spread? Because usually if it's with a bank, the higher the amount, the tighter the spread, meaning better rates.
Yeah, absolutely.
Versus using a remittance app and sending a huge chunk of money.
Okay, then. So there, again, we're kind of back to
Yeah,
research.
do your research.
Yeah. If my bank offers a zero fee transfer, am I actually saving money, or are they hiding the cost in less than favorable exchange rates?
It can
How do
happen.
I quickly check the real cost?
It's a simple Google search, like how much is the exchange rate now, and then compare to what your bank is doing.
Yeah.
And then that's how you're gonna see it. Yeah.
All right, then. That's pretty simple, pretty
Yep.
straightforward answer. So many holiday sales. You mentioned this just now: Yellow Friday, White Friday, Black Friday, Monday, Friday to I don't know, whatever they're called. Loads and loads of promos. Some of them are still on actually today as
Yes.
well. But how can you avoid overspending and that kind of dreaded, January financial hangover, as you like?
Yeah, good question. Overspending is a common thing. I think it's part of our culture. I think so. Overspending.
It's part of everybody's culture.
Yeah,
It doesn't matter where you're from.
Yeah, overspending happens when you're no longer aligned with your core values. Because I always tell this to my clients. Well, what are your core values? What are the things that are truly important to you? Are you buying this thing because it adds value to you, or because you're trying to impress other people? Because in most cases, you probably are, right? I'm not saying that I am what they call this. I'm not prone to this. I can also tend to spend on things because of other people, maybe because of my wife or my son or my friends, right? But I make sure that whenever I buy stuff, especially if it's something that is important, I make sure that is it something that I really need, number one. Number two, is it of high quality? Like I'd rather pay for a much higher price for a product that would last for a lifetime at least. And then third is it below market value? So, or is it on sale? So now a lot of things are on sale. And number four is, can I pay it in cash?
Right.
That's one of the important things.
You don't have a credit card at all.
I
do you?
don't have a credit card at all.
And that's
Never
a
had.
conscious decision.
It's a conscious decision.
Okay, so you've looked at them and
Yeah.
thought, should I get one?
I was in Ibn Battuta Saturday or Sunday. Sunday, I had a family lunch, and I was in this store, and there's this sales lady trying to offer me a credit card, and then she said, "Hey, sir, we have this free for life offer," and I said, "I don't have any credit card," and she said. So I said, I'm sorry, I'm not interested. And then she said, "Oh, you already have so many credit cards, sir?" And I'm not sure if I'll be offended or what. What I want to say. But if I tell her, no, I only pay in cash, I might sound rude. So I just said, no, I just don't use credit card. But
Really?
in all honesty, because of the same thing that we've discussed earlier, if I know if I'd be given a credit card, I might have the risk of splurging, because again, money is behavioral. And if I don't see my money, I tend to easily spend it. Okay. So it really depends. So a credit card is not good or bad. It really depends on the person who's using it. So
I think for a lot of people, it depends if you've learned the lesson of credit cards. I mean, I learned the lesson the hard way by, I withdrew some cash, and that means the exchange rate is different, the fees are different, and I built up an amount, and it took me a long time to pay it off. That's a long time ago, many years ago, and I haven't done that since. So I learned that lesson. So I look at them now, and I think, well, look, as long as you know, if you want one, get one. And use it sensibly. If you don't want one, don't get one. It's the choice. It's got nothing to do with me. But I don't see credit cards per se as a bad thing. It's just it's bad
it's a tool.
management.
It is a tool. And the problem here is not the tool. It's the one who's using it. So if we can't behave rationally when we have that tool, then might as well not use it. The reason why I don't have any credit cards is because I'm scared of debt, any type of debt. It feels that if I'm in debt, if I'm indebted with someone, with an institution, with a person, I feel like I'm a slave. I don't have freedom. Freedom of mind, freedom of thinking, freedom of relationships, freedom of choice. I feel that I am trapped. And I felt this 10 years ago when I had to borrow money from a loan shark just for the medical surgery of my father's second open heart surgery. And me and my brothers were in debt for 4 years. And I never wanted to be in that situation again. It's because of financial planning wasn't taught in schools. Nobody understood how insurance works in our family.
Right.
Nobody got to save. So who's going to carry the burden? It's the sons, the children, right? And that was my wake-up call. I realized that if ever I had to start my own family and never get to plan for my own finances, and I might pass this burden to them.
Right.
And I wouldn't want to pass on my debts as well, or any other bad habits on money that I've accumulated all throughout my lifetime.
Okay.
By the way, I wanna add more on the list that I was telling you earlier. So pay it in cash, right? Number 4. So number 5 is to understand the opportunity cost, the trade-off. Like, okay, it's fun to buy the latest gadget now, but at what expense? If you have a long-term goal, let's say you really want to retire before 60, and you know that, let's say you need $1 million for it, buying $1,000 worth of gadget would mean lesser money for you in the future. So always understand the trade-off. And in most cases, if you know that the thing that you're buying won't help you generate more money, at least, or won't improve your relationships, or won't save you more time, in my view, it's a waste of money. It has to always have this ROI, return on investment per se.
Yeah, okay. Okay, so don't waste money, is what you're saying.
Yeah.
All right, let's go to the questions. If you have a question for Jay, you're very welcome to text us on info@mira.fm or WhatsApp us if you would like to as well. 522 789 567 is the number, or just whatsapp.mira.fm. Let's just see. Leo, I want to send more for Christmas, for the festive period, but not run out of savings. What simple rule, like a percentage of my bonus, enjoy that, Leo, should I use to decide my maximum holiday remittance?
It depends again on the goals and on how much do you really want to spend on that month.
Okay.
So if you don't want your savings to be affected by your holiday spending, then have a separate fund intentionally meant for spending during the holiday, so that there's no guilt of spending. It's similar to doing your travels, like make sure you have your set spending limit. I don't want to say budget because it sounds restrictive. I always tell clients to have an intentional spending plan, because we love to spend, definitely, right? The only question there is, are we intentional with the way we spend, or are we unconscious? Because if we are the latter, the unconscious spender, then we'd always feel miserable. But if we are intentional spenders, then we lead to live a happy life.
There's the other thing here, Jay, as well, that, you know, your money is there. I mean, as much as you need to be responsible, you need to think about retirement, you need to think about, you know, medical possibilities. Hopefully that doesn't happen. But you need to enjoy it as well.
You need to enjoy it. Now, the question there is, how do you define enjoyment? Because in most cases, we put a price tag on enjoyment. The higher the price, the more fun it might bring.
Very often, yeah.
Very, very often, right?
Yeah.
But as I grew older, I tend to realize that it is how you really see things. It's really about your perspective. Whenever in my 20s, whenever I celebrate my birthdays, there will always be a lot of spending on my side. When I turned 30, I just learned and appreciate learning so much in terms of personal development and personal growth. So I think when I turned 30, I spent 50 dirhams on a book. I think it was a book about love language by Gary Chapman. Love language for men.
Yeah. You really pushed the boat out there with your
I'm sorry.
50 dirhams on a book, didn't you?
The 5 love languages, yeah, I've read that.
But if that meant something to you, and you got something from that,
That's true. That's why, again, I'll go back to my first point whenever I start my coaching with clients. What is the definition of success to you?
Okay.
And then get clear around that. Because that's how you're going to spend your money. If your definition of success or enjoyment or fulfillment is always based on other people's definition, you'll always be sad or lonely because you're trying to live a life that is meant for other people.
Yeah.
And that is how you really spend and enjoy your money. it. I have a friend who just bought a Mustang, I think 3 months ago, and I said, "Wow, that's a good car." And I said, "Well, if it makes you happy, it doesn't. If it aligns to your definition of happiness and success, by all means, spend it, man." And then, but again, he's still responsible because he still has an investment or some properties here and also in the Philippines.
Okay.
So I mean, I cannot judge a person by the way they spend. The only question I ask them is does that align with your definition of success? If yes, then go for it. By all means, spend it. Yeah. Ramit Sethi has this what he call a rich life. You need to define what your rich life is, because otherwise, other people will define it for you, and you'll end up being a happy and miserable person.
Okay. Hello, Tim and Jay. This is Chini, I think it's how you pronounce it. Share some
Hi,
holiday
Chini.
hacks. Are there bank promos or money app promos that we should get involved in? We should anticipate, things like cashback and rewards. What do you think of those kinds of things?
Well, cashback and rewards are for credit cards, so I'm not a huge fan of credit cards again, right? Because I don't have credit cards. But, well, here's the thing. My wife has a credit card, okay, to be fair. And we use that for Carrefour because of the grocery stuff. And in my view, it is a helpful tool for us because we get extra groceries, right?
I was going to say to you, how do you book flights to go home? Is that your wife's credit card that does that?
Yeah, but we already saved up for it.
No, that's fine. But would you use a card to do that?
We would use a card
Right,
well, yeah, because we always pay our cards in full. So yeah, we always use credit cards for that.
You are very sensible. I'm impressed. But I talked to lots of financial advisors and have done, and we've had quite a few people in the last month, 2 months, and it is very much about that kind of idea of pay the cards in full at the end of the month. Don't run balances, etc. Yeah.
But I understand that there are some great perks in using credit cards. Like it protects you from fraud, right? It's much easier than using debit cards.
Can be. Sure.
But again, I have spending limits on my expense account. So if I spend money on those stuff, then go by all means try to splurge it. But yeah, I mean, and I had this one instance, I think 2 weeks ago. I bought an online course using my business debit card, and I was charged incorrectly.
Right.
So I called the bank, and then they said, well, we can reverse this. But again, I called the vendor, and they were happy to give me the refund.
Gotcha.
But either way, even if I used my business card's debit card, I would still be refunded. So I guess it really depends on on the bank. Yeah.
Okay. Final question for you. This is Liesel texting. Please lighten up my mood.
What?
Thanks, Liesel. I'm thinking of not sending anything to my family because I don't want to welcome 2026 without savings, but I run the risk of making my family angry. Any words of encouragement?
Yeah, that is a common thing.
That is
a common thing.
One.
Well, again, you really have to have that tough conversation. Explain the reason behind it,
right.
Why you're not sending money this year, or maybe you may want to lower the amount that you'll be sending if you want to prioritize saving in the future. And I tell this to my clients, like, be truly honest with your family. Like, this is how much I make. This is where I live. If you might see me posting pictures on social media, that's just during my day off. But this is where I live. When I showed to my parents where the tiny 1-bedroom, I was sharing it with 4 people, they couldn't believe it because my room in the Philippines was so much bigger than where I was living. And I told them, this is reality. This is what many Filipinos' life is in Dubai. It's not the flashy things that you see online. And they get to understand it.
Mira Business FM, Dubai's home of business radio.
It's Mira Business FM, as you heard. Do you know, I've got one final question for you, Jay. Just before we finish, what's your message to expats and their families about using holiday remittance money wisely?
Yeah, well, just be intentional with your money. Be intentional. Go back to your financial why. Why did you come here in the first place? Why are you working here in the UAE, right? What is the end game? And again, if you are intentional to your finances, you tend to lead a more happy life in the future. That is what I think.
Okay, that's good advice. I think Jay Tolentino is a financial coach. He's an expert. Appreciate you being here this morning. Thank you. And have a very happy festive season as well, Jay.
You too, man.
Thank you.
Thanks,
It's
Tim.
Mira Business FM. This is the Morning Drive. It's Mira Business FM with me, Tim Elliott, and we are welcoming Dr. Talal Sheikh in a moment. He is an associate professor at the School of Mathematical and Computer Sciences at Heriot-Watt University here in Dubai. And the reason for him being here is this story that we want to cover, and more, in a few moments. Dubai accelerating its push to become a global AI and technology powerhouse. Now, the Crown Prince, His Highness Sheikh Hamdan bin Mohammed Al Maktoum, recently hosted Elon Musk in Dubai, personally driving him around the city on Sunday while discussing strategic opportunities in space, mobility, and perhaps most importantly, cutting-edge technology and artificial intelligence that could redefine how business, government, and society operate here and around the world. So Dr. Talal Sheikh is with me to discuss this and more. Good to meet you. Good to have you here.
Thank you for inviting me here.
You're very welcome. You're an expert on things that I absolutely don't understand, so bear with me if I ask the daft questions. Expert on computational science and AI ecosystems. And I want to start here, Dr. Talal, with you. The recent meeting in Dubai with the Crown Prince and Elon Musk. So AI, emerging tech, smart cities, fostering tech partnerships were kind of the centerpieces of the discussion, we're led to believe. Just your perspective to begin with, what does this kind of high-profile engagement signal about Dubai's strategic vision for AI and innovation on the global stage?
So, from my perspective, the meeting signals that Dubai is no longer positioning itself as just a fast follower in AI ecosystem, right? It's a place where global technology and all that, things like AI, good infrastructure, all these things, right? So good global technology agendas are shaped. So when the leadership, I mean, he also met His Highness President Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan.
That's right.
And as well as now he is also His Excellency Deputy Prime Minister Sheikh Hamdan as well, and they were moving around. So when leadership at this level engages directly with someone like Elon Musk, it shows the confidence that not only Dubai but UAE itself has the ability to host, regulate, and even, let's say, scale frontier technologies together, right? So it's about co-creating the future of AI, not just importing it. I mean, that was the initial stuff. I've been born and brought up here, so initially it was just like, okay, what's new, flashy, bring it here, and you'll always see it here, right? But now it's more about the whole discussion. Okay, what can we do more, right? This is a model, a platform, a test bed, where you have the regulatory stuff, you have the technology, and you have the talent that's already coming in with this better regulations. Right?
You see, that's interesting because it feels as though this is a much more kind of leadership position. It's fostering a a partnership, but taking a lead. I mean, Musk had discussions, as you said, with the president, His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan. So that kind of further cements the prospect of more tech collaboration, more tech leadership, I guess. The other thing is it's his second visit this year to the UAE. He unveiled the Dubai Loop project at the World Government Summit back in February. Now, that's an interesting thing, apparently expected by the second quarter of next year. 11 stations. It seems fairly, that seems kind of optimistic to me, but I mean, stranger things have happened. They say that it's much easier to build these tunnels. They're built in such a way that its construction is a bit faster than you would expect. But what did you think when he came here to unveil Dubai Loop?
I mean, it's his second visit here, I mean, in this year itself.
Yeah.
So I think he likes this place. and he probably sees this place as a test bed to where he knows that the government policies and regulations fit faster innovation cycles.
Yeah.
So he can try and bring in that aspect over here. And eventually what happens is that Dubai is known for its execution, right? So they want to be first. Not only that, but they are really, really fast at their execution cycles, I think, compared to other cities in the world. And because of this, like you said, the timeline looks very optimistic. But if they get it right, and if they have already planned this stuff, like especially for the Dubai Loop, I think things can happen at that time scale. So it's very much possible.
It seems to be 17 kilometres, 11 stations, 160 kilometres an hour potentially speeds. It's kind of Teslas in tunnels, isn't it? Really, that kind of wait for you and then drop you at specific points.
Yeah.
So 20,000 passengers an hour, I'm just reading here, on a direct non-stop route, all powered by electric vehicles. So that's the idea. And it aligns with the goals of the clean energy strategy, which is the 2050 strategy, but also the 2040 Dubai Urban Master Plan. So sustainability, seamless connectivity, all that kind of stuff. It's a really interesting idea. But I think you point out there, Elon Musk looks at somewhere like Dubai, somewhere like this region. There is liquidity here. There is some money, which I guess, means you can take technology forward. There are potential partnerships, certainly financially. But there's also that point that he views this place as a can-do place. You can get things done, which I think is interesting.
And it's also the place itself, and especially the region itself, is more a greenfield area to try out, like a test bed.
Yeah.
Try out new technologies, right? I mean, whereas like if you think about US, Europe, it will be more like a brownfield environment where the infrastructure already exists, and you might need to add on with this new technology that they want to try. But here, it's growing. The city is growing itself, so they could put this new technology in a newly grown part of the city or newly developed part of the city, where they can test out different things. So that makes it a bit more easier, I would say.
But you can see it in public transport here anyway, can't you? You can see the way public transport kind of interconnects with itself, in that you have the metro, which could lead you to a bus station, which could lead you to a ferry terminal, to a water bus, to a taxi stand. Just the way it works, you can see the interconnectedness.
Yes.
I think it's interesting. I want to ask you a little bit more. Dive into AI a little bit more and look at what Dubai's been doing. Building its kind of tech ecosystem, positioning itself as a hub for AI investment, for AI research, for talent. Generally, first of all, and then we'll dive a little bit deeper, what are the key sectors that you see being most transformed by AI in the next 3 to 5 years? An eternity in AI years. It's kind of a dog years thing, isn't it? But what do you see being transformed?
There are several key sectors that likely stand out. I think the most important one being healthcare. So there have been already interesting AI-driven diagnostics that have actually come out, especially in the imaging environment, like X-rays or radiology or anything in that department. And obviously things like personalized treatment pathways, that's actually being the keystone now. Like everyone sort of can get personalized treatment. And that's where the focus would be in the next few years. And recently there was this thing about the gene therapy investment. Like they're actually looking at specific gene therapy interventions for people who actually require that. So all that work is actually going on in this space, and I think that's quite exciting time actually to live in.
Well, it is, isn't it? Because I mean, we're all wearing, fitness bands. Or
I wear one.
you've got a what is that? A Whoop or
Yes.
yeah, exactly. Or we're wearing smartwatches. We're all kind of monitoring.
Yeah.
And that's interesting. But aggregating that data is a bit of a privacy minefield. But as that starts to, it will work itself out in one way or another. The point at the moment is that we're all more aware, aren't we, of well-being and health, and
Yes.
it's not just I feel bad, I'll go to the doctor. It's an ongoing process of keeping up with yourself,
Yeah.
kind of thing.
So that's what it is. Like, see, so before, like, especially when you're in academia, you work on these things, and it's all done in the lab environment, right? So sort of you're just testing out different things, whether it'll work, whether it might not work, and you have a general idea as academics that where it would actually go and impact. But then you see the real impact when actually the technology is being used on a day-to-day basis by different people, and they can use it in various different ways, and you just have to be prepared for it, like, to actually manage, handle, and even actually look at the consequences of what they have built. So that's quite a interesting thing. Not only that, like, so healthcare is one aspect, right?
Yeah.
Other sector which has a lot of data on which you can actually train AI models is the financial sector.
Right.
So that they're already doing that for risk monitoring or risk modeling, I would say. Also for fraud detection as well. And one more thing I could, like you have personalized treatment, you would also have personalized banking experience. So it's going to be, I mean, for a normal citizen, everything is going to be, let's say, focused on hyper personalization, and that's where I think it's actually going to go. It might get scary, like you just pointed the point about privacy things and all that, but there are certain rules and boundaries in terms of what data is to be used, how ethics is handled, and stuff like that. So, so even that part of the framework is also being sort of rapidly developed and matched so that these data is not used in any unwanted ways.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, there are certainly some issues down the road that are going to need to be dealt with in terms of data privacy, and a lot more than that, of course.
And I think one more area which actually adds up to the sector would be the energy field. I mean, we are in that region anyway, right?
That's where we are, exactly.
Yeah. So, but you can even think about, it's not only the oil that most of this infrastructure was initially built on, but now we're looking at solar energy and sustainable energy. So, and AI technologies or AI models actually pretty good at now helping in grid optimization and things like predictive maintenance of your different assets at different places. So whether, let's say, your solar panels need cleaning because there was a dust storm earlier in the day, so they can be more efficient, so and so forth. So, and as you see, like, all this forms the part of the national AI strategy, which UAE has, like 2031. And actually, in this meeting, even the Ministry of AI was actually also present around in that discussion. So you can understand like how important it is. Just AI is not considered just like a software, but it's of something that's of national importance. So
it's considered to be a way forward, isn't it? Let's face it. So we have the Ministry of Artificial Intelligence. Do you know what the amazing thing is? 2 years ago, AI was just, it was a passing comment that you would make. Oh, it's going to be coming at some point.
Yeah.
A year ago, it became it was discussed almost at every dinner party, at every meeting, corporate meeting you went to. Now, a year after that, it is just part of our lives. If you do a Google search, any kind of search, any browser search, it immediately comes up with an AI summary scenario.
Yeah.
And it's perfectly normal now to be, to expect that, to use that. It's just accepted, as is Chat GPT.
Yeah, I mean, so I was walking with my kids yesterday, and it was quite, the weather is really nice. So he's just walking around, and I was just passing by a cafe, and people were sitting on their laptops and all that. I was just observing, and out of the 5 laptops I've seen, and I'm mostly sure that 4 of them were using ChatGPT for their work. So, so I was like, okay, that looks like a ChatGPT interface. So it is being a part of our life, So it's like whether people say they use AI tools for their work or not, I believe most of them do. It's just that either they're not saying it. That's it.
But it's true, and there are lots of questions around that. I might get to some of those later if we've got time, actually. Let's get back. You mentioned universities as test beds and innovation centres briefly a moment ago. But for businesses, and I guess in particular for universities here in the Emirates, we're kind of at a point in time that presents opportunities and challenges. And my question to you is, how can academic institutions like yours, Heriot Watt, and the private sector better collaborate to develop AI talent, but local AI talent and innovation leadership? What could you see that should be happening there?
So if you look at Heriot Watt itself, our AI-based programs, like both at the bachelor's and the master's levels, they are actually built around the real market needs itself. So it's just not only the foundational theory, but it's also the practical implications of things on which people actually build the projects. So it's not only us, but I think even the other institutions, the universities around here, they also do have academia and industry partnerships where they actually build projects. So maybe these students might be working, like let's say the industry has a certain aspect they want to test it out, and they're not really sure whether they have all the required data, the infrastructure, and the talent to develop that models in-house. And that way they meet with us, and we develop, let's say, a capstone project around that, and try to get something worked out that benefits, that can be rigorously assessed academically, but also it impacts the workplace where they're actually developing that project. So it's not just like making a project just for the sake of being a project. You're looking at more like a mission-driven innovation approach that we are actually expecting. So that's one way. Another way is like, now we're talking about improving the skills of the talent that already exist. Right. Another thing that is actually happening is like, let's say at Heriot Watt, we have like a doctoral center for AI and robotics. And that's where actually the next cutting edge innovation and research can happen between academia and, let's say, the government and the industry. So they can come in and say, okay, this is some of the areas that needs focus. Can we work on this and try bringing up new innovations within that particular space? So it actually helps everybody in the process.
We mentioned Elon Musk being here and having some high-level discussions, and I guess that highlights the importance of public-private collaboration. What models or frameworks should or could Dubai adopt to ensure partnerships deliver, real economic value, real social benefit?
Yeah. So I think the very first thing that people should focus on, I mean, though, like if you see the essence of Dubai itself is based on successful business models itself, right? So when you're looking at this public-private partnerships, we're looking at more around outcome-based funding. So you pay for or you fund projects that has clear priorities, that needs that works at the national level. Like it could be for smart cities, it could be for sustainability, right? So you fund projects that is just not for the sake of innovation, but that is also for the benefit of the particular sector that they're actually working on. So which can be eventually used, So it's we hear a lot of talk about, oh, we are doing innovation in this, innovation in that, but is that innovation really impacting a normal person, for example, in their day-to-day life? So will that make sense overall or not? So I think that's where actually it is actually interesting to see, like Dubai already has that approach, and you can see many free zones have come up, especially the AI campus at the DIFC, where that's interesting because they have a regulatory sandbox under which you can actually prepare and develop your product. And and there are different levels. So it says, okay, they make sure that, okay, if this is a high risk thing, then we can only work with this kind of data with this kind of customers, right? Or if it is general, so if it is something that doesn't affect the privacy that much, so it can be sort of a little bit more mass deployed and tested with people and stuff like that. So you have the different levels itself to work with, and since it is regulated, it's easier for innovation to happen. Not only like at the grassroots level, but also at scale. So it gives you that flexibility. So Dubai is pretty good at that.
Interesting. You said if it's a high risk thing there. What do you mean when you say if it's a high risk thing?
It goes back to the talk we talked about ethics and privacy, right?
Yeah.
So it's like I'm training my models based on someone's data, right? And it could be your private data itself, right? And the more I have, more private data, I could get, of course, more personal and things like that. But you can also fall into issues like, where is that data used somewhere else? I mean, you have, let's say, we do, like we are all also bounded by, let's say, the GDPR rules, right? So, and in that, there is a particular policy that says that you are only intended to use this data only for a particular purpose, right? So if it's used for something else that was not intended to, and it leaks out something else, you have to be quite aware of that such things can happen, right? So when you have the regulatory insights on that, they make sure that all your data, your sources of data, your inputs of data are compatible with all those existing laws, and as well as you're doing things in the technically right way. So, so all this brings us that the goal is not innovation just for its innovation's sake, right? But innovation that delivers some sort of a measurable impact or value to the society.
Yeah. Okay.
That's what.
I mean, one of the things about AI is rapid adoption, and the speed is like nothing we've ever seen. I find it impossible to keep up.
Yeah.
But the issue with that, when you see such a rapid acceleration, is, or will be, and I mean, is currently questions around ethics, around governance, around societal impact as well, as we need to get accustomed to these things. But there's also accountability. I mean, who is responsible when AI makes a harmful error, whether that's perhaps a false diagnosis or you mentioned AI in financial institutions, in banking, if it's, you're denied a loan, perhaps unfairly.
Yeah.
Who is accountable in situations like that?
So I think it's accountability should be a shared responsibility across everyone who was actually involved in that project. So what I've seen is especially the framework here in this part of the world, they're looking at responsibility. Like you say, like if you come from a security field, they don't say that security should be by obscurity, right? Okay. They say the best approach is have security by design. Like embed, when you build up system itself, think about security as by design itself.
Yeah.
So what I see here, I mean, to answer your question, is we should work on something towards responsibility by design itself.
Okay.
Right. So if you do that, then you have the ethics and accountability that is built into AI systems directly from the beginning. So it's not like, okay, after things happened, whom am I going to raise my fingers to, right? Okay, oh, it's because of you, you did this, you did not think about this, or so on. So it's everybody. So once you have that process of responsibility by design, it sort of narrows down to everyone, every stakeholder within that process of building the AI system is responsible about certain things. And there will be checks and balances that actually happens there. And actually that helps a lot. So this brings me to this concept of AI literacy. So AI literacy should be not to the person who's just developing it, but also all the way up to the leadership in that particular project. So that's like the whole.
So there's always some form of human oversight, if
Absolutely.
you like. They're meaningful involvement, particularly when the decisions are quite of a high stakes kind of nature.
Yep.
What about transparency? One of the things is understanding AI, explaining how AI makes decisions and
Yep.
offers, a resolution for something. Even if you just type something in. At the moment, I was doing some research this morning, and I was looking at a real estate development against another real estate development. I thought, right, I'll put it into the browser, and it was X versus X, and it came back with a really neat little summary with a couple of things that I hadn't thought of. So I can incorporate that into my line of questioning for my guest who's going to be after you here. So hopefully it gives us a more rounded interview. Brilliant.
Yeah.
But how did it get to that? How can I explain AI? I can't. All I see it as this kind of all-knowing, all-seeing, entity, and I find it hard to explain it. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I mean,
Kind of.
So, I mean, the way I see it, I mean, to make it as simplistic as possible, is AI is just a big model. So it takes something in and it sort of spits something out, right?
Yeah.
Now, with the kind of innovation that has taken place, especially with this large language models, which most of us are using, like Gemini or ChatGPT or Claude, they are specifically trained on large sets of data, right? And the data that was already there, like from Reddit posts, emails, whatever, right? So they have stripped up all the, let's say, personally identifying information, and you could think of it like stats, right? Like if you just ask a question, my name is, right? So definitely after the word my name, you will get the next word that it should predict is.
Sure.
Right? So it's all maths at the end of the day. It's like, okay, so, but now you add up lots of data, lots of structured information, and now it starts getting more interesting, because all that you're seeing is something that has digested a lot of information, and it's giving you the information that you expect to see either from one person's perspective or multiple persons' perspective. So it has got good at structuring that. And of course, there are other people who are making sure that the outputs that it is actually giving you is something that you would expect, right? In a structured way. So there are also different guardrails as well. So it might have learned something, but it's not in, it could be dangerous for somebody who is asking certain questions, and you don't want that information to be out. So there are also some guardrails that are there on, especially LLMs, like so that it doesn't put out information that you don't want, or something it could be harmful. Like for example, it says, you know what, I diagnosed you have this XYZ kind of problem, so it must be this.
Yeah.
Right?
Okay.
And the AI, and for a normal person, they will consider it as a fact. But in reality, it might just be that that's the only thing it knows. Right?
Yeah, so it's offering possibilities rather than conclusions.
Exactly.
Right,
And that's
right.
what you need to keep in mind when you're always interacting with these stuff.
So it's really as though we're educating these kind of AI models, aren't we, by training them on data sets from wherever that data comes from.
Yeah.
But there's an element, isn't there, that we need to be trained to understand that our use of AI and our understanding of AI
Absolutely.
needs to be pointed in a very specific direction. Not everything is the sort of gospel truth.
No, not at all. And if you see in almost all the big models, they actually mention, like, please check the facts.
Yeah.
So even they themselves are not sure whether it actually, I mean, there was more of a problem of hallucination. We call this as hallucinations in LLM models.
I love that. I love that.
There were more issues initially, but then it's a bit less now.
Yeah.
See, you could hallucinate in code. You could introduce a bug that was not there. But I was talking to one of my students, and he was saying, like, it figured out a bug that I would have never thought of. Like, I just gave it my code to review, and it reviewed, and he was like, I was so surprised. And it's the same person 1 year ago is like, AI was crap. It's not doing, it's all, it's all fluff. He's very good, one of the top AI students, and whom I have taught as well. So to see that perspective changing is also game changing. Like, you can see that, people are becoming better at selecting certain AI models for certain tasks. Like, ChatGPT, they use it for something else. Claude for, programming, these kind of stuff. So there are different models that people have started using because they have figured out, like, that's the best use case I would use these models for. Like, I use this model for creatives, I use this model for financial analysis, I'll use this model for so and so. So it's not like one model does everything perfectly, but some models do something really better than the other ones.
We're almost in George Orwell territory there. Some models are better than others. I like that.
Yeah.
Which I'm sitting listening to you, and I'm fascinated, actually. The example of your student there, being surprised by AI working out the bug. Is there anything? I think there's still a mistrust around AI with lots of people, that it's it's Skynet, it's Big Brother, all the usual sci-fi stuff. Is there anything that bothers you? Do you have any worries? I mean, you consider AI more than most people.
Yeah.
It's every day for you, and you're teaching students. Is there anything that, not that you mistrust, but is there anything that bothers you slightly?
It's around the democratization of AI itself, I would say.
Potential misuse by people.
So it's see, at the end of the day, I'm not afraid of the technology itself, right?
No.
It's just a tool.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
I mean, like I always say to my students, I use a knife to cut fruits, right? But you could also use a knife for something else. Same thing with fire. I could use fire for cooking food, but I can also destroy something with it, right?
Yeah.
So AI is just like that. So it depends on who's on the other end of the spectrum, who's actually using this for what purpose, right? So you can use it for good things, and you can use it for not so good things. So as long as that framework is there, actually that's sort of important to understand, like, where the boundaries are. But also, I feel like there's like a collection of a few companies who are actually working with this AI large AI models that is taking out some smaller companies out of the way. Like for example, I myself had a company in this field which used to make stories for children, and with nice visuals and graphics and stuff like that. And at that time, this was way back in 2022, before ChatGPT was out.
Right.
Okay, and then within a year of that, ChatGPT got the flexibility of generating images and generating stories. So we were like,
Do you know what's wild? As you say, back in 2022, before ChatGPT, that's 3 years ago.
exactly.
It's wild.
Yeah. So it's crazy. Like because when you look at smaller startups, right? So they have limited funding, limited focus. So they need to be really, really precise on who the demographics are, how they're actually going to solve a very important problem, because if it's a very small problem, but maybe your scale is not that large enough to make it financially viable. So the bigger guys will take over that pie and do it themselves. Okay. But that also means that most of the innovations is also happening there, right? So all is not lost, because you also have open source models that are given to people for free, so that they can download and create their own variations of stuff. So that's the beauty I like about it. So it's just not that, okay, it is the technology is cornered by around 2-3, or let's say 4-5 big companies. No, it's also democratized. So everyone can, with a certain bit of know-how, they can actually also build their own AI systems. So you have this big giant AI systems, AI models, but then you also have very specifically pruned AI models that can work on anyone's laptop, or let's say even on phones.
Yeah.
So, and that could be more efficient, less energy consuming, so on and so forth. So in terms of whether I'm fearful about something, it's just that who is using that data at the end of the day, right? And to make what kind of decisions. But at the end of the day, especially with any of these models, if you are a paid subscriber, it's in their policy that they don't use your data for anything else, like even for training.
Yeah.
Right. But that's not the case if you are a free user of those things.
No.
So if you're just using these things for free, then it is in their policy that they are using this data for training purposes.
I think
and
there are a
stuff
lot
like
of people that don't realise that. So, but then that's a data issue on the internet. It's far deeper, runs far deeper.
Yeah.
Do you think we're doing enough? I mean, where are we in terms of? I wanted to talk about governance and about trust with you today, but in terms of regulating artificial intelligence, are we complying with existing and future regulations? I'm thinking about the EU AI Act, for example, which is the first one that comes to mind, but is enough being done?
I mean, the EU AI Act is actually quite, it's quite a landmark policy around this, in this space, because it actually governs how the data is actually used and under which classifications it's actually used. So whether they have clearly mentioned what is high risk and what is low risk data, and how you are supposed to use that in your AI model. So that actually gives a very good policy-driven value there. But at the same time, to answer your question, whether enough has been done, that's just one part of the world, right? So
well, exactly,
yeah. So not everyone has caught up to that yet, and so.
Well, the catching up is part of the problem.
Exactly.
Because this is a field that's moving at a pace that
It's very, very fast.
It's really fast.
Yeah.
And I guess for regulators, first of all, understanding
Yes.
what AI means and where it's going and how, intrinsically linked it will be in all of our lives.
Yeah.
It's hard to get your head around that. But to regulate an industry that's moving at this speed is, well, let's say it's a headache.
Yeah. Yeah, it is. I mean, like I said, every stakeholder needs to be also educated on not be just like media influence, but also know technically how these things actually work.
Yeah.
Then only you can come up with a good, because you don't want a regulation to stifle innovation.
Yep.
Right? So you need something that balances both, because otherwise if you have something too tight, then some other country might just go faster at that innovative pace, and they might start getting that advantage. So it's this balancing act that every major AI, every major country that is interested in having an AI infrastructure on them, they want to make sure that, okay, we also have something that's unique that other person does not have, so they are also investing in building up models and AI models for different things. So that's what is happening.
It's such an interesting question because it's like the new space race, isn't it? But there is potentially such an impact on society, on, I don't want to be too over dramatic, but there's a real impact on humankind here, potentially. So we're not going to get a resolution in the next 10 minutes, that's for sure. I already kept you over time. Once again, I'm going to get shouted at because we were supposed to have half an hour, but it looks like we're going to go for the full hour. Are you okay to stay around for a little bit longer?
That's fine.
I appreciate that. Lots of things I wanted to ask you, Professor, today, because where do I go next? Let me ask you this, because this is something I guess that you have talked about at length with your students. And the way we're using AI as individuals, but in particular the way students are using AI, and that question of, am I using AI to genuinely learn, or am I relying on it to the detriment of skill development, i.e., it's a shortcut, it's a cheat code?
Yeah. So that's a very interesting question, and I think a lot now, like we know that AI, like let's say up until last year, I have put my own assignments that I test with the students and see what kind of results. Is it on par with what I'm actually, expecting?
Right.
And usually it was below average. The results were like below average, whatever it would output. But now it's different. Maybe it learned from our existing students or something like that. And now it can give something between B and C B and C grades, kind of an output
with just simple prompts.
Yeah, with just simple prompts, right?
Yeah.
So we have academia is also not far behind, right? So we have now adopted, under which let's say we have a coursework or something like that, we actually say how much of Gen AI is allowed in that versus whether it's allowed or not allowed. So basically, you might have, let's say in the early years, we want to really know whether you learn the fundamentals, right?
Yeah.
And obviously now, if you open up any AI model, you can just ask the fundamental question and it'll just pop it up.
Yeah.
But you need to know whether you know what you know, right? It's not just asking and just getting the answers there. So if you see at the lower levels, we really want people to know what they're actually understanding, not just ask a chat model and get the answers on that. So that level, so we have like level 0 Gen AI versus like level 7. So you're given, you can use Gen AI as you want, but because we believe like when a person is out in the wild, let's say in the industry, and they are going to use the tools, right? So you need to make the best use of tools coupled with the foundational knowledge you already have to make you a better person. So I mean, I personally believe this is one of the things that I've been also talking about to other people as well, is that the future is not just you. Let's say you're going and getting a job or doing a consulting role. It's not you, it's you and your AI model. Because you have personally trained your model that you're using. That AI model knows more things, maybe some things that you might have actually forgot, right? And you could just do a simple exercise, like, based on what you know about me, write a profile bio about me, myself. And you will be quite surprised about what all things you have asked, what all things it has remembered about you, and it'll make a very nice, catchy profile.
Well, it would. I mean, I've done this. I did a podcast this year, and I just put my friend's profile in and created a podcast with two people talking about his profile, which I just found staggering.
Yes.
It works so well. The thing is, though, it's about being transparent, I think, with the way you use AI. If you're a student in your class, I mean, you're an AI professor, so I can ask you this directly. Student in your class uses AI. My reading of this is if you cite AI correctly and you're transparent over your use of AI, and the thesis that you put forward to you, for example, uses that as the basis for its argument, or backs up the research, that's fine, isn't it?
Yes, I mean, as long as you did not use AI as a shortcut or your last minute thing, right? So most of the people actually, they get stuck up with, oh, you know what, the deadline is tomorrow, let me just put a prompt in and
I'd say that's probably a lot of students.
Yeah, and that's where they get caught off.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
But as a university, we have come up with like regulations saying that, okay, like there are policies like that says, okay, in this coursework, you are allowed to use AI versus zero allowance versus full allowance of using AI.
So that's a standard part of the...
Yeah, now we have changed it.
Right,
right?
okay.
And we have also changed our assessments based on this. So now before, a lot of weight was, like now since we know writing has become a bit more easier, so now we want to know whether the student really knows, right? So instead of just that, now we have added an additional component of, let's say, video-based exposition of their stuff, or they can do Viva. So, so we really go in and say, okay, do you really understand what you're actually talking about? And have you done some stuff, right? Have you done some stuff that explains what you're going to do, like for your research or something like that? So we know that you might use AI somewhere, but did you do something on your own? Like, that's the kind of thing that we are actually looking at. So that's how we are actually saying, okay, we're working with AI. You know, we are not like saying do not use, because in academia you have like one group of people, no, they should not use AI, and then we have a group of people. I'm on the other side saying no, we should use, because that's what we are going to use anyway outside. So there should be a balance in between, and I believe. Some universities have taken the right step of saying like, okay, you know what, it is how the world is changing, but we still need to make sure that people have the fundamental skills.
Yeah.
So maybe those fundamental skills, the way you were assessing with courseworks, cannot be done anymore. Put an exam for it, right? Let them come on a table, sit on a table, answer that, right? Or if you want to be really more sure, like interview that student, or make them make a video or show some other delivery method.
I mean, it's necessitated a change of approach.
Absolutely.
In academia, hasn't it? It's the old argument of 30, 40 years ago, you couldn't take a calculator into a maths exam.
Yeah.
And now that would be standard practice.
Yes.
But we are still teaching people their times tables, and people can still add and subtract and everything else.
Exactly.
It's a slightly more technical argument, AI, but it's a very similar.
Yes, similar approach.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's I think that's a very good analogy that you have.
Thanks. I'm quite proud of that one. Just a couple more questions. We've got 5 minutes or so to talk, but it's fascinating talking to you, because there are so many facets to AI, and it's going to hit us whether we like it or not.
Yeah.
we're dealing with questions over job displacement, for example. That's going to happen more and more. So there's a real need, I think, to consider how we support people affected by AI automation as well. And that's something I think that we're going to, we're going to see happening more and more. Something we're going to have to deal with.
Yes. So what's going to happen mostly is like there will be a shift in the job market, right?
There will.
So it's like what you were doing before, obviously because you have got like an extra superpower now to do your things a bit faster.
Sure.
Right? People who don't know how to use these tools, right? I mean, like, okay, forget about ChatGPT or anything like that. Like how people used to search on Google itself, there was a difference between a person who was a master at Google search versus a person who did not know.
Sure.
Right? And the person who knew exactly what to search, what keywords to put and stuff like that was always up ahead of the other person who did not know. So a person so knowledge about how to use these tools is also very important. Right? So otherwise you'll be left behind.
Yeah.
Okay. And that's like a very common thing in this job shift place. But also what's actually happening is some of the creative stuff which we thought like AI couldn't do before, for example, now can be done quite easily, right? Like you have more, like it could be like artist, right? You're an artist, you have a particular vision of what needs to be put on a canvas, but then you put a prompt on one of these image generation tools or diffusion models, and you get an artistic interpretation of what that prompt was, right? Yeah. And you're like, okay, now I can do this. Do I need an artist, for example? Right? So my take on that is we will definitely need both, but probably lesser and lesser artists would be interested to work in that space if they are not going to get that financial gain. Right? So somebody who is really still passionate about artists and creative work, and they will still work on it.
Yeah.
Right? And there will always be a market for that kind of approach as well. It's just that there will be a shift in perspective, and there will be a shift in, like you could have these artists itself who would use AI and make something more crazy, like more interesting. Like, I met my brother-in-law, he's into music, so I was on vacation 2 weeks back, and I was like trying to help him. I got into this space of AI generated music, and it's crazy. It's crazy. Like I was able to make like electronic trance songs,
right,
all the way till classical stuff.
Yeah.
And it was, and that's not it. I was not in just English. I was able to make songs in, let's say, Swahili, in Hindi, in different languages, and I was like, wow, this gives me a big power. And I was looking at some of the comments that people are saying. It's like one guy was saying like, it's been like 40 years. I always wanted to build a song, and nothing, and because of job and this and that, I was not able to pursue that passion, and now I can do it. Like
Yeah.
And then you have the other side of people like, oh, but this is going to take our jobs away and stuff like that.
It's those two ways of looking at it, isn't it? It's either going to steal everything we already have, or it unlocks so much more potential.
Exactly. So I was thinking about the guy who was not able to express himself.
Yeah.
And now he is at the production seat, right? So he doesn't need singers, he doesn't need musicians, but he just needs a vision of what that final song needs to come out as.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right? And as long as your vision is very clear, and you will reach that direction. So like I said, the job is shifting from that, and it's going more onto, so you could be creative at the singing or at the music generation level, or you could be creative at the whole thing, right? Like looking at the complete picture. I'm just not looking at the text, but I'm looking at the whole book. And that gives me the control.
Where is it going? Where is it going? We're going to have to stop, because otherwise we're going to be sitting here until the new year, I think. But it's been fascinating to talk to you. We started with the visit of Elon Musk being received by the Crown Prince and driven around Dubai, meeting the President, His Highness Sheikh Mohammed, as well, and we ended up with making music on AI. We got through a few things. Dr. Talal Sheikh is an associate professor at the School of Mathematical and Computer Sciences at Heriot Watt University in Dubai. You're going to have to come back and talk some more.
Definitely.
Thanks for joining us.
Welcome. Thank you.
Appreciate you.
Thank you for bringing me on.
It's the Morning Drive. This is Mira Business FM. A like, a subscribe is always appreciated. Wherever you join us from, or wherever you get your podcasts from, you can listen and watch again. Just search Mira Business FM.
Mira Business FM, Dubai's home of business radio.
It's Mira Business FM. It's the Morning Drive. Welcome. Is the desk officially dead? There's a question for you. As we head towards 2026, work is no longer tied to a single office, a fixed schedule, or even a city, really. Employees are becoming more mobile, they're more flexible, they're more focused on outcomes rather than hours. That's a shift now known as the rise of the borderless employee, which is something we're going to explore in the next few minutes. What does all this mean for productivity, workplace culture, and how companies design work? Some of the questions we're going to try and get to with our guest. Hamza Khan is the founder and CEO of Let's Work, co-working spaces with free coffee. I read on your website, Hamza, so welcome. Nice to see you.
Thank you for having me.
You're very welcome. Good to have you here. Your story, first of all, and I wanted to start with this because it's interesting. I can see the progression, and I kind of, pointed towards this just now. But you're a Magic Circle trained lawyer, and that's the big 5 London law firms. Impressive in and of itself. You then transition to entrepreneurships. You serve as entrepreneur in residence at Imar. Now, Let's Work, which is essentially a tech industry, isn't it? Am I close? Is that the path? How did that all happen?
That is correct, yeah. So, I grew up in Dubai, and I sort of went on to study law in London, and like anyone there, you sort of, jump on that conveyor belt into the corporate world while in London. And so, while studying law, it seemed like the right thing to do, and I wanted to, I guess, tick that box off and showed that I could, achieve that and work hard to get to becoming a lawyer. So I went down that path, and a couple of years into it, whilst qualifying into the disputes team, so I qualified into the litigation and dispute resolution team at Clifford Chance. I sort of realized that actually all these long hours I'm spending working for other people, I'd love to do that for myself and see what happens. Okay. And so this opportunity came up with MR, who were starting a venture studio lab, effectively to encourage innovation and entrepreneurship within the MR ecosystem. So they set up, the chairman of MR, His Excellency Mohammed Alabar, set up a venture studio called E25, right. Where he brought together people under the age of 25 from a range of different backgrounds. So I was a token lawyer. We had software engineers. We had people who had PhDs in land economy and people with business backgrounds with MBAs. And so we were all brought together to work on innovative projects within the MR ecosystem. So real estate, obviously, hospitality, retail, entertainment, all the key verticals that MR sort of works in. And that's where my co-founder, Omar, and that's where we effectively came up with the idea of Let's Work, where we saw that increasingly people were working, remotely. People were working from co-working spaces and coffee shops and hotel lobbies and in airport lounges. And so, initially we actually thought of starting our own co-working brand. We thought, okay, let's take up some of MR's commercial real estate and convert that into flexible office space. And then we thought, hold on. I mean, you have concepts like Airbnb where you can, share use of apartments. Why not create a similar platform where you could effectively share an office? And that's how the concept of Let's Work was born. And we started off with this cute little app which helps you find, great coffee shops with lots of plugs and good Wi-Fi, and you get a free coffee while working from there. And over the last 6 years, we've effectively grown to become this all-in-one platform for workspace solutions for freelancers and individuals on one end of the spectrum to corporates and enterprises and massive organizations on the other end who all seem to struggle to find and work effectively, find good spaces to work from.
It's interesting that because it's as though, when you move in, you set your meeting room up and you do this, you have your coffee space and you've got your, I don't know, your isolation rooms, all these kinds of things that people do now. But there's always a need for something else. So you offer like a desk to a guy like me with a laptop. You would offer a meeting room. There's all kinds of different kind of tentacles out there, I suppose.
Absolutely, and it was sort of like a wild goose chase because we started off, building this app for individuals to find coffee shops, and then those people started looking for meeting rooms as well to hold meetings. So we added meeting rooms on top, and then they started asking for private offices that they could rent for an hour or a day or a week or a month. So we added them, and then those people started growing and started started their own companies and hiring more people. So we added team memberships, and then that team membership suddenly changed to corporate memberships, where we had organizations like Do and EAND and Emirates NBD knocking on our doors asking for flexible workspace solutions for their employees because hybrid and remote work suddenly became a thing in the last 4 or 5 years. And that's how we've effectively got to where we are today. And then it was a countrywide sort of, a global sort of growth as well. So we started off in the UAE and then naturally added Saudi and then added the rest of the Middle East, including Egypt most recently, and now we're in Pakistan, Portugal, and everywhere in between.
You're reaching out. I at the beginning of this, I used the phrase "the death of the desk," and it kind of swings and pendulums, isn't it? Because we're talking about the death of the desk now. We're all remote working, or we're borderless, or whatever it is. We'll get into the definitions a bit later on. But what do you think is driving the shift? Because you're well placed to talk about this. Why is that accelerating? What's pushing it?
I mean, it's a mix of a lot of macro and microeconomic sort of factors, whether it's the influx of Gen Z workers who are a lot more demanding with flexibility. It is the importance being placed on employee engagement, on employee happiness and productivity, and people and organizations being a lot more trusting to employees and allowing them and enabling them to do their best work anywhere. And then you have the rise of entrepreneurs and startups and the gig economy, where people are becoming sort of fractional contractors as well. So it's a whole mix of different things. And then you threw COVID into that as well, right? And that sort of pushed everyone into this norm of working from home. And so now that pendulum, like you rightly said, has gone from fully in the office to fully at home to now settling somewhere in between, where different organizations are choosing the sort of environment that they believe, or the culture that they want to cultivate, which creates that sort of that working environment that's best for themselves and their team members.
It's a mix, I guess, is the best way to do it. And lots of our guests, in particular, one of our regular guests is a guy that owns an HR recruitment outfit. And he offers his employees that, and they tend to do a mix of remote and office work. And he seems to believe that it's the right way forward. Look, you've seen work from corporate law, real top-tier corporate law, to large developers, to startups. What was it that changed your thinking about how and where people were? Because you haven't just jumped into this because it was an option. This was something that you felt was important, I'm getting the feeling.
Yeah, I think it was a seed that was planted in my head whilst in corporate law, where you'd be spending 12, 14, maybe even 16 hours working in an office, just working a desk job on your computer screens. And then I wondered, the sort of stuff that I was doing at the time really just required a setup that, that was comfortable, and I had sort of access to just quiet space to work. And then I sort of struggled with the idea of being forced to come into a single place, commuting, like 45 minutes from central London to Canary Wharf, or from where I live in Dubai to DIFC to the office, and then, sitting in that one place. And I thought a lot of the time, I could easily have just done this from home. And so it was that seed that was planted at the time, thinking, okay, we need to, that there's flexibility is something that, people need, people want. A lot of people, depending on their own lifestyles or the part, I guess the point in life that they're at, they may need extra flexibility. So new parents, for example, may need that as well, or even a lot of people just happen to travel a lot for work as well. So if you're a salesperson, for example, you're traveling within the city, so going to different offices to meet different clients, and then it just doesn't make sense to then having to commute all the way back to the HQ when you could just effectively be working from anywhere on your laptop. And so that's how we really built it, and that's really the ethos of Let's Work as well, which is flexibility.
It depends who you talk to, doesn't it? This next question, but demand for flexible work arrangements, I think, are continuing to grow, but there is also this swing towards, well, you need to get back to the office now. There's kind of post-COVID mentality. But do you think hybrid work is the new normal? Is that the kind of standard bearer for how we go now?
I don't know if there's any one true normal, to be honest. I think every organization has their own normal, and it's just figuring out what that normal is for you. Right. So if you're a one-man show, or if you're a 10-man show, or if you're a 1,000-man or woman show, it's really figuring out, okay, like what exactly, how exactly do I want my company to operate? Do I trust my team members to continue working productively and effectively?
Well, that's the key, isn't it? It's that trust, and I wonder how much that's imparted. You hear that story a lot here, that my boss just won't let me work from home, doesn't trust me to work from home, and I always think, well, that's probably more your boss's problem, or is it your attitude? It's very difficult.
But you can't blame them. You can't blame the bosses as well, because there's obviously people who take advantage of it, and maybe just move their mouse a little bit while taking a nap from their bed on their laptop. So or they have Netflix on the side, or they have distractions, whether there's their pets or partners or their kids or whatever it is. So it's really just it's a honest conversation that needs to be had within an organization, and then also within an organization, there's also different dynamics as well, right? So if it's if you're hiring exclusively within the city you're in, or if you're quite flexible with that as well, and you're hiring people across the country, or if you're fully remote and you're bringing on talent from different parts of the world, there's always challenges for every setup, So regardless of whether you're remote or whether you're fully in the office or whether you're in somewhere in between, there's always going to be challenges, and there's always going to be pros as well. So it's just figuring out which ice cream flavor you want to go for, and then pick it.
No, I guess so.
And hope that everyone likes that flavor.
Well, this is the thing, but you have to think very carefully, don't you, when you build a team? I don't know if you build a sales team, for example, and you have some people working in a hybrid or remote fashion. That can affect team cohesion if you've got a mixed presence around. So I guess it is 6 of one, half a dozen of the other. I was reading something recently. That was a review of the year, and some of the stats in there. 98% of workers want to work remotely at least some of the time for the rest of their careers. Recent survey done. And what I thought was interesting was flexibility has become a non-negotiable expectation for many employees, coming into the workplace, particularly, the next generation of employees, if you like. Overall, how do you view, what are you told, how do you see the attitude towards remote working here in the Emirates?
It's definitely something that is becoming increasingly encouraged, especially by the government, considering how bad the traffic is here in the UAE. There's been a whole lot of remote working programs or I guess
there have been
structures directives exactly.
Look at Ajman government recently.
Exactly.
The directive there.
Yeah. So we've actually been working with the government in multiple ways to figure out a way to offer the best structure, which creates that flexibility, where you don't have employees from Sharjah necessarily commuting all the way to Jebel Ali, for example, when actually you could create tiny little hubs in different parts of the country where you can create that in-person environment for people to work together, but then they're not wasting 3 hours a day sitting in their cars. And it's crazy when you start putting down the numbers, say 3 hours a day, 200 say work days a year, so that's 600 hours that people are spending in their cars. That comes out to like a whole month of their life that they're sitting in the car. Right?
From an employee point of view, it's a complete waste of your time. You're not getting those 600 back, are you? And from a commercial point of view, that's lost productivity.
It's lost productivity, or even if they weren't in the office for those 600 hours, they could have easily been spending time with their family or their friends, or at the gym, or running errands, or having a hobby, for example, in the evenings. Whatever it is, like, people aren't getting that time back, and so I think it's really important that organizations start realizing that the way we think about work, of just like a central sort of point of, or central destination, needs to change. We've seen that in Egypt, where it's virtually impossible for companies to find one part of town that works for everyone. And so we've started seeing a lot of companies effectively create this hub and spoke model, where certain teams, depending on their where they live or their job function, are actually spread out across the city in these tiny little hubs. And so, and on top of that, not only are they interacting with their coworkers, but they're also, especially in places like co-working spaces, you're then interacting with other people from the country. So you could be an accountant at one company, and you could be working alongside a graphic designer at another company, and you could be then the person after that could be an entrepreneur who's working on their idea, and that creates that extra level of social sort of water cooler chat, effectively. And so that creates that knowledge osmosis, that creates a more dynamic working environment. So I think that's the direction we're really going in.
That's a great phrase, knowledge osmosis.
Yeah.
I like that. Yeah, I'm going to steal that from you, if you don't mind. But the thing is, we have to get to a point, don't we? And I think trust is so key in this. We quantify and we analyze the value of work in terms of hours, and we will pay a rate for those hours. That's how it's always been. There is a shift towards outcomes rather than hours. And it may be that what took you 4 hours before, you can do in an hour. But if you get it done, why does it matter? But what also could you do with those 3 hours? So this kind of term, this kind of borderless employee term, is still a little bit pie in the sky.
Yeah.
Isn't it, really? I mean, what does that term look like in real life today, do you think?
I'll give you an example of our organization. So we're a team of 16 people. Half of that team is the tech team, who sit in Karachi in Pakistan, and then our CTO is in London. I have myself and my co-founder here in Dubai, with our head of sales in Dubai as well. We have a few other ops people in Dubai, but then we have customer support in the Philippines and Kenya. And then we have, obviously, because we're an international organization, we've started to hire reps in some of the cities that we have a presence in. So when you have that sort of global or mobile workforce, you kind of then need to figure out, okay, how are we going to work together? So the team in Karachi, for example, I mean, the whole company has a Let's Work membership, and we've grown it. We've grown the concept also based on our own needs. So we launched in Pakistan so that the team in Karachi could actually use us themselves as well, and the 2 or 3 or 4 days of the week that they want to work together as a group, they can do so and use the Let's Work app to find a mutually convenient co-working space for themselves. And then you have communication tools, right? So especially when you're remote, I think the most important thing is communicating, or even over communicating. So you need to be really, really good at just expressing ideas, at sharing expectations, sharing timelines of when those expectations need to be met as well. And I think that comes, so a remote organization would have its own sort of set of sort of guidelines and rules and structures that you need in place. Otherwise, then it's just a free for all, and then it becomes super difficult to manage. Even time zones as well. If you're working together as a company across 6 or 7 different time zones, like what are everyone's hours? Is everyone working on local time or central UE time, or like the middle point for everyone? So how does that work? So yeah, it's a lot of things to think about.
It really is. The mind's moving now. Is the shift, or the so-called shift, this borderless employee shift, is it about flexibility? Is it technology? Or is it a deeper change in terms of how people define productivity? Is it a marked change in how we work? I'm asking.
I think it is, because you then throw in the advent of AI and how what took 5 people 5 days to do can now take 1 person 10 minutes to do, whether it's really like it's things that would take a very long time, and a lot of sort of tag teaming around and trying to get everyone involved.
Your profession is a great example. Your previous profession is a great example of that, the legal profession.
Yeah. The hours I used to spend looking at cases, looking for that legal precedent, searching through books and going through the library and looking through case law and everything is now, I guess, it's become a lot more efficient.
Yeah.
And so, I mean, there's so many industries. It's not just law firms, but I mean, there's so many industries which are now at the cusp of, I think 2026, it's quite funny that we're doing this on New Year's Eve. I think 2026 is, I mean, I wouldn't want to call it a bloodbath or anything, but I think it's going to be very interesting to see what happens with organizations. I think they'll definitely become more efficient, and I think but then a whole bunch of other things come. If you're becoming a lot more efficient, then you can do a lot more. So you can start seeing hyper growth in companies as well, and companies being able to respond to customer needs much quicker and to many more customers rather than a small sort of pool of customers just around you within a 100-mile radius.
Well, I need to get back to bloodbath there, because I know what you mean. I mean, it's a little bit over dramatic, but there is potentially going to be a huge change, isn't there? Because AI is now, and much of it is AI driven. AI is now an accepted part of our existence. We now trust it. We Google search and AI comes up with the
summary,
and there you go, you're off. And effectively, I can plan an interview now. I could simply AI it if I wanted to, and completely not listen to anything you say and just keep asking the questions that AI has spat out to me, which is probably not the right way to do it. Maybe I should note to self on that. But the point is, AI is going to keep changing, and we're going to have to respond to that.
Yeah, we will. Yeah, and I mean the problem with AI is then if everyone has that little digital twin that's just talking to everyone else's digital twin, then and you're starting to see this on LinkedIn where it's the dead internet theory where I'm using AI to create content, and then people are using AI to then automate their comments, and so based on what that content is, so no one's actually talking to each other. It's just the AI talking to each other's, and then it's just like that you lose that human connection. And I think what's happening now is, and it's really funny because I think, well, when I was a kid, you'd come home from school and then you'd go on the internet. You'd play video games. You would go on message boards, for example, talk about fun things that you're interested in, and so the internet was this mini universe that you would escape reality from. So you escape reality and then you'd go on the internet. Now I think with the onset of run clubs and supper clubs and all these in-person sort of activities, I think everyone's sort of now using the real world to get away from the internet. And so that pendulum is sort of swinging the other way as well, where people are sort of fed up of having screen times of 6 or 7 hours a day on their phones, and now they're looking for real world connection.
Let's hope that's the case. That would be a good thing to see, wouldn't it? Much of the internet's become less than favourable, let's put it that way, in very recent years. Let me ask you about companies. How you obviously talk to lots of different organisations. Do you think companies are keeping up with this kind of change in attitude to work and work space and work environments? or are employees moving a little bit faster than the leadership ought to be?
I guess it depends on the company and how good of a pulse read that they have on the organization and what employees want. I think the bigger the company, the bigger the problems and the bigger the decisions that need to be made, and then the more sort of opinions you have as well. So it really comes down to them. I think it also comes down to leaders and how forward thinking they are and how I guess open-minded they are as well to new ways of thinking, of how a company, a typical organization should look like, what typical job functions should be, and with coming back to the borderless employee, it's realizing that actually I don't need to rely on the talent pool that's within my 100-mile radius. I can actually rely on people from across the globe at a variety of pay scales as well. So I can find someone really, really good at a cheaper sort of cost to the company to join, or I can find someone really, really good at a much higher cost. But then you find that expertise across sitting in Europe or North America or Southeast Asia. So it's about that openness and the mindset.
What about the skepticism around flexible work? Because it certainly still exists. There isn't the trust that perhaps there could be, and for good reason in lots of instances, as you pointed out. But from your data, from your experience, are people more productive without fixed desks? Because there is still this thing, I come to work here every day and I've got my little desk there in the corner and it's become habitual. If I was to change that, it would throw me off a little bit because that's my habit. But I have worked as a freelancer in co-working spaces and at home. So it hasn't really bothered me, and I haven't noticed my own productivity such that it is changing. But do you think it's an attitude thing, or do you think people are more productive without a fixed location?
I hate to say it, but it depends. It just depends on the
We're
individual.
hedging again, aren't we?
Yeah, I guess.
What do you like then when you're working now?
I like structure.
Okay. Do you like to go to one desk every? Do you prefer that, or are you happy to think, right, I'm going to go and sit in this location today, and because I've got a meeting here, I can go and work in that location?
Yeah.
All things being equal, internet speed and coffee availability and all that stuff.
I think it. I think having figuring out that structure that works for you. So whether it's finding that fixed space and going to that fixed space every day,
Right.
or if you're if you're a bit of a digital nomad and you like exploring new things and you're not sort of at risk of just being distracted by all the people around you or the new environment around you. I sort of divide my week into a day where I'm sitting with the teams that we have here in Dubai. Then I have a day where I am sitting with my co-founder and it's just me and him one-on-one. And then I have a sort of a day where I don't speak to anyone from the team because I'm out and about meeting the rest of the world. And then I'll have a day where I'm sitting with the team again. And then we'll have a day where it's work from home and I just want to not be bothered by anyone and just sort of be close to the dining table because lunch is being served, or I have a personal errand that day and stuff, or I'm going to a particular I'm going out the later at that night, so I don't want to sort of I want to conserve that energy for that. So I think just figuring out what your rhythm is and then sticking to it and then changing it if it doesn't suit you anymore. So we're living dynamic lives now, and I think that the world is constantly sort of changing. So I guess it's a matter of syncing that together.
Okay. I'm asking you difficult questions. I'm not trying to pin you down. It just promotes, it sparks a conversation, I suppose. Let's talk a little bit about workplace culture and the impact on business that has. If more and more employees are borderless, moving around, not really part of the organization day to day, it means companies have to do much more to maintain their, culture, their ethos, their approach to employees, to maintain that level of collaboration, I guess, that they need, that kind of kinship. Because the simple fact is a lot of people go to work or enjoy going to work that little bit more because of the social aspects as well.
I hope that's the case.
I mean, which is, I think, a very good thing because, as you
Yeah.
say, we've spent far too long looking at screens. But how do companies do that? How do they promote that when so many more people are not actually in the office?
I mean, the biggest organizations that are remote around the world, they still, regardless of that, still have some sort of in-person interaction happening. So whether that's like a once a year, global meetup, for example, which they allocate a certain budget to, if it's using tools like Let's Work for encouraging that in-person sort of interaction, if they're, spread across a country or spread across a region. I think everyone does try to encourage that. And I guess it's also, again, it really comes down to the leadership, right? Like, does the leadership care for culture? Are they really just expecting productivity and they don't really want anything other than that, to be honest, and they just want the work to be done? Or do they actually care about building this organization that has, the same values, and they encourage sort of interaction beyond just talking about, whether that file was sent to that person at that time. So I think it's important. I think a lot of one of our team members who joined us recently, and she's been fantastic in sort of helping me think about how to I guess, from a founder perspective, especially in this sort of like hyper growth stage that we're in, of selling that Kool-Aid, and she says that Canadian sort of like mentality, right? So selling that Kool-Aid and having everyone sort of drink it, and I think it's having everyone sort of empowered and focused on this North Star as an organization or a company goal, and I think in-person interaction just enforces that even more.
Okay. In terms of The Office, in inverted commas, not the sitcom, but the physical space, was a great show, is a great show.
Wait, the American or the British?
Well, I'm going with the British one. I'm going with the original, but I have to say I did enjoy the American one as well. There are many others, aren't there?
Yeah, there's a Saudi one which was hilarious as well.
I haven't seen that.
Yeah, there's some viral clips on YouTube. Check it out.
Okay. But what role do physical spaces still play? The office, these great office environments that we see, because they're still being built and they're still being used. How do you think businesses could or should or maybe ought to rethink offices moving forward?
I mean, you're seeing this in massive organizations where they've gotten rid of the mini offices, or they've gotten rid of fixed desks, and now everyone's sort of hot desking around the floor, basically, where you have the CEO sitting a couple of desks down from the intern even, who knows. And
I wonder how good that is.
It's
depends on the CEO.
So at Emar, it was really cool because it was encouraged, and I think it sort of created that level of transparency. Obviously, in some instances it could put a few people on the edge a little bit if everything's just fully out in the open, and you don't know who's walking through where and stuff. But I think it's the like you said, I think the role of the office or what it effectively serves has changed, and so the layout, for example, has changed as well. I had a tour of HSBC's office a few weeks ago, and it's great to see how companies are bringing in. I mean, I don't know. It's not just like the physical realm as well, right? Are people coming in for breakfast? Are people coming in for lunch? Are people coming in for more of that knowledge osmosis by the water cooler? So do we need more water coolers? Are they coming and are they coming in to meet each other, or are they actually coming in to just do those same video calls in a phone booth in the office, which they could have just done at home? So it's figuring out like what that, what your company size is and how that serves. I think increasingly companies are also realizing that just fitting things out to a custom sort of style is really difficult, just considering how dynamic everything is and how things are changing. So a lot of people are just opting for co-working spaces, for example, because it's like a ready, fit-out solution that's plug and play, and you can just, walk in. You have all the bells and whistles that you'd expect from your own office, but you're just sharing it with other people, and that makes sense because I mean, the UAE and Saudi is actually interesting because offices are about 98% occupied, which is the complete opposite of the rest of the world. Where in New York, for example, the typical office occupancy is still below 50%. And so you have a lot lot of dead space.
Yeah.
So and now you're starting to see a lot of like office buildings in New York City being converted into residential buildings. And you have companies or law firms even in London or Canary Wharf, for example, who are thinking actually we don't need to have this massive tower or this 100,000 square foot HQ. We're actually considering people are coming in about 2 or 3 days a week. We'll have a structure where some people come on these days, some people come on these other days, and so we actually need 15,000 square feet instead. And if we sort of organize it right and we sort of have the right sort of access cards and everything and the structure in place, then it's actually a cost saving. Because if you think about it, the real estate costs or rent, office rent is the biggest cost for a company after payroll.
After payroll, exactly. Yeah.
So if with an increasing sort of focus on profitability, on growth, then your CFOs and CEOs will start thinking about, okay, if this isn't being 100% utilized, how can we reduce it or how can we rethink it, and then make sure that we're not actually wasting money and space and time on that. And then you have a sustainability as well, right? So why do we still need a massive HQ and have all that sort of the carbon footprint that comes with that, with electricity being used or whatever it is? Why don't we sort of be more sustainable as an organization? And if we're forcing people to commute for 2 hours, what does that look like for their carbon footprint, and how can we reduce that? So yeah, it's a lot of things to think about.
It is, again, a lot of things. The mind boggles. Let's quickly look at 2025. Fast Company article looking back at 2025. Here's a quote for you. I'm interested in your thoughts on this. The overall trends internationally this year apparently reflect a shift towards a more adaptable, human-centered approach to work, where technology and culture work together to enhance productivity and employee satisfaction. It's pretty general, but is it a